Gather round, freaks, and prepare yourselves for a talk about a movie, about the release of a movie, in the movie based on a book about the survivors of a murder spree involving students who are studying movies, and also in plays. As you ask yourself, what's yours, Skaverit's fairy movie? Oh, God, shit, fuck. Can I redial this? Well, we ask you, hey, did you see this one?
The night is dark, and the air is still. The moon casts an eerie glow over the internet, where a group of curious individuals have gathered to discuss their shared fascination for the macabre. They hold in their hands a book with a foreboding presence, bound in flesh and inked in blood, a tome of horror that only opens its pages when a sacrifice is made. Within its ancient passages lie the secrets of the most infamous murderers and monsters of all time. Join us. But beware, for once this book is open, there's no telling what horrors may be unleashed. This is the Grimoire of Familiar Killers.
I don't get it. They should be here by now.
What are you gonna do? Whoa! Hi, everybody, and welcome to Hey, Did You See This One? Your favorite internet talk show where we talk about a movie in so many facets, where we pull it apart, the story, the music, the acting, everything, and we talk about it for as long as we possibly can. And this week, we're going for 6 hours, baby. Just
6
kidding.
hours. Oh,
I am one of your hosts, Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters, and we're here, of course, with my co-host, Jason Scream Phillips too, the first. And today we're talking about I forgot to mention the film, the Grimoire of Familiar Killers is back again. We're opening the pages one more time, and probably until the end of time, or until we get too busy and stop doing this. One of us dies or gets serious about life.
It's also the Grimoire of Familiar Killers 9 Spring Grimoire 4.
Oh, well, that's info that I was not aware of. Crazy how long we've been doing the Grimoire at this point. But it's one of my favorite themes that we do on a bi-yearly basis. I guess you could say technically 3 now that we have the crazy cryptids going on. That's like a sub-chapter within the Grimoire.
And the Lost Pages.
This book is getting real thick, baby. But we are also excited to welcome back to the show one of our favorite guests of all time, Ben Mason. Welcome back.
Good evening.
You're so welcome here whenever you want to be here, but we're happy to have you for one of your most favorite franchises of all time, You requested to be here for the first one. You requested to be here for the second one, and you don't even need to request to be here for the rest of them because we're gonna have you every time. I think for this.
Yeah, leave me out of 3.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. If you haven't guessed already, because it's right behind Jason there, we're doing Scream 2. This time they're getting educational. Yeah. So. What do we do now? Yeah. So we now we move on to basically talking about the synopsis. Do you want to just hop right into it?
Yeah, we have to. I think I don't think Zardos is around, but I think somebody else might be around to ask us about it.
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, but we have a video. I guess Zardos is here. Fuck it.
Yeah. Also, the synopsis is slowly becoming sort of a superfluous thing that we do, and a redundant thing that we don't.
Zardos speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
So this is the part of the show where we synopsize the movie in order to appease our god Zardos. We feed him a plot and he leaves us alone for 1 week. I usually do this, but Ben, how do you feel about doing it this week? If you're up to it.
I got it. That's
okay.
Fine.
Hit it, baby.
So 2 years
doing a better job than me. Am I tired? Hit it, baby. I never got to say that. Sorry, Ben.
That's fine. So it's 2 years after the brutal murders in Woodsboro, not Westboro, Jason. I mean, I guess we could be talking about Ghost Phelps.
Yeah, or just the demons that come out of that compound that they live on.
But we are now at Windsor College, which I guess is in Ohio. Sydney and Randy are studying and trying to leave the past behind them. But a new ghost face appears and begins a new series of brutal slayings.
Yeah, that's perfect. This is the kind of movie where you can't get too deep into it without revealing groundbreaking and plot-breaking story points that will ruin the conversation for anybody who's interested. But yeah, that's perfect. It's it follows the same formula as the first movie, but it kind of ups the ante in ways that I really enjoy, starting right out of the gate, which we'll get to when we get to the body. But I'm just going to move right into our history of violence here. A brief history. I'm going to start because mine's relatively short. My history with this movie is that I was horrified of horror movies, as I've mentioned during every episode of Grimoire that we've ever done. And eventually I got to the point where I watched The Exorcist, which then broke my fear, and I was able to watch basically everything. And Scream 3 had come out close to this period of time in my life, and it was being played on VOD. So that was the first Scream that I really watched with attention. I had seen Scream 1 before that, but I had never seen Scream 2. So there's this sort of missing chapter for me between those two movies. But when I was watching Scream 1, it was at a sleepover and I was playing video games, and out of the corner of my eye, I was still terrified. It was like, I got to turn up F-Zero, drown out the screams. And then this is probably the one that I've watched the least out of most of them. It's hard. This isn't one of those franchises that I go back to a lot. Like it's not something that I go to every year around Halloween, whereas most of our Grimoires, I do that. Scream isn't really, except for the first one. I do, but I like Scream, and every time a new one comes out, I'm like, I'll see it. I like it. I like Ghostface Killer, and the way he cleans his knife is cool to me. And I like the over the top nature of the story build structure of these movies, and how it is basically a whodunit as well as a horror the entire time, where everybody's a suspect, which is great. Yeah, that's my brief history. Is I saw it later after I'd seen the third one, and I haven't seen it a lot. So when I was watching it again today, I forgot who the killer was, and I was like, oh, okay, now I get to watch this again with fresh eyes because I cannot remember, but I'm pretty sure it's this person or both of these people. And guess what? I was right. Next. Ben, why don't you?
Yeah,
I'll go. We all know how much I love the first Scream movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, and I was really excited for this to come out. Couldn't make it to the theater, too young. But when it hit video stores, I grabbed it immediately. I don't love this movie as much as the original one, but we'll get into why. That being said, though, like for all of its flaws, like I go back to this movie all the time. I bought the soundtrack to this movie, which
It's
is
good.
really, is it though?
Master P.
I mean,
Cottonmouth.
I like
Everclear.
no.
Cottonmouth
Okay,
Games,
sorry. Let me rephrase that.
Collective
This,
Soul.
let me rephrase. The score is good to
The
this
score is
movie,
incredible.
not the soundtrack of the
Yeah.
existing artists stuff. That's whatever, but
Yeah.
it's very of the era.
It works for me still because like you say, they have Beltrami back for a lot of the score. They borrowed some Hans Zimmer stuff, which I want to talk about later, which really rubbed me the wrong way. But it's a fun Scream movie. It's, I'd say, of the 6 that I've seen, I'll see 7 on Saturday. This is my second favorite of all of them. Like it's fun, and I'll go back and I have it on DVD, I have it on Blu-ray, but I will always go back and watch this on VHS because something about this movie screams VHS. It's just a fun movie.
Yeah. As I was watching it today, they clearly haven't done sort of like a cleanup or a digital transfer because there's still sort of like film grain pop and stuff where you're like, oh, that was just some dust in the gate that got trapped and it's still here. So it feels like you're watching it in a movie theater a little bit. You're like, this is awesome.
And they did a great job in marketing when it came out because it's basically like, you like this? Well, we're making it bigger. We're making it better. Look at all these stars. I'm like, well, let's go for it. And I can't wait to hear what you both have to say. Jace, what's your history with this?
My history with this movie is I'm notoriously afraid of horror. I was for a long time. So when this movie came out, I saw this through, and I realized this actually watching it the second time, that most of the Scary Movie 1 bits that are Scream are actually Scream 2. And I never really put that together. In my memory, I just thought it was like stuff from Scream. But like obviously the dick in the ear thing is the knife in the ear. But the whole Dewey thing,
Wait a minute. No.
the way they characterize Officer Dewey, because I watched all the Scream movies last year, like all in a row, and Scream 2 didn't really affect me. Like I didn't like it that much. I didn't like the like Sydney's at theater school and the big elaborate like stage stuff. This time I loved it, but I didn't realize that Dewey's arm was like this somehow. The
He's
first
got
time I
nerve
watched
damage.
yeah.
Seven
So
Nerve.
this time I'm like, oh, they literally just like made a offensive parody of what Dewey's going through in this very movie, which I felt kind of bad about realizing. Anyway, watching it this week, it was bumped up because after watching all the Scream movies and dealing with like Scream 3 and to a lesser extent Scream 4, I love 5 and 6. Scream 2 actually is one of the best of the series. I would say it is one. It is my second favorite one now. I do love the New York stuff in 6, but I think that in the pantheon of all 6 that I've seen, obviously 7, we'll see what happens with 7 because it's got a lot of controversy and also it's the lowest score on Rotten Tomatoes. So we'll see how it pans out. But 2 is a fantastic movie. I really enjoyed it this time through, and can't wait to discuss it with you guys.
Cool. I also like this movie. All right, so let's talk about the making of this movie, shall we?
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit. Sound. Speed. Action!
So, Scream 2, released in what, 1998?
Seven.
Seven.
Yeah.
And we've got Wes Craven back directing, which it's very evident. He has such a particular style and such a way of having sort of goofy tension, and it's good, right? Like the tension it's appropriate and it works a lot of the time in this movie. Not always, but when it works really well. There's tons of evidence of that in this movie, and then he also tries some weird experimental stuff throughout that we'll talk about when we get to the body. But it's cool, it's good, and he's trying to think creatively, and he's trying to do things. He basically is the character that what's his name plays Jimmy or not, what's his name? What's the guy who had the reality show? He's in these movies. He's obsessed with horror movies. What's his name?
Randy Meeks.
What's the actor's name though? Is what I was trying to remember.
Jamie Kennedy.
Jamie Kennedy. That's it. He kind of is that. He seems like he's that. Like he obsesses about horror probably in that way as well, right? He looks at things. He goes like, that's what works about this, and that's what's dumb about this, and he's obsessive. But then he also lives in the world of making it, which is really fun and interesting, and you can tell that he puts a lot into these movies. The budget of this movie was 24 mil, and it made 172.5 million dollars. So very profitable, and probably the reason that we get so many more of them and will forever.
Well, this movie also, they like rushed production on the next one immediately, and production began less than 6 months.
Well, that's also how Wes Craven worked for a long time, right? Like, I mean, he didn't work on all the Nightmare movies, but like that's what he was he was used to doing that kind of stuff, right? Like going right into the next one off the back of the first one. And it seems like he was a little bit more passionate about this, but we'll never know because we'll never get to ask him. I'm sure there's an interview somewhere where he talks about it. I know, but
I can fill you in on that one a little bit though.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us more.
He didn't want to direct the movie. He was just kind of helping it along, and they were trying to get Robert Rodriguez to do it.
Well, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, but he was too busy with I think pre-production for The Faculty, which came out the next year. And people will say that this is true or this is false, but I could easily see them going for Rodriguez to do this. But Craven not originally wanting to do this film, it kind of feels to me like he rushed into this because of the Scream movies. This one kind of feels like all the characters in it kind of feel like they belong in an Elm Street film, not a Scream film.
Yeah, definitely. I can see that. It also seems like a grab bag of who's hot on TV right now. Like they just had like a potato chip bag full, like a party mix of chips. They're like, oh look, it's fucking Josh Hartnett. Oh, he's doing The Faculty. Okay, wait. We got Buffy here. Who wants Buffy? Oh, we'll take Buffy. Give us Buffy.
Yeah, and like everybody, like not everybody, but a lot of people in this were filming other TV shows at the time of production. So like the schedule was all over the place.
Because like a lot of the main characters or the big name character actors are like they're alone or isolated in their own thing. They're not interacting with the entirety of the cast like ever. There's never really a scene where all of them are together, like not even once really.
Because if you look at it, and like, please help me out because I know I'm going to forget something. But was Neve Campbell still doing Party of Five?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
I wouldn't even.
Sarah Michelle Gellar was on Buffy. Yeah. I mean, Joshua Jackson's in here just for a scene, but that was Dawson's
1 second.
Creek.
Yeah,
I'm learning that right now, and I didn't even like. It's like a blink and you'll miss it. He probably just like says like a line.
Yeah, he's in the film class. Yeah.
Basically, he's just an intro to Mickey.
Yeah.
Well, Timothy Oliphant and My Secret Identity. They kind of remind me of like the opposite of Stu and Billy. Like they're kind of like, you know what I mean? Like they seemed similar in a similar way as buddies, and the movie really wants you to believe that My Secret Identity. Why can't I fucking ever remember this guy's name?
Jerry O'Connell.
Jerry O'Connell.
Don't worry, in my notes I have him written down as Sliders, and then I occasionally go over to Stand By Me a couple of times.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
but the movie really does a funny job at making you feel like so many other people are the killer, where in the first movie that's not even really what the movie was about yet, and they really sequelized it. And going forward in Scream, you start the movie and you're like, that's the killer. That's the killer. Is that the killer? No, that's not the killer. They're pushing too hard. And this was the first instance of that. And Jerry O'Connell really comes off as like they're making it too obvious. There's no way he's the killer, to the point that I was like, oh, Randy's the killer. He wants the sequel. Obviously, he's not. But
Yeah,
On-
but my notes were like, he is going to be obsessed with making the perfect sequel. That's going to be his drive. But then, like, that's sort of the swerve. But his actual reasoning is like more akin to what Cotton is also trying to do, right? When you're like, oh, okay, people
Yeah.
are obsessed with like weird fame, and violence and that kind of stuff. But
Well, that's what I loved about the first movie is that it wasn't just your stereotypical slasher film. It was actually a murder mystery mixed with slasher elements.
Yeah.
And I find with this one here, you want to do the same thing, but the way the script plays out, you almost get slapped in the face for trying. If you want to talk about like the production, Steve, do you have anything about the script?
I have something about the script.
Okay, cool.
Kevin Williamson had to rewrite most of the movie because the script got leaked in early internet era.
oh my
And
dial
the
up.
killers were yeah, exactly. The killers were leaked, and this forced production. This is according to Fangoria. Forced the production to rewrite major scenes during the filming. Yeah, is that what you're going to say? Do you have more to? Is there more to that?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. But Kevin Williamson later on said that like they just wrote a bunch of bum scripts basically in case it got leaked, and that what was actually filmed and released was the main story. And I don't believe that for a second. But they were rewriting scenes the day they were being filmed, and there were some scenes that just had written Wes will make it scary.
And he did. I mean,
And
this
I-
movie's not really
I think-
scary, but you know, like
No.
it's got some good moments, but it's not. There's some tension, but there's no real fear.
Yeah.
going. The first movie has some actual sort of like this is frightening, but this one not so much.
This movie
that's
has
why I
one
think-
really gross death too. One like actual gory
Yeah,
death
but-
where the guy's head gets like
A pipe.
the
through.
cop.
Yeah.
No, the part
Mhm.
where the guy. Yeah, I guess yeah. But he's like gurgling and his head's stuck between like the car crash and like
He's got
the
a giant
fireball.
pipe through his head.
Yeah.
That's how they get free. Yeah. Anyway, it's. I mean, but gory isn't really. I mean, gory is frightening to some people, but to me, it's just like okay, well, that's the aftermath of the violence. But once you see the rubber man, you're like, oh, he's a rubber man now, because they didn't want to have a guy lying on the hood for 4 days because they're like, we can't pay this guy to lie here for 4 days. It'll be cheaper to make a rubber man.
Then I feel like the screenwriting is so rushed that honestly, having not watched this in a while, I remember that scene that you're talking about, that car crash. I remember that being in I Know What You Did Last Summer.
I mean, I
That
can see
Williamson
why.
also wrote.
There's a lot more car stuff, and I Know What You Did Last Summer in
Yeah.
general, so I can see, I can understand why you'd get there. Also, Sarah Michelle Gellar is in this movie, which poisons the well a little bit in your brain.
Yeah.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute, you're also in a
Which one
Scream.
was she
I
from?
didn't know this.
Yeah.
And when I said that Williamson wrote Wes will make this scary, I think that's where we start seeing the Elm Street elements really come in. He's like, oh God, well, just draw from the well. Like, well, this makes sense. I would have put this in Elm Street. So let's just film this, move on to the next written scene.
Yeah, there's a couple of sequences in this movie that do really feel nightmare, or elm coded, I'll call it. And
Elm coated. I like that.
yeah, the
Cougar crusted.
yeah, the part where Dewey is banging on the window and she can't hear him. Like, there's no world in which she wouldn't be able to hear him banging, but the fact that she can't is the fear, and that felt very sort of dream world to me, where I'm like, oh, this is like nightmarish because he can see her, he's trying to warn her, and he is being murdered, and she can't even.
Especially
Theater.
where they show it from the other side and you can hear her banging.
And then when he's using the chair to break through it, and the banging is totally making noise that time. Anyway, I don't want to pick it. I don't want to pick it to pieces because I do like this movie, so I don't want to like be like shit. But it does make you be like, wait, what? The logic there's no rules here, people. What's going on?
Oh yeah, well let's not kid ourselves. This movie is very problematic. It has a lot of flaws, but we just like to overlook those.
Yeah.
Including the first scene where they perpetuate a bunch of stereotypes. And you're like, whoa.
What are you talking about?
According to some Kevin Williamson interviews, Randy was originally supposed to live, but they wanted to have a shock death to the point that I forgot he was dead. Like I watched that scene again and I was like, oh yeah, he's not in any of the other movies. And it's kind of like how
It is shitty though, because his character is one of the things that really works about the first two movies.
It's true.
Go ahead.
They did my boy dirty.
They did, and I was just gonna say, to the point that I have this weird composite of Stu and Billy talking about horror movies in the first movie, and their faces over top Dewey and Randy talking about the rules of a sequel. I thought that was from the first movie, and it isn't. It's from this one, and it's really interesting how all these movies sort of just
Jason's kaleidoscopic memory of the screen.
Yeah, just they all swirl inside my head as one giant thing.
Yeah. I think it's a shame though, because I think that he plays the role really well. He's a very interesting and funny character, and killing him off, it seemed like they were like, well, we can either kill off Dewey or we can kill off Randy. And I don't know if there was like an actual executive decision as to why they decided to kill him off, but it seems like they should have kept that character as long as they were going to milk this franchise. That character should have kept alive the whole time, you know, until he eventually becomes the killer in one or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think they realized they shot themselves in the foot by like having the cameo in the third one with the way they introduce his sister, and she has the videotape with him telling them the rules of a trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I really think they realized afterwards, like we fucked up.
They
The
did
crazy
kind of
thing is like they could have, because the movie doesn't end with like 3 weeks later or whatever moment. They could have just made it be like, oh, he wasn't dead, he was just in the hospital the whole time.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like they reveal that Dewey's still alive, but they don't reveal like Derek fucking died, right? Because he goes up and we never see him again.
Yeah,
which I thought was interesting. In Scream 5, I think it's Scream 5, they introduced the woman who is like freaked out because she knows the rules for a
Jerry O'Connell's character comes back as the murderer in the remake of Black Christmas. he's like on like a ball. He's like, they left me up in the rafters of the fucking theater building. Anyway, I don't have much else to say in terms of production. It sounds like we're getting into like the nitty gritty.
Yeah,
of the
I was just gonna say that Laurie Metcalf wasn't used at all in the promotion for the movie to keep that twist a secret, which I think was important, because if they showed her in the trailer, you'd be like, why is Billy's mom in this?
well, Billy's mom wasn't in the first movie, so you wouldn't know.
Right. Okay, That's a good point.
She was suspicious right away, though. I'm like, suspicious, and then
why does she keep showing up at night for no reason?
Yeah, suspicious. She's crazy. This is some sort of like Norman Bates level psychoticism is going on, or psychosis is going on here. But
I just want to shout out Modern Peasant 7, because they have pretty much the antithesis of our views immediately, which is important. Scream 2 is just more fun, in my opinion, than the original, and I'm glad Randy died early on in the franchise because they kept him alive for nostalgia bait in all the sequels before they kept him alive as nostalgia bait. So, you know, I can see from that point of view as well.
Yeah,
I guess.
Still kind of did that with his niece and nephew.
Yeah. I think it's, I mean, I guess it is kind of fun that it's a lineage thing. And I mean, the same can be said where every character that survives throughout the movies is a nostalgia bait sort of situation, right? Like they all keep coming back.
Sydney's back.
But I mean, I don't dislike it. You know, I kind of I like that Dewey keeps getting almost stabbed to death and coming back. It's like becomes sort of like a staple of the series. He's like always at the end in a stretcher
until
like,
he's finally stabbed. He's finally stabbed way too many times, and you're like, okay, that's the end of him.
Does he do like a, I don't think I'm getting up from this one?
Pretty much. Yeah.
17 stab wounds is too many stab wounds. All right.
All of my nerves are severed.
Yeah. He's just like, nerve damage everywhere. I don't have a single connected nerve left in my body. Speaking of body, let's go to the body of the episode.
The body.
Ho, ho, ho! Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
All right. So the body of the episode is the segment of the show in which we begin our conversation in earnest about the entirety of the film. We start at the beginning of the movie and we end at the end of the movie. How long it will take us to get there, nobody ever knows until we get there. So
Ernest goes to Scream 2.
Let's go. Ernest goes to Scream Stew. Scream 2 it opens with. I like how these Scream movies open with sort of a Ghostbusters X, whatever you want to call it, cold open, where it plays out some sort of horrific murder, and then it zooms in on the person who's murdered face, and then we get the title drop, which is what Ghostbusters used to do, and it kind of does it in the new one, but not. I mean, it still does it, I guess. Anyway, I like to think of it as Ghostbusters cold open. In this movie, it is Jada Pinkett Smith and what's his name?
Omar Epps.
Omar Epps, yeah. And they are a couple, and they're going to the premiere of the movie Stab, which is the movie that is based on the Woodbury murders, written by Gail Weathers or something.
Woodbury.
And it's the opening night. I thought it was supposed to be like a midnight premiere that they had planned to go to or something, but it seems like a very promotional event based on like the studio giving out costumes and everybody's running around dressed as Ghostface with fake glowy knives, and it's a wild house up in there.
I love this for a lot of reasons. I love the idea of like going. It reminds me of like back in the day, there would be midnight movies at the Oxford Theater, and everybody was wasted. It kind of reminds me of that a little bit, but also it gives the vibe that like there's people here that have seen this movie multiple times, but this is just like a pre-screening event, which is crazy that people are in the hallway, like running through the hallways in Ghostface outfits.
What's crazy is that this is the first movie. It's not like it's a movie franchise that it's established or anything. It's just like a bunch of whack jobs who are so excited to see a movie based on a book about a bunch of teenagers getting murdered.
And on that point, not only is a movie based on a book about a bunch of high school students being murdered, there is no way that they would continue selling this costume.
No,
definitely it would be pulled off the shelves.
And I remember specifically the Halloween that this movie came out, you could get the glow in the dark Ghostface killer mask, which is featured in this movie. I love the idea that the killer can come back in this theater full of people in Ghostface masks because everybody's wearing Ghostface masks.
Exactly. It's great. It's a really fun opening. It does remind me of like how giddy I would feel when I would watch Ghostbusters, and it's like this is so exciting and interesting and like legitimately quite frightening. And I think that the idea of this scene is far more frightening than the execution of it, which is the idea of being safe in a room full of 100 people and still being able to be stabbed to death and the person getting away with it scot-free is like legitimately a good idea, and it's quite frightening as a concept. I don't know if it works too well in terms of visual, but like it is good. Like I think it works really well.
Also, what's of our time, Jada Pinkett Smith's got a shaved head, so I just have to ask, what is Jada auditioning for G.I. Jane?
Oh, I see. You know what, Jason? You need to keep her name out of your motherfucking mouth. I used to like have a massive crush on Jada Pinkett Smith when I was in high school because she's a beautiful person, obviously, but then she also was in a metal band and she was also in The Matrix. Which are like three things that I'm like, this is like the lady of my dreams over here. But now she seems kind of like not a great person. So I'm like, Jada, why'd you have to be so mean? But my main note for this is this movie would be impossible to enjoy while in the theater with this crowd. They're going full chicken jockey mode, all of them.
Yeah, like the whole time. And the opening credits, like the stab pops up on the screen while the lights are still up, and then the lights go down, and people are still pretty rowdy.
It's because everyone's running around the theaters like, we can't turn the lights off. People are going to trip and break their freaking neck and sue us or some shit.
That's another Elm core. What was it you said? It feels like Nightmare on Elm Street, like
Elm Coded,
where everybody's just freaking out and losing their minds in a theater, and then Freddy shows up with his weird claw and says,
"Is Elm Coded
Kruger crusted?" But this is like the opening scene of this. I do enjoy
with just a flaky crust of Kruger.
slightly crisp. This is the beginning of my main problem with this movie. How did we open Scream?
A legitimately terrifying sequence.
Yeah.
But it was Casey
Isol-
Becker
Isolation.
in her kitchen.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
also
And
establishing what the killer does to kill somebody, how they go about frightening them beforehand. It shows that he's hunting people in isolation. He's hunting people who are affluent, and people who basically have no fear or should have no fear within their lives. He's providing them with fear. People who have relative safety at all times and security and feel that way.
And here, it's the exact opposite.
Which is why I kind of like it, though. That's what I like about this, is that these people feel safe for a legitimate reason. The reason that she feels safe is that she's in like a literal palace surrounded by security or like the trappings of security, the things that would give you false security. Whereas this should be safe. And the only reason that it isn't safe is because every single person in that fucking theater is dressed up like the person who's stabbing people.
But I think you and I are looking at this two very different ways, because you're looking at it from the character's perspective and I'm looking at it as a viewer, as the audience. So when you see someone alone and afraid and nervous, I feel more for that than someone who is completely oblivious in a room full of like 100 people or more.
I'm on viewer side too, because like when the way that Stab is presented in this movie is like how they present a movie within a movie. A lot of times it's a parody of the thing that you're watching. So it seems like Heather Graham and Drew Barrymore are very similar actors of their era.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Because I think that you guys are both just agreeing, and I don't disagree with either of you. I think that it is not a scary scene, and I think that that's an issue. But what it does do successfully is set up for the rest of the movie that no matter how safe a character seems, no matter where they are located, no matter what's happening in the movie, they're always going to be in danger, because this person is not just going to kill you when you're alone, isolated, and afraid. They'll kill you when you feel like you're safe, which I think is really cool. So I'm not just looking at it from the character perspective. I'm looking at it from a thing being like, oh, they're structuring this in a way so that like even this character who should feel safe and we feel safe with them dies and they're murdered. So now we can go through this movie and watch it and realize that a person can be in a crowded cafeteria and still be murdered. And this movie is going to try and figure out a way to do that. So no one is ever going to be safe. Does it work? Maybe not in the way that we're used to, and maybe not in the way that we want it to. And maybe the answer is no. But I think that that's a really cool swing that the movie is attempting to take. And it does it several more times, right?
Sure.
Randy being killed in the middle of the quad is like, that's another example of him killing a guy in broad daylight. That's like convenient boombox shows up right as he grabs him, pulls him into a van and stabs him to death, right? You're like, okay, that's maybe like a Deus Ex situation for the killer. But I think that it's like, I don't know. I think it's just cool. Is it effective? Maybe not, but I think it's cool.
I do think it's cool. And I think everything you said is completely valid. I believe that Jason and I are approaching it from a different perspective. And how you're seeing it makes a lot of sense to me. It's just not how I watched it.
Yeah,
now,
it's I was just gonna say it's like the thing with where she dials, like somebody else dial star 6 or Jada Pinkett yells dial star 69, and then later Sydney has the call display. Those are the things that are there for us at home, being like, this doesn't exist because these things exist. But Steve, you're fully right. It is horrifying that the killer is amongst them. You know, Mickey's there. Spoilers. Or maybe it's Mrs. Loomis.
Who knows? I'm assuming it's Timothy Oliphant because it's a big tall man. But yeah, I mean, I think I've defended my point to the point that you guys at least understand it, and we don't have to agree on it. And I also agree with you guys. I don't think that it succeeds in the way that, because I'm not frightened here, but I do think that it's interesting because throughout the movie I'm now like, oh, anyone can die at any point. They don't have to put them in a point of isolation in the same way that the first movie did. Which I think is just like mainly just cool.
Knife to the head through a stall.
I wrote down, what a lucky stab. And I put stab in all caps because that's the name of the movie.
But it is horrifying to think that he's listening to be like, what the fuck is going on in there? And then knife to the head. They do a knife to the head in a similar way in, I think, 4 to a cop. And anytime that, you know, somebody's like struggling after they've been stabbed in the brain, that always fucking messes me up.
Right.
Yeah, that was Anthony Anderson in the 4th one.
Right. Yeah.
Anthony Anderson's in a Scream movie?
Yeah, he's in Scream.
Oh my
4, I
god,
believe.
he's in Scream and Scary Movie. Actually, the actress in this movie who plays Sydney in the fake movie Stab is also in Scary Movie.
Tori Spelling.
I don't know what her name is, but maybe.
From 90210.
That does not help me. I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, I mean the bathroom. Also, this is also, it has to be Timothy, because remember when he's the noise from the stall? It's like a man going like, "Ooh, I can't believe we got away with it." But I don't know. He's whispering like weird shit. Yeah.
Was that a reference to another horror movie? Was that like supposed to be Friday the 13th?
I don't know.
He's saying something like "Mommy, mommy."
I thought it was Black Christmas.
Sorry that came out that way. What the fuck?
I really thought it was Billy from Black Christmas.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Maybe
Okay,
it could be
yeah.
that, because he was doing like the weird baby voice stuff,
Yeah.
Whereas Jason would say, "Mommy, mommy, mommy,
mommy." So I quit this show. I'll see you guys never. This might be the best movie ever, starring former WCW champion David Arquette.
I think you may be
nope,
right.
that would be Ravenous.
Oh, not Spy Kids 3D or whatever.
Ready to
So
rumble.
he gets stabbed in the brain and dies, and then the killer takes his leather jacket and goes and sits with Jada Pinkett Smith.
Also
and
horrifying.
She's reacting to the movie in a big way. I do like though that it's not like a offensive, it's the whole theater is just being obnoxious, right? Like it's not like a direct thing, but she gets stabbed. Nobody notices because she can't scream for some reason. I don't know why, but she doesn't scream. But even if she did scream, everybody in the theater is screaming at this point, so it wouldn't matter anyway. And he follows her and stabs her several more times. There's one woman who, the way this is shot was really smart, because everybody's wearing full length sleeved shirts or full costumes, and there's this woman who gets blood on her, and she notices, and she watches Jada go up, and every time it cuts back to the audience, it's like hundreds of people in the audience, but you can isolate that one woman really easily every single time. And if you look on her face, she is the one person in the audience who I believe like truly knows that this woman is not acting, but she can't tell, and you can see it on her face. Like she's like, I think I should help her. I don't know if you guys noticed this as well, but I was like,
I didn't notice that,
right
but
there.
I did,
Yeah. Because she's got like
to the spot where it's playing in the film,
she's got like a shirt that like her sleeves go up to about the shoulder, and she's got bare arms, but no one else in the theater really has that, and you can kind of see she just kind of stands out. Anyway, and then Jada dies. We zoom into the Scream logo. Great, love it. It's no Ghostbusters opening, but it's just as good in my book, I suppose.
I do have to say, when she dies and she falls and her head hits the floor, like the stage, and the dead stare, perfect.
Yeah, the dead scare for the dead stare for Billy Loomis's mom at the end, also really effective death. Laura Metcalf is good there too.
I like that it also goes like quiet, like everything is just very quiet, because you almost expect it to be similar to the first movie where the mom screams, and like that's the whole idea, right? Is the movie's called Scream and the person's screaming, but nobody screams this time. There ain't no screaming, it's complete silence. Freaky. I think it's good.
Mommy.
Mommy, this movie's good. I love this movie. Scream 2. Where we cut to somebody doing something. It's like Liev Schreiber being interviewed on TV, or Nev
it
Campbell
cuts to the dorm.
Yeah, and Nev is waking up when somebody prank calls her, and she seems to be super not bothered by somebody being like, "Hi, how's it going? It's me, your wake-up call. You ordered a 7 a.m. wake-up call, didn't you, from Stab, the movie?"
Everybody seems to have this voice changer that sounds exactly like that actor.
Once Scream 1 happened, everybody put that on their Christmas list for 2000 or 1996 or whatever.
Just doesn't think to have her number not listed everywhere.
Maybe she doesn't have it listed, and it's got like her identity's gotten out, and it's hard, and just,
the roommate says, like, do we have to change the number again? And she's like, it'll die down once the movie goes away.
Yeah,
because I imagine this happened once the book came out.
Yeah,
true. Yeah. And her roommate are they living in the sorority? No, they're this is before, right? They're like pledging
shared apartment. Yeah, Hallie.
Yeah. And Cotton is being interviewed on a television program about his innocence after being presumed guilty and incarcerated for a year of his life. We do see him in the first movie for like a brief clip. Remember we were talking about it, and Jason, you were like, "Why the fuck is he like?" They got Liev Schreiber just to be on a TV interview for like as a TV interview extra?
For 2 seconds,
and we like speculated like, was he in anything before this? And I'm like, he was around, and then we were both like, he's in the other movies quite a bit more. Like he sticks around for a while,
especially in 3 when the whole story with Sydney's mom comes out. He's like pretty prominent in the 3rd movie.
Yeah. And I like Liev Schreiber quite a bit. I think he's like a super charismatic, and I don't know if I would say believable actor, but like in certain situations he's believable, but he's a little hammy sometimes, especially in this movie.
I think he's fantastic in this, and I think it's because he's able to do that hamminess in like a comedic way. Like he's serious.
He's got a lot of presence for sure. Like
and they feed him to us.
Plus, he's hot as hell.
He is a very good looking man, but they feed him to us like he's supposed to be the killer for most of the movie, like right up until he comes out covered in blood. Like, I just found him and now I'm covered in his blood. But I really like the storyline they give him, and I have a bit of a theory about later. Like I'll talk about it more later, but I think that he was going to shoot her. I think that he was like, when he's like, I wasn't going to shoot you, I was like, I think you might have. We're going to.
I think he considered it at least, but yeah. He and his whole character throughout the entire movie is like he has a weird obsession, not necessarily with fame so much as like being interesting, which I guess is the same thing, right? Like, or being relevant in some capacity,
but telling his story too, because you spend a year in jail
and charging an arm and a leg for it. There's a price for everything, people. And he gives them their business card. Call me.
But
I agree with that, because he knows, like, everyone knows that he was innocent. But he really is trying hard to like ride that 15 minutes as best he can.
To be fair, he was exonerated though, which is, that means that you're proven innocent, but it's still, a lot of times exonerations have a little bit of a strings attached to them. And I think his whole arc is him trying to get out of the shadow of him possibly being the killer, because people, it seems like in the Scream universe, people exist off of purely rumors and gossip to tell stories, especially about the original Westboro killings.
Yeah.
The only way that like Cotton can continue any success is if he went the OJ path and did a book like If I Did It.
If I had done it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did he?
There's nothing.
This movie come out before that book? I think it did.
Yeah,
it did.
Yeah. It did.
Maybe if that book had come out, maybe that would be a plot point later. Be like, if I had committed the crimes, this is what I would have done. So we cut from this to the school being descended upon by journalists, but not quite before we get our intro to film 101 or whatever, where I'm like, my main note for this was like, look at all these famous people in this film class. It's full of handsome and beautiful young people. I don't know if the teacher is anyone prominent, but it would be funny if it was like William Shatner or something. Like, like Winkler was in the first one. Like, just make this film teacher like someone
he did look familiar though to me.
He did to me as well, but it wasn't enough to me. No. Like, I'm not like, that's the Fonz. This was like, this is a guy. And also, it's the only scene he's in. If he was a predominant character throughout, it also would have made sense if this was like a not a huge school. If the same person being the theater teacher who was like that, he's a pretty sort of like posh actor he's in a lot of like stage plays and stuff, but he's in like Titanic and all sorts of James Cameron movies and shit.
His
David
name
Warner,
is Craig
David Warner?
Shoemaker.
Are you
assuming.
Are you talking about the film teacher, or are you talking about the theater teacher?
No. Oh no. Well, that's Baxter Stockman is the film.
Right.
The
Are you talking about Baxter Stockman, the one who owns
No.
the island, full of the ooze, the secret
So
ooze?
it says artsy teacher here, but I think that's him because there's no other teacher here. But his name is, if it is this guy, and I'm pretty sure it is.
But, I mean, it would only make sense to do that if he would be a character throughout the movie, which could be an interesting plot point if the film teacher is like a weird psycho as well. But
is the Baxter Stockman character the Fonz for this movie? Is all the kids at home
Not
are like,
really, because
I loved him in Ninja Turtles.
yeah, maybe he's supposed to play himself in this movie. He's like, I can't escape that goddamn turtle movie.
I was really excited that Joshua Jackson was going to be a legitimate character in this film.
I could see
And-
that.
For a split second, you're like, hey, it's Fringe himself. he's arrived at last.
Pacey
But
Witter's
no.
on the scene.
Yeah.
But no.
But that's the thing about this movie is every single weird little miniature role is populated by it's what's her name from it's Ellen's wife or whatever. Like
Yeah, right.
does that.
Portia de Rossi,
Yeah.
who looks crazy as a teenager. Like, it's crazy to see her at that age. I find, like, even when I was watching Talented Mr. Ripley this week, seeing Matt Damon that young is so trippy because you know these people more from their like later work and seeing them starting out. Timothy Oliphant is another perfect example of that. You know,
Yeah,
seeing
but
him as
Timothy Oliphant looks exactly the fucking same, except his hair
That's
is
true.
His hair is Ben's hair. Now.
Yeah, it's got a little less Jack Nicholson over time.
Yeah.
I have a question about Jamie Kennedy.
Sure.
Does he have like teeth
Why?
implants in this movie? Like, are they made to be buck on purpose? Because I don't remember his teeth looking so jacked up.
No, they look like that in the first movie too. I think I think he lost weight between the first one and this one.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just like he's lost weight in his face, so his teeth
Okay.
are more
So his
predominant.
teeth
But
look
it's
ridiculous.
also almost every time he's on screen, it's like a mad close up of his face.
Yeah. I don't know why. I think he has crazy blue eyes. Like his eyes are extremely blue, so maybe they're just trying to like get that to pop. Not an unhandsome man. He looks kind of like Frumpo now. It's like he just fried his brain or something.
I think that's what
The young
happened
man,
with
he's
Jamie
handsome.
Kennedy specifically. I think he was like trying to be like David Arquette. Similarly, they think they both started out trying to be legitimate actors. They got a lot of good roles young, and then like any child, they weren't child actors. They were more like teen actors. They just
they
got
were
into
probably
that
also
weird
child actors. We just don't know about any of the
Yeah.
shit that they were doing.
commercials and stuff. But they
Yeah.
get into that Hollywood cycle, and then it's 2005, and they're showing up on fucking Rehab House or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
But
We shouldn't
like,
judge. We don't know their stories.
that's
David
true.
Arquette comes from like a prominent
A
acting
crazy,
family.
crazy
Yeah.
acting family.
So
And he's
that
like the
makes
worst
sense.
one out of all. No, I don't want to say worst, but he's the least good
Least
at
good.
acting. Patricia Arquette is a generational actor, and
Yes.
David Arquette is not. Sorry, David Arquette. If I ever
But
meet you,
even Patricia Arquette kind of plays the same thing a lot of the time. Like she's
early in her career,
she's very typecast for a lot of the stuff that she's in.
yeah.
But I'm not saying she's bad. But I think that him in the Scream movies is sort of like I like his kind of goofy acting because it's like
Me too.
when he's trying to be serious, but you can tell that like even he doesn't truly believe it. Like it's like, is it bad acting or is it perfect acting? I can't really tell. But I'm
When
enjoying
he-
it either way.
When he throws an ice cream cone down on the ground and stomps it out like a cigarette in the first movie, that's just fucking. That was improv too, probably.
I think he's nailed the character of Dewey because he totally
Yeah.
gets that Dewey has no backbone.
Jason's been TikTok pilled to believe that everything in a movie is an improv. You know, so there's like so many TikToks now being like, "Fun fact: this wasn't actually planned." And it's like, if you go by this factoid account, nothing in the Avengers was actually scripted. The whole movie was just improv.
I choose to believe that's the way it works. Okay,
This is what happens when you fact check nothing. You believe everything. Anyway, so yeah, I don't think that he's terrible, but I agree. I don't think that he's definitely not going to get an Oscar. Does he have an Oscar? That'd be crazy if he did.
I don't think
No.
he has an Oscar. No.
Does he ever have an Oscar nomination? Not even for Spy Kids
No.
3D. Interesting.
This
Um,
sequence was also cool because like they really dial into what a sequel is, and when they pass around like good sequels and they just name a bunch of good sequels, it was good. They mentioned Alien.
Yeah, it's a good
Terminator
conversation,
2,
and like
Friday the 13th
you know,
Part 2.
I took many film classes in university, and like sometimes near the end of class, this is the kind of conversation that would occur. And this is like usually would be with TAs. It wouldn't usually be with the actual film professors, but like sometimes they would get into this kind of stuff as well and just let us all talk, because I think it's probably interesting for them as well, being like, I'm the elder statesman here and I know everything about movies, and I'm going to let these little twerps who think they know about movies because they are obsessed with slasher films try and talk about why, you know, Citizen Kane is good in front of me, where it's like a bunch of kids who like only watch one genre or only took film because they thought it'd be an easy credit, or just like, I like movies. But then every once in a while, there'll be like a couple of real film weirdo passion kids that would, you know, stomp the rest of the class. And I guess that's what Jamie Kennedy's character is meant to be, right? Where he's like, I know everything. He's sort of like an Abed.
And
like
like
when
gets it wrong immediately.
Yeah.
Because he corrects Joshua Jackson, but Jackson actually had the right line.
What was the line?
Get away from her, you bitch.
Oh, right.
And
right.
Kennedy's like, I believe it's stay away from her, you bitch.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, it's not. Like, he had it right the first time.
Oh, is that to establish that perhaps he's not as knowledgeable about movies as we are meant to believe?
No,
Or
I
is
think
it-
Kevin Williamson just fucked up.
Or is
No
it just
one-
a
no one
fucked
called
up-
him on it.
Oh, he was.
No,
Yeah,
right.
that's interesting too. Because Kevin Williamson seems like he knows. He thinks he knows everything about horror, and then writes these kind of schlocky scripts.
Steve,
that
are you gonna
aren't,
prove
like,
me wrong
West-
now?
I'm looking it up. Yeah, I just want to be certain. You know, this is one of those.
Yeah,
moments.
me too.
I'm pretty sure it is "Get Away from Her, You Bitch" as well. Because I even while watching the movie, I was like, I think is that right, or is that
think he was
supposed to be
right.
revert? I think he was right. Yeah, I think
He was
Joshua
right,
Jack.
yeah.
Maybe this is Joshua Jackson's character from Fringe, and he came back in time just to fuck with the timeline, being like nobody correct him when he.
The
found
line-
This where
is
we find out
actually-
Kennedy stabbed him after the scene
The
outside Burns.
line in Aliens is actually 69 me, Grandpa.
Oh yeah,
Mommy.
69
Mommy.
me, you grandpa bitch, is what it says here.
Oh, bitch.
And then you know the conversation devolves to like there's no such thing as a good sequel. The sequels murdered the horror or the slasher franchise was destroyed by sequels, which he's not necessarily wrong about, but this also does feel like a Wes Anderson insert here where he's like, you know, like
Wes
just
Craven.
sorry, did I say Wes Anderson?
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah,
What?
imagine Wes
Scream 2, those
Craven.
perfectly symmetrical screams.
Yeah, I was
of
gonna
all
say,
time.
imagine this was directed by Wes Anderson, or imagine Wes Anderson directed a Wes Craven style, like a Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Yeah, make a horror movie, you coward.
or vice
Yeah,
versa.
and all
Wes,
pastels.
yeah,
Yeah.
Wes Anderson directs, or Wes Craven directs a Wes Anderson script. That would be wild.
Saw 9, directed by Wes Anderson.
Odd dreams on Elm Court.
Elm Court Avenue. Yeah. What were saying? Oh yeah. Anyway, they ping pong back and forth a bunch of movies, and I'm sitting there the whole time being like, Empire Strikes Back, and then you know I'm glad they called it back later. And then he's like, doesn't count. It's a trilogy. It's a planned out story. It's you know it's not the same thing. Which I
I'll
guess I
die on
kind of
this hill, but Back to the Future too. Sorry, that's how I feel.
You're gonna die alone.
yeah,
Yeah.
Jason. That's an empty hill. Jason's up there by himself, like, who wants to fight me? They're
Just
like, we don't even want to
shoot
fight
everybody
you up
that's
there, buddy."
walking up.
Land
And,
Before Time 2.
Yeah.
listen, what an incredible comparison! Because obviously that's better than the first. No, that's impossible.
But I think
Land After
to
Time.
I think to Jamie Kennedy's point was Back to the Future. Were they not all planned out ahead of time as well, or at least like written very close together to plan?
I think
I
2
don't
and
know.
3 were, but I think they were lightning in a bottle.
Also, Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi were not planned. Like the George Lucas, like I planned out everything ahead of time. It's not as airtight as everybody says
It
is.
wasn't called A New Hope wasn't called Episode 4 until much later, right?
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the original 3 movies weren't even planned out to be like a proper, because he didn't know he was going to get the opportunity to make another one until all of a sudden it broke, like a block broke every fucking thing in the planet. And he's like, oh,
he made the Jaws of sci-fi movies, and
he even had
it was like we need nine of these.
He even commissioned a novel to be written as a follow-up to it called Splinter of the Mind's Eye, which was a sequel to a New Hope, or it was just Luke and Leia going down to some like mining planet and shit. It was all right, and Darth Vader shows up, and it's this book that exists specifically as a parachute. If Star Wars flops, they can maybe sell a bunch of books and make their money back. And then it's like, oh, we don't need fuck this book, but they still got it published and everything anyway. Anyway,
well,
that's just it.
Scream 2 was a treatment that was like a few page treatment that was given along with the original Scream when Kevin Williamson pitched it. So like if the first one did well, they had a franchise ready to go.
Okay.
So
how much do you think carried over into the sequel though?
That's a tough one, because if the treatment that he presented was leading towards a script that got leaked, I mean, we don't really know how much of the original story was in there, but you could have taken the end of Scream and gone in whatever direction you wanted to. And this was greenlit when Scream was still in theaters, so they had plenty of time to just mess around.
I think if that treatment just outlined the fact that the first one was like, this is the first that all horror movies sort of coalesce at Scream, the sequel has to be about being a sequel, then they're golden. Because every Scream movie, it has the gimmick is always like, it's the franchise, it's the trilogy, it's the fourth one, or the reboot. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a really clever way to handle this. And as somebody that went face first into horror and saw everything in such a short period of time, these Scream movies all are very special to me, because it's like I would watch 5 Friday the 13th and 5 Chucky movies and 5 Nightmare on Elm Streets and then watch Scream 2 or 3. It's a really weird way to like absorb all of this.
That's why your brain is a kaleidoscope. You fucking
that's why all the movies are the same.
Jason dove off of a cliff into a giant blender and he said, 69 me, you grandpa, bitch.
Mommy, mommy.
Yes.
Mommy. Here I am today, a husk of a man.
Yeah.
So
a
many
tusk of
little
a man.
stories.
Have you watched Tusk yet?
I've seen Tusk. Yeah. Pretty good. Weird.
So,
Very Kevin Smith.
We are introduced once again to Gale Weathers. She's just as much of a conniving, monstrous bitch as she was in the first movie. I like her for it, though. It makes her character really interesting because you never really know what she's going to do next. However, she is never at any point, in my opinion, convincing to be the person that might be behind the mask. There's not a single moment in this entire movie that I think that she would do that. Her career is not in shambles. She probably got paid a buttload of money for the book deal, and like not to the point that she didn't make enough that she would start fabricating murders in order to be able to make a quick buck about it. And she's already famous enough that she can go up to a press conference and just start barking questions and nobody stops her. She's like, Gale Weathers, the most famous reporter on planet Earth. Let me ask you a few questions. And he's like, I'm doing a statement. She's like, I don't give a shit about that. Answer my question specifically.
Which is crazy too, because on the outside of the movie, in reality, she's also on Friends right now. So like, it's almost like a mirror of the reality of her actor mythos, because she's on the most popular sitcom of the day, besides maybe Seinfeld. And then she's continuing to play Gale Weathers. I brought that up because you were like,
Seinfeld played Gale Weathers. Like,
what's the deal? You killing everybody.
Excuse me, Gale Weathers here. Oh, that's the wrong impression.
Let's not ignore the fact too that she admits to lying about how Kenny the cameraman was killed in the first movie. Yeah. So like, she's not against making shit up.
Oh yeah. Well, she knows that she's like, there's too many throats being slit in this movie. I need to throw in maybe another gutting here or there to make it more interesting.
If it gets eviscerated, it leads.
I kind of like that camera guy because when she goes up and she pulls a fast one on Sydney to try and have like an exclusive interview between her and Cotton, because she knows that that's going to pull massive numbers. Gale gets punched in the face by Sydney. Very satisfying. Again, yeah, or slapped or whatever. And then her friend goes, "Did you get that?" And the cameraman goes, "Yeah, I got that." Like he fucking mocks her, and I'm like, "Oh, this cameraman rules." I like this.
Joel is amazing in this movie. He's a great character.
Slap. Evil. Gale's an evil, and her cameraman is fun, is what I wrote. And then after this, I think we've been introduced to most of our main players, but we've also established that there's a party happening. Or do we have the conversation between Dewey and Gale first? I can't remember the order of this, but I think that Dewey shows up on campus and they have a long conversation, right?
It's like when the mean girls come and talk to them, and we're introduced to Portia de Rossi and
right. And they see I almost called him Goofy. They see Dewey like looking, he looks so lost, like he's just standing randomly in the middle of a field of grass by a tree, just like looking like, what the hell do I do
with his arm?
Well, okay, Jason, you don't need to mock the arm every time we mention it.
Sorry, I did it bad.
Take my strong hand.
Yeah. And yeah, they have a conversation, and Dewey is basically just telling her everything that you shouldn't tell somebody. Like, she's like, I already know all of this, and she's like, I'm gonna be an actor, I got my first starring role. He's like, oh, that's great. So also, Sid, just so you know, he probably is already watching you and gonna come kill you. And she's like, yeah, I fucking know, Dewey. What the hell? I'm trying to not think about it. He's like, you should think about it though.
Love him.
Just just in case.
Yeah, the note that I have is Dewey telling her the person is already in her life is the perfect way to continue the whodunit element. And I don't know, I don't know if I would have thought, like, Ben, I need to ask you, because you saw it like when it came out, when you were watching this, did you have the like whodunit element in your head, or were you just kind of letting it happen? Because that's what I was saying earlier in the episode. Like, I don't think in the sequel we were even kind of there yet.
No. The problem I had with this is they expected you to be looking for these people, or this person, or these people. And they set it up so you could guess. But Stephen, you said you figured it out. I feel like they did everything they could to make sure there was no way we could actually figure it out. So when there was that reveal at the end, you're kind of like, well, I had no way of knowing.
Sorry. So I shouldn't say that I figured it out. I will say what I mean to say is that the two people that I was the most suspicious of, based on their activities, the amount of screen time that they have, and their interaction with the other characters, gave me that's where my laser sort of like detective vision landed on, and it never was pulled away by other characters, because the other characters were doing things that never drew the laser back to them, right? Or it was way too obvious for it to go in that direction, that I'm like, they've given me enough weirdness between these two characters that's where I'm lying. And then when Timothy Olyphant shows up, I'm like, that one I was 100% certain it was him, because the sequel stuff, everything that he's the one who's like, why would you even go back in there? Like, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, this guy is giving enough without drawing enough attention to himself that I'm really suspicious of him. And then he vanishes for such a huge chunk of the movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
He's not there. That's who it's going to be. And then the mom, she's so fucking weird. And every single time she's on screen, I'm like, this is like, she's playing like a weird housewife, but she's supposed to be like a professional journalist.
Yeah, the first time she shows up, she's super manic about being the like sequel version of Gale. The next time we see her,
but also
she's like, she shows up at nighttime.
But no, she shows up like a fucking 100 times in this fucking movie. It's crazy. She shows up like 100 fucking times in this movie. Sorry.
And this is what I have to say. We've already spoiled who the killers are. And my major problem, and sorry, I know we'll get to it eventually, but I need to say this right now because it really plays out for me throughout the rest of the movie, is with the first one, it was such a murder mystery that like we kind of had an idea, but we didn't know, and we were all like really invested in trying to figure out who is the killer. And when you get Billy, and then you're like, holy shit, Stu, it's like Stu and Billy, and you're like, oh my god, this is insane. With this here, immediately you're like, oh, it's Mickey, because who is this guy? He has a class with Randy, and he seems to kind of know Derek, and that's it. Why is he around them all the time if he's not friends with anybody? And then for anybody who knows anything about pop culture, you've got Laurie Metcalf from Roseanne. You're like, why is she in this movie? Why is she just a tertiary character? And then you're like, well, there's no way it's going to be the red herring. And then you got another red herring. And then the reveal is, it was him all along. You're like, fuck you.
It's
and then
I think Derek,
Billy's
Derek
mom.
was the biggest red herring. But Cotton,
Derek?
I think he was the biggest red herring because the movie kept being like, when he gets cut on the arm and he's there at the end.
It's also doing all the same. It's doing literally note for note all the same shit that Billy was in the first movie, where he's like, he's making everything about himself. He's getting sulky when he should be supportive. It's all the same sort of trappings of Billy, which is like fair and wise to do to throw you off. But at the same time, I was like, they're making him too suspicious, which makes me be like, it cannot be him. And again,
which is what they did with Cotton as well, in my opinion.
The reason that I was so Cotton, again, yes, that's the same deal. Cotton, if he was the killer, I'd be like, oh, Cotton is the dumbest person on earth. Like he is already so dumb that if he was also the killer, he's the dumbest person on earth. But
Jace, I have to go with what you're saying about Derek. There is nobody in their right mind who will hinge a multi-million-dollar film and a sequel to one of the most successful movies of the decade on Jerry O'Connell being the reveal.
Yeah, but that's that in retrospect, that plays into what I was saying earlier about how it's like they're kind of the opposite. Like,
and Jerry O'Connell at this point probably would not do it, because it's like, if this was in the era of people being like, I can't play a villain, I'm a hero, like I can only be heroes.
But I do think they did a good job.
Can't hardly wait.
He did 6 more seasons of Sliders.
I do think they did a good job at having a bunch of misdirects. That when I watched this for the first time, the reveal of Billy's mom being the culprit, like the second person that was helping, was legitimately a surprise.
I did yell at my TV. I knew it. But Mickey, that's what I knew it.
But Mickey is so fucking unhinged in this that even when I was watching it for the first time, I was kind of like, there's no way. Like, they're not gonna telegraph
Timothy
it.
Olyphant is the perfect level of handsome and creepy, that the same way that Billy was in the first movie, that I'm like, it's got to be this fucker.
And that's the problem, though, isn't it? Is that
I'm not saying it's good.
And then it's the actual reveal of him.
Did they throw?
And all of my suspicions were based entirely on gut instinct. It was never like the evidence that I'm being provided. It was always like, I have a weird feeling about this person and a weird feeling about this person. And
Ben, did they throw too many possibilities at you? Like, is that why? Sorry, Steve.
I know. I just keep trying to get to one single point, and I keep getting cut off as I'm about to make it. But go ahead.
No, that's fine. Go for it. Like, I was just saying, there are way too many misdirects, and the ones that seemed the most obvious ended up being the two, and their motivations are because and I never would have guessed this.
Okay.
So I found it really insulting. But what is your point, Stephen? I'm very curious.
The point is that, like, this woman shows up and she's seemingly obsessed with Gail. And so I'm like, okay, why is this woman obsessed with Gail? And she's like, remember me? I was in the front row and I kept asking you all those questions. Like, I asked you like a million questions. And she's like, yeah, I do. And she's very sort of, like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to talk to you. And she's like, I'm trying to, get to where you are, sort of thing. And she's obsessing over her, but she's obsessing over her for this very specific thing. So I'm like, but she's not trying to go in other routes and go to other reporters. She's going specifically to Gail over and over again. And I'm like, okay, so I find that weird enough putting, and then just everything about her, right? It's almost like she's trying to emulate what she thinks a reporter looks like. And every time she shows up, she's overly pleasant. She's not trying to ever stomp on toes. If somebody questions her about anything, she immediately deflects and goes in the other direction. It's like, oh, you're right, I'm sorry, and leaves. And she never, like, there's that moment where she's trying to talk to Gail when Gail is sort of in a moment of trauma, and then she doesn't go over to talk to the other people coming out of the police station. She just runs away. And I'm like, okay, that's odd and suspicious as well. And so everything that she does is abnormal. So there's never a moment of her being a normal human being in this movie, and even
True.
less of her being any evidence of her being a proper journalist. And so like I keep throughout the movie, just it keeps going up. And then when she runs out and she hangs and she's outside of the fucking theater department and on the phone being like, I have a scoop or whatever. And then like that's the moment where I'm like, that she's the murderer. She has to be one of the murderers, right? Like it's gotta be her. So like for me, it wasn't that like it was a red herring, or that it was they never gave you enough information. It was that she was so weird the entire movie without a single semblance of normalcy that I'm like, or normal. What's the word? Is that normalcy a word?
Normalcy.
Normalcy.
Yeah.
Well, normalcy and normalcy, is that the same? Anyway, it isn't? Okay. So anyway, I'm not a murderer, I swear. And because of the fact that she was never seemingly normal to me is the reason that I was like, there's something, she's going to pop up, and she's in the movie too much for her to be nobody.
Exactly.
And yeah. So that's the only reason I was suspicious of her. But I don't know. It would be cool if there were like behind the scenes footage of like, if you look real carefully, you can see her like in like a window.
I'm so glad you said that, because
basically what she's doing.
I watch every single horror movie now with this lens of like, I'm looking in the background to see if they're there, because I really wish that more directors would just Dan Harmon their horror movies and have so many Easter eggs and
that's kind of why I appreciate the Knives Out movies, because Ryan Johnson does do that, right? Like
when
he
you
puts
watch
everything
a Knives
there.
Out movie the second time, you're like, oh, I should have fucking figured this out immediately.
But
especially that third one.
I really want to go back to her acting as a reporter. One scene where she questions Gail about what's going on. I think it's Gail. And she says, well, I just figured that if the killer's trying to recreate the killings from Woodsboro. now you have me guessing
It's Elm Street adjacent. Yeah. Elmtown.
It's Elm Code.
Why wouldn't the killer be from there? And I'm like, well, first of all, they're not doing that. And second of all, you're pointing the finger at yourself.
Yeah.
And the problem with this for me is Sydney recognizes her no problem.
Yeah.
Gail studied this case, studied photos, studied evidence.
I mean, there's a throwaway line there, yeah.
And
it's at the end of the movie,
once recognizes her.
There is a throwaway line at the end, which I was like, I guess that's fine, because she used to be she was really fat, and she probably had long hair, and she had a lot of work done.
Got a lot of work done.
Apparently, she's very wealthy. I mean, she probably has to be if she lives in that fucking town where Sydney and all her friends live in goddamn mansions.
I love that Sydney refers to her as Mrs. Loomis.
Yeah.
No first name.
Because they would have known each other.
You?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, she only knew her as a teenager, right? That's back when you used to say Mrs. and Mr. to all your
2 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, maybe she never actually caught her name.
But she did leave pretty quickly, apparently. So yeah.
But I don't hate it as much as you guys, and I think it's because I felt pretty vindicated having both of the people that I suspected the most being the ones that were the killers.
And I don't hate it. I'm just saying it was like I'm agreeing.
I know, but you say there's not enough evidence for you to ever have known that. But I like when I'm watching it and I pick out the two people and those are the people that they are. I'm like, got it. I'm a detective, Sherlock freaking Holmes.
I wasn't hating
me, Grandpa, bitch.
mommy.
I do hate it, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just not for me.
I was more so saying that like the mystery here is a unique one where it's like. I more so think it's interesting that they throw so many red herrings, so many strong red herrings, I think. And it's not hatred towards it. It's just like, I'm not good at movies. I'm good at TV. I'm not good at movies. But they
do that in the first movie as well. I think the first movie, though, the reason that it is so crystal clear perfect is that everybody is a suspect until they're dead. Like it's
But
almost
the
like
reveal in the first movie is so crazy. Like when you watching that
Yeah,
movie for the
no,
first
no,
time
no.
is a wild experience.
I'm just saying that they do the same thing. It's just it is more. I mean, it's done. It's the first time that it's been done, in that elaborate of a way in terms of a slasher film, where it's like you're almost watching a Sherlock Holmes movie.
A slasher whodunit, yeah.
Yeah, but then instead of Sherlock Holmes being the one to piece it together, it's like Moriarty shows up and he's like, "This is how I planned it."
But in my opinion, this movie solidifies what Scream is. And going into this movie, my point is that like I wasn't sure what the Scream franchise, like obviously in retrospect I knew, but when I watch it,
well, you also have to remember that this is the second one. They don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, but that's part of what I'm saying. Like they really solidify in the sequel that every movie is going to have a trope from a sequel style thing, and then also it's always going to be where you're going to be.
I'm sorry, it sounds like you're
cast of characters, and you're going to have to guess who the killer is right from the start, and it's usually two people, which is synonymous with the Scream franchise.
The way you're speaking about this right now is as though Kevin Feige fucking planned it out like 7 movies in advance. They didn't even know they're going to get a sequel to this. They're just like, I know, but what I'm saying is that like they're taking the formula of the first movie and trying to change just enough so that you're not able to figure it out because of the fact that you have the first movie as a template. They're not establishing anything so much as they are just being like, how do we reinvent this just enough so that it's different and feels bigger? And everything does feel bigger.
I think they knew they were going to do a third movie when they did the second movie.
I mean, they always probably dreamed of doing a third movie, but like they have to.
No, but I think they were confident enough. I think
it was set up as a franchise.
And that's why the third movie is kind of shitty, because the third movie is like front loaded with too much story. Too much.
Isn't that the one where there was like a writer's strike too, or something? Like it was like,
and then they're also on top of it. Yeah, the writer's strike happened, and it's just they tried to like
Columbine.
Also Columbine. So the movie is
Columbine ruined everything, guys.
And then on top of all of that, it's not a Sydney story; it's a Gale and Dewey story. It's those two doing a caper together,
which is, I don't know, in some people's opinion, better. Sydney's kind of boring, guys.
Can I pitch a better Ghostface for you?
I would love that.
Joel.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Frankenstein face. I'm like, sick. I want to see that.
Seriously, Joel shows up and he's just matter of fact doing his job, then says he's read Gale's book and he's freaking out. And the first thing he does, he just leaves.
Right. That would be cool, actually, because then he's like, if she can get this much money and fame off of that, like he can set up like a new Ghostface scenario going on or something.
Who's gonna guess it's the cameraman who left the town?
That's a good point.
It's interesting, yeah. And also they present him like obviously he's gonna die or be the killer, because he's like, I'm black, like he's like, I'm gonna die first in this nonsense. I'm leaving. Exactly. And Gale keeps being like, no, you need this job. You need to stay here and have a job. And he's like, but have you seen me?
What better way into the scenario than Gale's cameraman?
It's true. Yeah, you're going to get right up and close and personal with every victim and
everybody.
Yeah, you'll be able to follow them around, and it won't be as suspicious as if you're just a normal person.
But the characters played so well that none of us, I don't think any of us, ever guessed it was going to be Joel, right?
No, not once.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been.
I did. Actually, I won't say not once, because there was a moment. You're right when he says like, "I didn't read your book before, but I'm reading it now." My mind went like, "Bling!" I'm like, "Oh, is it ever possible that this guy could be the killer?" And then the fact that he leaves right away, I'm like, maybe he's actually just scared. And then because he doesn't show up again, it's not the same as Timothy Olyphant, who one is like a more predominant actor, so it would make more sense for him to be the killer. But also just like the fact that he's oozing menace and malice the whole time and weird creepiness, and everything that he says is like, and he's pointing fingers at other people, like when he's like, it's weird that he went back in the house, or like, I need to, isn't it crazy that he's obsessed with horror movies? Like he's always kind of pointing the fingers at other people.
Have you also noticed he's always fidgeting? Like he's looking around being like, is this what a regular person would say or do? And that's what I'm thinking, like, it can't be Mickey. It just can't be. It's way too obvious. And he has no motive. And it turns out, he didn't.
But he doesn't have a real personality. He has a manufactured personality.
Well, is it true he's an insane person who is being fed insanity from Billy Loomis's mom, who was also like, I believe that she's not insane, but her son was insane. So, you know, like it transfers that way, I think. And I think that Billy Loomis's mom almost imprinted what she wanted her son to be on Mickey through all of this, which makes his insanity spiral even more. Like I think Mickey thought he had just become literally Billy Loomis, not just like, I'm gonna pick up the mantle. I think he was like,
I think that she probably took what his fantasies were, because it says they found each other online, right? And his fantasy was to go through the crazy like OJ style case where the nation becomes obsessed with it, and she probably fostered that to the point of him believing that she could make it happen. And he's like, you know, it's expensive to do this kind of shit. And the thing that like I would be interested in is like, because the first killing happens a ways away, right? Like cities away. It's not in the same town or anything. It's almost like across the country or whatever. It's like that's where he started. Did he do that of his own accord and then contact her? Or did she make him do that first? And it's like, and then she had to relocate him and be like, no, you have to go here to do it to the people that it happened to. And like, who convinced who of what? There is something interesting there.
But about that.
Yeah. And it's like, imagine he just did that killing on his own and then she contacted him, or they were already talking about it and she convinced him to do it. Like, go to the stab premiere and kill someone. And then after you do that, you've got to go to this school and get into this film class and talk to this dweeb or whatever. And she's like, you know, she has her murder board of like her spider web of what to do. But she's clearly the mastermind using him. But it is weird with like, I don't know if I go as far as to believe what you're saying, Jason, where he believes that he is Billy. I think that he believes that she is completely and entirely on his side to get him to where he wants to be, which is, I want to be famous for being a serial killer, right? Which, you know, is not an unrealistic thing of young, weird men, because a lot of men have done that in the past.
Incels didn't even exist in 1997, and he's giving incel a little bit.
Well, he's not even an incel because he's a girlfriend and stuff. It's like he just wants to be famous for murdering people.
Do you think they're actually together though?
I think they're probably boning.
Yeah, because she shoots him down multiple times.
Maybe he is an incel.
Yeah, do you want to dance? Not with you.
Yeah. Oh, that party when they're like harmonica style is okay. I was like, what the fuck did you just say? We should probably get back to the tale of the story.
Yeah, we're at the Sarah Michelle Gellar kill now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we just like talk about this as a whole. And like, I do like this sequence because one, it obviously reminds you of the first movie. It's sort of a it's sort of a best of moves of that long extended sequence in a more condensed scenario. And it also okay, go ahead.
Just real quick, I want to point out here too that just speaking of Scary Movie from earlier, I picked up that when they go up to the like top floor and she's throwing stuff at him, that's the same scene from Scary Movie. Where
you picked up on the fact that the scene exists in both movies?
Don't do that. I fully had a revelationary moment where I realized that the parodies they do in the first Scary Movie are all Scream 2 parodies. I'm sorry if that makes.
I mean, it's not all, but like it is. Like there's a bunch of the stuff of remember like the popcorn thing getting huge in the first movie. Yeah,
but
it is both.
I never put together that the Scary Movie. A lot of the Scary Movie Scream stuff was from the second one because they had to make. Scary Movie didn't come out until after around when Scream 2 came out. Right.
Yeah. And I mean, like, what you got to spoof the most recent one, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
But they have.
That blew my mind even more than me realizing the.
And I'm sorry that I made fun of you, but it did make me think of you like holding up two photos and like Creed from The Office being like the same photo.
Jason's just waiting for the piano to go down the stairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, doesn't she throw her grandma down the stairs at him at some point?
Yeah. But also, it's funny because at the end of the scene, he stabs her like 2 or 3 times and then fucking just yeets her out the balcony.
Yeah. It is.
When she goes through that like glass door.
Yeah.
That was brutal. Like that looked like it hurt.
I was really, really happy though that when she goes through that glass door, the alarm starts to go off because, like, you know, she's getting creeped out on the phone, and then she goes outside, and then one of her sorority sisters are there, and she's like, "What are you doing here?" And she's like, "I fucking live here, you dumbass." And she's like, "Well, no, but like I thought you were gonna go to the party." And she's like, "I'm going right now. Don't forget to arm the alarm." And she arms the alarm, but we already know the guy's inside because as they're having a conversation together about I don't know how to properly fondle testicles or whatever the fuck they're talking. It's like every time they're talking, it's like, "How do you suck a dick properly?" And you're like, "Oh my god!" I mean, at least once. I don't know, but that's what it seemed like to me. I really don't like sorority and fraternity stuff unless it's like from the 70s, where remember when we did Black Christmas and like everything about that sorority seemed like a-okay, top notch. I love all of this shit where they have like the house mother who has secret booze hidden and shit. Like I love all that stuff, but in this, it's very boilerplate. In this, it's very boilerplate, and it's just here to be a set piece and really no other reason. Like it doesn't do anything to make you like or dislike it more. It just like leaves it at this sort of benign state of like, if you already hate fraternity stuff, you're going to hate all this. And if you love fraternity stuff, you're probably still going to hate it because you're like, not accurate, bro. But she gets attacked. There is something very weird about watching Sarah Michelle Gellar get beat up in movies. And I like more so than like other actors. And it's because you're so used to seeing her kick the shit out of people in vampire costumes, right? Where you're like,
I felt really bad for her in this scene as opposed to like Derek getting slashed at the party. I didn't care about that at all.
Me neither.
Watching Sarah Michelle Gellar going through this, like I was actually like leaning forward into the screen, like just like it's something about it was really visceral and grabbed me. And this is like
this is peak Buffy too, right? Where she's like she's at the height of her Buffy powers. And does she have more of a starring role in I Know What You Did Last Summer? I cannot remember.
Yes, she does.
She's like in it for a longer.
She's one of the 4 main characters.
Yeah. Because like those movies I'm very, very unfamiliar with. I think I've seen both of them maybe twice max, and maybe
there's 4 of them.
There's 4? Okay, well I'm in the first 2. And then the other ones I haven't seen. But does she survive? Like that's what I mean. Like, does she survive? Okay. So she's not a Sydney. Because isn't like Jennifer Love Hewitt a Sydney in the
Jennifer Love Hewitt's a Sydney. I watched the first 2 recently, and the weird thing about that is they're like the popular kids and they're drinking and driving and killed the guy, and it's a very different vibe than this movie, but it is also very similar in the way that it looks and the way that it's shot and the pacing of the movie. And I just wanted to say, Ben, you're the person that was like, there's a third one. I was like, no, there is. And I was like, oh, they made like a straight to DVD third one. And what's even the name of the movie? Because I can't even think of it. Is it
I Will Always Know What You Did Last Summer?
I'll never forget about it last summer.
I never forgot what you did last summer, you fucking teens. But
and then the 4th one is I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yeah, the new one is I Know What You Did Last Summer, the reboot.
I thought it was going to be like I Know What You Do Next Summer. It's like a time traveling weirdo murderer.
Yeah,
he's got a laser hook.
Back in high school, we had to make a French TV broadcast with like a news clip and ads and everything, and we decided, I think there was only maybe the 2 movies that come out for last summer, but we made this really shitty comedic take on what would have been another film, and we called it Je sais ce que tu as fait, toi c'était au passé. So I Knew What You Did 3 summers ago. And then the 3rd one came out and we're like,
damn it.
Sure.
Yeah. I think that I Know What You Did Next Summer is pretty good, and he's got like a cyberpunk helmet and a laser hook. He's from the future. That'll be.
I'm really stuck on laser hook.
Laser hook is a good idea. Maybe that's a T-shirt, Jason. I Know What You Did Next Summer.
I know you did like yeah. Okay, gotcha.
And then put it in brackets, laser hook, please. Yeah. So Sarah Michelle Gellar gets chased through the house. She does an admirable job of shit kicking him. She throws shit in his face. I think they were like, Buffy has got to at least put up a fight, and she does, but then she gets stabbed a bunch and thrown off. I like that she gets thrown off the balcony too, like you say, Jason. It's how much can you brutalize somebody enough that you're like, okay, now it's uncomfortable. This is what these are the lessons you learn from like Rob Zombie movies. When you watch them, you're like, too much, pull back, Rob. That's too violent. It's making me uncomfortable. But hucking somebody off a balcony, I like that. I like that.
I wanted to say too, I was listening to you while I was off camera, and the fact that she is full Buffy right now and she's so like pathetic in this. I know that she kind of fights back a bit, but you're right. You want to see Sarah Michelle Gellar in 1997 literally just knocking the shit out of people.
Punch a
But
guy
you
in the
also
face.
mentioned that she never like she does get her shit kicked a lot on Buffy. As I watched the first 4 seasons recently,
but she always
and she gets her
back up.
ass kicked. That's true. She's got superpowers, right?
What I mean to say is like, you're not used to seeing her afraid. Like when in Buffy,
Yeah.
she's always like fighting, and she's a badass lover. She's so cool. She's in Star Wars. She's a Star Wars character. I love Sarah Michelle Gellar. She's so fucking cool. Anyway, she dies. She's dead. We cut to the frat party where they're trying to sororicize Sydney. For some reason, they want her in the sorority. I assume because she has like a level of infamy or notoriety that is like something they crave or whatever. Like, our sorority would be so much cooler if we have this lady who survived the stab movies in our sorority.
Steve, this one's for you.
Laser. Bring me laser pan. Cuts through the railing.
I'm gonna write down laser hook and laser pan too. From now on, I'm just gonna keep the t-shirt ideas
The
document
Laser
open.
Boys.
Because when I write them down on this piece of paper, my wife comes and says, "What are all these papers? Do you need them?" And I'm like, "No, not really." And then she folds them into a square and throws them into recycling forever.
Oh my god.
I've got all the ideas. I've got most of them, but some were lost to the sands of time. So you have to go back and watch those old episodes.
You should
Please
tell her
subscribe.
that anytime you pick up a piece of paper and it has nonsense written on it, that you should put it into
Those
like
are the key.
keep a nonsense shoebox or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
File that under gold.
I had some gold today. We were talking about never mind. I'll talk about this off mic with you guys. It's about the Harry Potter shit that we've been doing. So she dies. We go to the fraternity party. Timothy Oliphant finally says, "Empire Strikes Back," and I was like, "Hey, finally!" And then, of course, Jamie Kennedy pulls out the old like, "Plan not doesn't count. It's only Aliens and The Godfather are the only ones that work." That's what this is where they talk about blowjobs. This is where they say harmonica style blowjobs are okay, but that's the only thing.
Before we get to that,
Before we get to the
Mickey does
harmonica
have-
style blowjobs, okay,
yeah,
what?
Mickey does have a line that made me really appreciate his character when Hallie walks by and she's like, "I did like those furry little guys, though." He's like, Ewoks, they suck."
Yeah, I wrote down, oh, look, an Ewok hater. Because we did, I don't know if you know this, Ben, we just spent a month doing all Star Wars stuff, and we talked about how every era of Star Wars has Star Wars haters that hate on specific things, and Ewoks was like kind of the first one, right? Where people who loved Star Wars would be like, "You ruined Star Wars," and I'll tell you right now, 100% of the hate right now is the Ewok heat. We don't like.
But nobody
only
hated
response to
banthas or
that is-
wappas.
Yeah, just yup, no.
Yub nub.
I saw a DVD cover or something when it was like some cartoon for kids, and it was like an Ewok named Nub, and it wasn't like the old Ewok cartoon. It was some next new thing. Maybe it was on a streaming service.
Maybe it was a
Nub.
porn parody.
Maybe a dream.
Nub the Ewok.
The Adventures of Nub.
It almost sounds like an action. Sometimes you just got to nub the Ewok.
Sometimes you gotta nub the Ewok. Sometimes you gotta yub nub. Yub.
Sometimes you
Sometimes
yub.
gotta
Sometimes you nub.
nub. Yeah, there you go. Jason,
If we're not yubbing, you're nubbing.
There you go. I think we're getting there. Yeah, if you're not yubbing,
Yeah.
you're nubbing. That's pretty good.
I'd buy that shirt.
Actually, oh look, an Ewok
How much
hater
money
was
would you pay for it?
25.
after
$1.
Ewok hater, or sorry, just before Ewok hater, my note was harmonica style? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I think I know what that means, but I don't really know.
Yeah, circular breathing on the knob.
Yeah.
I think it just means like doing it like this.
Oh,
That's what I
like
thought.
corn on the
harmonica
cob
style.
style.
Yeah. Corn on the knob style.
Cob knob.
Cob knob.
Yeah,
Yub
cob
nub
knob.
and cob knob, the newest
Yeah.
Ewoks coming. The stars of the Grogu and Mandalorian movie.
Funny fact, Timothy Oliphant plays a character named Cobb in Star Wars. Cobb Vanth.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on
Yeah.
like most eyes.
Because in the original script, he was called Cobb Gobbler, but he was like, I feel like that's too much.
I don't want to be called this. I think I have enough, legacy in acting.
got
now
enough
that I don't have to be
clout,
called
yeah, like,
Cobb
why not?
Knobbler.
Cobb Nobbler. That's not even what it is. It's a Cobb Gobbler, but Cobb Nobbler or Yub Nubbler.
Can I at least play a colonel?
Yeah, Colonel Yub Nubbler.
Colonel Cobb.
Colonel Cobb Nobbler. Okay, so Sliders is at the party too. Everyone is a suspect, but I do like that when everybody clears out of the house because they've realized that Buffy's been murdered. They go back into the house, and then they get separated. He runs back in, and then she finds him bleeding. And there's a look. This is like a Nev Campbell, like, oh, she is killing it right now as an actor. Because I think that she is a good actor, and I think that these movies are a good showcase for it because she is conveying like enough emotion, but also thought process. And I'm not sure how much of it is her, the music plus the camera work, but like it really works when the camera's zooming in on her and he's bleeding from his arm. And he's like, he just nicked me or whatever. And you can see like 10 emotions on her face right now, which is like, I'm concerned about him. I'm concerned about me, but also this is what happened to me before. And holy shit, he might be the killer right now. And it's all, it might be just me projecting on the movie. And I'd be really interested.
No.
Somebody's
You're right. She does that.
with me if they'd never seen this movie before, but me watching it, I'm like, oh, she suspects him immediately.
She
like,
does that a few times in this movie with Derek, where she's looking at him and she goes through that range of emotions. And that's how you know that she's a good actor, because when you're watching her do that, you're recognizing, you're reliving all of Scream 1 in those moments, which is so fucking cool. And not a lot of actors can do that, because a lot of the actors in this movie are kind of like one-dimensional. Like weirdly enough, like Dewey and Randy are able to like show their range of acting, and not a lot of other people are. Timothy Oliphant's pretty one note. He's either just like subdued or like going crazy. But I think Nev Campbell is a great actor, and it's weird that she never really had that big acting role outside of Scream. She's obviously been in stuff. But
I assume there's probably a certain level of typecasting that was going on, and she probably was turning down a lot of stuff, which in the world of acting, if you're a woman and do that, you're difficult, and if you're a man, it's like, oh, he's holding out. I mean, but if you're a pretty boy who does that, then you can get it's the same deal. But like, yeah.
I have a question for both of you, because I noticed something years ago, and I've mentioned to other people who watched the movie, and nobody can give me an answer. And maybe it's just a mistake or a coincidence. But when Derek is attacked, he's wearing like a blue and white plaid shirt over a gray t-shirt with like the blue like frat letters and blue jeans. Dewey goes to save him. He's wearing a blue shirt under his jacket. Cut to the hospital. Sid's there wearing blue jeans and a blue denim shirt, and Mickey sits down next to her. He's wearing blue jeans and a blue sweater. It's like everyone's wearing the exact same color, and I figure like that has to be for a reason, but I've never been able to figure it out.
Was the
Do you think I'm looking too much into it? They all have onions on their belts.
I mean, sure it would, yeah.
If we're going by lightsaber rules, then it's just to make us all think that they're all good guys.
That's kind of what I was.
That could very well be it. Really.
And you know what? They did talk about Empire Strikes Back not fucking 4 minutes ago in the movie.
Yeah.
So it could be exactly that. Like
that's sort of where I really like that idea.
That's sort of where I was going to go with it, but I think also literally like those were the colors and the styles of that era. So it might be a little bit of both. I do like the lightsaber of it all. The new segment on the show that we're doing now, the lightsaber of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting observation.
Because I mean, color is usually important, and it usually does have something to do with what's happening on screen. But in movies like Scream, they aren't often getting that deep into it in a way that something like like a Wes Anderson movie where every single frame is utilizing color in order to
Yeah.
tell a story. That's not something that Scream is really concerning itself about, but it also is a thing that those particular scenes are involving quite a bit of blood, and red does show up on blue a lot more
Yeah, that makes sense.
vividly.
This movie is way more colorful than the first one. When I think of the first Scream, I think of the ghost face and then blacks and browns. And when I think about this movie, I think specifically about the scene that we're getting to here soon, where it's like a stage play and there's a lot of reds and whites. And
I think
and
that both are pretty vivid. Like they have like a lot of vivid colors. And I mean that's just something that Wes Anderson always does, right? Like he doesn't really like muting things down. Like even when you watch like New Nightmare and shit, it's like so hyper vivid and very 90s and like colorful and shit, right? And like the lighting is always really dynamic, and that is the same with this. I don't know if you guys like it, but I fucking love when they're doing the play. Like I think it's cool. I'm like, oh, this is weird and cool, and I like it.
Honestly, the first time I watched it, I wasn't a fan, but this time around,
you guys don't like Agamemnon?
No, this time around, I did like it. I was going to ask you guys once we got to it, but it's Agamemnon. Is it? I thought it was some sort of take on Julius Caesar, but it's not.
No, it's Agamemnon. It's the play where it's the play where it's like the soldiers are coming back from the Trojan War or whatever.
Okay. So it is a little bit tied to that, but
of my problem with this whole story taking place in a larger setting is that, yeah, a lot of people think you can probably get away with more in a crowd, but then there's also a better chance of somebody in the crowd seeing what's happening, and nobody ever does in this movie.
Oh, well, so for me, like the part where she freaks out during the play, I always thought that was supposed to be like in her head. Like I thought it was like
you see them running away.
I know you see them running away.
When we get to that, I was gonna bring it up.
Anyway, we're not there yet, but also like that specific Greek tragedy has to do with like cyclical violence and the impact of violence, and like it does sort of play into like the whole. It's almost like a reflection of like what they're talking about in film class, where it's like, you know, and what his whole motivation is. It's like it's very deliberate that they chose that play for this story, right? Like,
no, I agree. I think that is a little too smart for this movie compared to
that's what I recognize.
I think that it's a little bit too dumb because it's like a very like they probably just like were like asking their film like, what's a story about cyclical violence, and someone's like,
that's what I recognized on
my
my second viewing of this movie this week. I kind of like threw that to the side as something like, whatever, this doesn't matter. But watching it the second time, I was like, oh, this play that she's in is what she's going through in her life. And then also Ghostface shows up, the masks being such a huge element of the play.
I was really hoping that he would kill somebody wearing that whole outfit,
right? Because then you have the pantheon of all the masks in all the Scream movies, but then you have a prehistoric version of the Ghostface mask in that pantheon. That is,
it also would have been like a cool thing to establish
from a Trojan War theater piece.
It would have been cool if they established that like he dressed up in a different masked murderer costume, and then like they use that throughout the Scream movies. Every once in a while, like he'll show up in a completely different costume, and then but like he always goes back to the ghost face, but like sometimes he'll show up in like a weird other costume. You know?
That was
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, that was my exact thought while I was realizing that this means more than I previously thought it did, because I think that if you're going to show all, like, you know how they do those YouTube videos of showing all the masks of a killer in a row.
Yeah.
I think that the masks that they show from this Roman era should be included as.
I feel like in Jason, in your like kaleidoscopic mind, I feel like it like got clarity for a moment, and like the evolution of man, where it's like a monkey to like you have like a bunch of serial killers with different like costumes, like, up until it's Ghostface.
No,
like,
it also.
I know you're making a joke and you're making light of me as usual.
We should do that. That was a drawing. That'd be funny.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I think it makes a lot of
Right,
sense too,
evolution.
going along with what I said earlier about how everybody would have pulled that costume from the shelves.
Mhm.
So you need a new one.
Yeah.
And where this is based at the university or the college where they're doing this play, if that was the new costume, I would have no problem with that. I think that would be ingenious.
Especially because they
But where do you
established
go from there?
later on that all the frat guys go and raid the costume department, and they're all
Yeah.
wearing, and they take him there, but they're not wearing the masks for some reason. They should all be wearing the masks, and then have the killer be in the mask, and just like have him kill a couple people in the mat. Like, what are you doing? Kill fucking Ellen's wife. You know, she's been in the movie enough that you can kill her. Like, give me one of those death sequences. But the movie didn't do it. I feel like there's probably a version of the script where that was the idea. Like, why otherwise did they have all of this going on, this elaborate pageantry and these costumes, and like have him wear it at one point? It's like, it
Wes
seems
will make it scary.
right. Yeah. And Wes fucked it up. Like,
Yeah.
whoopsies. Or they scratch it out, like, and then he scratches it out, and underneath it writes Wes. It's like, I scratched this. I did not make that scary. So going back to the story, everybody is suspect at this point, but I've even written my notes here, like, everyone is suspect, but Sequel Man really wants to make a good sequel. I think that he is evil. And I think this is where we go to the cafeteria sequence, which I think is the dumbest moment in the entire movie, and also is literally only there to have his death set up at the end, because he gives his letters away to her or whatever, right? His necklace that he has.
Yeah.
But my main note is Sliders is a turd. He's making this whole thing about him. He's sulking. She who just witnessed a murder and got attacked, and he's getting disappointed that he doesn't sit next to her in the cafeteria. Also, by the way, where he pulls the seat out would have totally thrown off the balance of that table, conversation wise. He's like, sit next to me, but like the way everyone's set up, she has to sit there. If she sits over there, someone else has to move.
Yeah, her back would be to the camera. Also, I wrote cringe singing scene. Yikes! Sydney should be suspicious of any man who acts unhinged.
Yeah.
There's a line in that song that says, if you say, hey, go away, I will. There's a line in that song. And then I wrote, I'd say, hey, go away faster than you can say, hey. Because it's so. And then under that, I wrote, if an ugly person did this, the whole room would be fucking hucking food at them.
Yeah, but
He gets away with it because he's a
problem.
shitty frat bro.
Which bugs me every time I watch this scene, is Mickey, when they're like, what's he doing? And he's like, Tom Cruise, Top Gun 1986. I'm like, well, first of all, it was in a bar. It was a different song. So what you're referencing by Tom Cruise, Top Gun 1986 is a guy singing to a girl.
I wonder if like they filmed him saying that, and they had him singing a different song, and then they couldn't get the rights to that song, so they had to switch it.
What's that loving feeling? Yeah. Can you
But
imagine?
for some reason they couldn't get Timmy back to redo the line, and he's like,
It's just him doing Rasputin by Boney M.
or turn around.
Oh god, it was just
yeah.
it's very cringy. It's very bad. I think it's my most
It's
hated
embarrassing.
scene in this movie.
I think it's my most hated scene in all of the Scream franchise.
Did you know this is the scene that every actor who auditioned for Derek had to do? That was their audition scene.
That would be the difference between me auditioning and not auditioning. If they said you have to
Same.
stand up in a cafeteria and sing, I'd be like,
Sing, I think I love you. No.
yeah. It's not good. It's bad. And then he gives her a necklace, and like as soon as he takes off the necklace, I'm like, what is this? It's gonna be like a pendant with his like dead grandmother's name in it or whatever. And then like, no, it's the letters of so everybody who becomes a part of this frat house gets like a platinum necklace with the title of the.
Sure. It is my most hated scene in the movie that leads right into one of my most favorite scenes.
I mean, it also doubles down on how much I hate fraternities. Like, I just like the concept of fraternities is disgusting and weird to me. The only time that I like it is when it's in like a porno parody or something. I'm like, all right, horny men fucking each other. but not in real life. I don't want to see it in real life. It'd be weird and creepy.
In the year of our Lord 2026, we're coming off the heels of seeing a news article where some police went into a fraternity and went down into the basement where there's like an inch of, I think, spoiled milk on the floor, and all the frat. Okay, bye guys. There's a bunch of frat guys with like blindfolds on, and nobody wants to like. The police are like, get out of here.
The guy who's like,
No one's here. We're not allowed to talk about
yeah.
it. Get out of here.
And I agree. Like, frat culture is so fucking gross to me that the fact that the song is "I Think I Love You." I hate that song almost as much as I hate the song "Put the Lime in the Coconut and Drink them both up," and it really bugs me.
That or like a mashup between the two.
I would turn the movie off. But I agree with you. I think if I had to audition for this, and that's this scene is the scene that I had to do.
You know what? I forgot about.
You know
that.
what?
I forgot about that body cam footage. I also saw that, and I was like, "This is disturbing."
It's scarier than all the Scream movies combined.
Yeah, and I know a few people that have been in fraternities, and almost all of them have a very twisted perspective on reality. Like,
not to get super political, but like, there's a pipeline from having to do this shit to hiling Hitler. You know what I mean? Like, there's a through line to becoming the most disgusting.
I have no evidence to support that, but I mean, like, I do know that everybody that I've interacted with that's been in a fraternity seems to have a very specific perspective. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Jason over here being like, all fraternities are Nazis.
Sure.
I kind of said that, but I also agree with what I said. So
he's done what?
This message approved by Jason.
Based off all of the millionaire nightmare people being from fraternities. Did you see the movie Skulls? I think it's called.
With Joshua Jackson.
Yeah.
I think it's called Skull and Bones, but
that is the society.
Oh, is it just called Skulls?
The Skulls. Yeah, there's 3
Skulls. The Skulls sounds like a biker gang. Anyway,
well,
let's not talk about this because I feel like we're going to get targeted by it.
I want to talk about the next thing in my notes where we get another look at the Stab movie, and I kind of want to watch this Stab movie, especially where Luke Wilson shows up.
It felt like you're watching a scary movie all of a sudden. You're like, because the way his hair looks like a wig, but you're like, is that a wig or is that his real hair? I can't tell. Whatever. But at the same, when he goes like, stupid.
what a genius thing to do in a movie where you put almost a parody level, like, in their reality, this movie is what we witnessed as Scream, but our third level of this, it looks like a hilarious wrong telling of the original story, but also super like lore accurate and super like the lines are exactly 1-to-1. It's
not even that the lines are 1-to-1. It's like it's earnest. Like they're playing. They're trying to be acting as though they're in Scream the first time, right? Like, and
it's also a throwback to the first movie.
Yeah.
Tatum says they'll probably make a movie about it, and Sydney says, with my luck, they cast Tori Spelling.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
which is exactly what happens.
I do like that. Jamie Kennedy is like complaining about the fact that he's being played by some guy who's only been in a couple episodes of like ER or something. And he's like, you got David Schwimmer playing you, which is like funny because friends, we all know Friends. Yeah. But I think this is the best conversation in the movie because some of my favorite stuff from the first movie is him ranting and raving about the structure and how these movies are supposed to operate, and that's just sort of the next level of this, right? Where and like there's like very cute nature to it where when he's like, no, maybe we don't move on, and he's like, well, if I'm a suspect, you're a suspect, and he's like, all right, maybe we do move on then. Like it's like shit, I didn't know you were gonna do that.
This is the best setup for people starting to question Dewey, because he's like, yeah, what's up with that lip, by the way, because you got stabbed in the back. It's like, severed nerve. Like, well, and like, how do we know you're not a suspect? And like you said, like, well, if I'm a suspect, you're a
suspect too.
And the look in his face is, good point.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, yeah, okay, well, let's move on then.
It's great.
I do like that. Like there is I mean, I feel like this is the movie trying to add a layer of like he could be faking this in the same way
Yeah.
that like Kevin Spacey is faking the same gag that they do at the end of Scary Movie where he walks away and he's like ding ding and he's like smoking.
That was my big realization. I was like, oh, they made Dewey like that in Scary Movie because of the way that Dewey is in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
They made him way worse. They made him offensive even.
I
And
know,
it
they
looks
made him
like they're bringing
offensively.
him back somehow. But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the trailer for the new Scary
I
Movie?
can't wait.
No, I didn't watch it because I'm probably going to go see it in theaters, and it's one of those things where I don't want any of the like gags to be pre.
You don't want to be spoiled for a scary movie.
No, because of I don't want. I've seen all the movies they're going to be referencing, and I want to be surprised. I'm sorry, Steve. It's just the way that my brain is. I'm sorry.
Jason, I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that one. I wish I hadn't seen the trailer because it is definitely going to be a theater film for me as well.
Yeah, like
Movie, not a
I
film.
know that they made a they them joke, but like the Wayans have also said like it's gonna be so offensive you're not even gonna be able to handle it. And I'm like, you know what?
I don't think
Bring,
that's
you know,
true.
And
I think
wokeness, guys.
They
They're
probably
gonna be
made a
very
bunch of
subdued.
jokes. They probably made a bunch of jokes that they think are going to offend people.
Yes.
People are just going to roll their eyes and be like, "That's a joke from like 10 years ago, and it wasn't really that funny back then."
But the thing is like they're finally making their third movie. It's you know
Yeah,
what I
no,
mean?
I'm excited too. I think that Brenda is like one of the funniest characters to ever be committed to screen.
Yeah.
She's so
Same.
fucking funny. And I like the Wayans brothers, and I like the scary movies up until like the third one. Or actually, the fourth one's okay too. Like I think they're all kind of
The
fun. Like,
Signs
they're-
one
they're
I
all right.
liked. Like I remember.
So did
liking
I. I
the
remember.
one-
I mean, I
yeah.
also was like, I was on the wacky tobacco when I saw that one, but I remember like like pissing myself for the first 5 minutes of that movie. Like I couldn't stop laughing. I'm like, this is so funny. When the dogs are like working on the farm equipment, I'm like, this is hilarious. You guys seeing this? Like, I did a full Jada Pinkett Smith. I turned around and I was like, you guys watching this thing right now?
We're gonna
First-
get
first
we're
for
gonna
me,
get
and
a
that
new
was
Mel
it.
Brooks parody, and we're gonna get Scary Movie and Spaceballs in the same year. Crazy.
Laser
We're
saddles.
back. We're so fucking back, bro.
Imagine, you know what's gonna happen though is Spaceballs is gonna come out and there's gonna be a character in it and he's gonna have a laser hook. And we're gonna be so upset.
We won't be able to make our laser hook shirt. Also, I watched Blazing Saddles recently, and honestly, not only does it not hold up for the reasons that you think, it doesn't hold up in that the sense of humor is sort of like lost 50 years later.
Mhm.
Oh, I mean, most comedies in general, it's like
Yeah.
it's rough. I think like Airplane still works because they have these like
It's so
there's an ambiguity to a lot of the stuff that
Yes.
it's not fully
Yeah.
trying to be offensive, and
but
just
it's so
like,
dry. It's not trying to like be
Yeah.
provocative at all. It's just Leslie.
Well, they have that
Nielsen
character
not
who's clearly meant to be gay, but like he's just doing stuff that's odd. But like
Yeah.
it's like that's pansy-ish, but it's like it's so funny. She's like, "What's that?" Like he's like reading it. He's like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "What's that?" And he's like, "It's a crane." And he's like
Yeah.
folding it into different things. Or whatever. You're like, "That's hilarious!" Like that's very funny. Anyway, different movie and different franchise. We should all go see it together. Ben, do you live in Ontario? I don't remember.
No.
Oh, damn it.
No,
Okay.
he moved away a
No.
few years ago, and I hate it every day.
It's
You guys
been
never
5
really-
years.
You guys
Ben
got to
specifically come
probably-
here to watch Scary Movie
Yeah.
7 with us or whatever it is.
Like you guys probably met each other in real life a couple times, but you never met each other in real life under the context of doing a podcast together 12 times.
No.
I'll fly up for a podcast. I have no problem.
Hell yeah.
Well, then
I'd
that's
love
when,
that.
that's when we have to rent the studio.
I'll
Yeah.
fly up and film from a different room.
Hey, check this out. Baxter Stockman.
Oh yeah. Okay. So this is, I mean, yeah, the coffee conversation is really good. I think it's like a perfect encapsulation of what I loved about the first movie and kind of compacted into one sequence of events. But I also think the play is pretty cool. I like that, but I do not like that this fucking guy is being like, well, Sydney, you just need to
Thank you.
fuck off and use your pain to, put it into your acting. And it's like, I just got attacked the other night by like a
Yeah.
murderer. And one of my acquaintances was thrown off a building. He's like, use it. use it, put it into your art. And you're like, oh.
But then she
I
does
don't believe you.
when
Yeah.
she says that line and then she re-says the line. I was like, oh fuck, okay.
Yeah, exactly. He makes her say it again. He's like, believe in yourself as an artist. This will blow over and everything will be great. And then you'll be like a Daniel Day-Lewis up there.
Which is what
She's
you
like, yeah, my left foot.
I was about to say, you ever seen My Left Foot? Pretty good.
just exploiting her.
You ever seen? Have you ever seen TMNT2: Secret of the Ooze? Pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good. I played Baxter Stockman. I took a giant.
No, he
dandelion
can't
and I
reveal.
snapped it in half.
He just has to say that. and then
You ever
he
take a
can't.
giant dandelion and snap it in half because it's too large? How about that?
Um,
Is that better?
And then the boyfriend. Oh, I mean, well, they go through the, and I like the artistry of it. I think it's kind of cool and interesting. And they did something. It reminds me of what the New Nightmare, the Babylonian ending of New Nightmare, where everything is just like very sort of grand and interesting. It's like he's playing around with that here, and it's good. I think that the design of the costumes and the masks and the set stuff is good, and like he's just like having a fun moment of filming something that he wouldn't necessarily put in anything else.
I think New Nightmare could be called Scream -1.
Scream -1.
No, come on. I think that's pretty good. It came to me in a dream just now.
I don't understand the joke.
And the joke is
Like
just
a
that
sleep
it's
demon.
it's a Scream movie, but it's just got Freddy Krueger in it. And it's like, sorry, it's Scream 0. Is that better for your sensibilities?
Oh, New Nightmare could be called Scream 0.
Yeah. Or
Oh.
-1.
Shin Scream.
Okay.
Shin
Was-
Scream?
Wait, yeah. Well, yeah, because he was playing with the idea of meta stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about okay. I
We
understand. the
did.
joke.
We've already done Scream 1 and we've already done New Nightmare. I just it hit me like a lightning bolt.
like a lightning bolt.
Yeah. Just like in the sequence where there's a
You're like, I think I love you. Do-do-do-do-do. And we're like,
I'm gonna
stop.
get up on my
stop.
chair and sing to you guys.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Can you imagine him just stepping on the edge of the table and the table just collapses? on its
Dude,
side?
literally the table that I have here can easily be like, I can't see it really, but yeah.
This is
Could
one of those
happen.
situations where Jason thinks he's like, I think I love you. And then like we're actually just seeing him. He's like, mommy, mommy, mommy on the ground with like a bunch of
Mommy.
papers and shit around him.
Failed under gold.
Shit, my notes.
So anyway, he sees or she sees the man show up, the ghost man show up, and he's like, he's got a real knife, and everyone's like, and she's doing her Agamemnon play thing, and then she freaks out, and everyone's like, what's going on, Sydney? Are you all right? And then the secret of the ooze man comes up and he's like, oh no, she's discovered the secret of the ooze. Sydney, come back. And then she runs away. And then what's his name? Derek shows up for whatever reason. And then this is one thing that like I was watching the movie, but I was short on time. So I was like, she thinks someone else was supposed to come. And he's like, we switched places. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And she's upset that someone else didn't come. Who was it supposed to be Randy or something, or her roommate, or
I think it's supposed to be Mickey. I think Mickey was supposed to be in that play, and then Derek shows up because he's like, "Oh, Mickey was editing video," which makes it like more so that they're in cahoots, and also one of them was the killer that was going
Okay.
after her. During
This is
the
a thing
sequence.
that my brain didn't process this properly, and I think it was supposed to process it as like a misdirect, and my brain just didn't fire here. So this could be maybe why I still like always suspected Mickey. But my main note is this boyfriend really sucks ass, because once again he's like, am I supposed to just like sit here and like take all this? And she's like, yeah. Do you not realize that like multiple people have been murdered? I've gone through something crazy. I've killed people in my life, and like it's happening again. And he's like, fine, I'm just gonna go back to my best friend John Rhys Davies and we're gonna slide. That's a slide.
I think this is the perfect example showing that this movie is about 20 minutes too long.
Yeah, I mean this movie could be 20 minutes in total.
Everything could be 20 minutes in total. Everything could just be an episode of a TV show.
But this leads to my next kind of idea of like what I was saying earlier, where safety is relative, and it's relative to what you put yourself into within this movie and what you're seeing around you, because anything can be a dangerous situation. And this next scene proves it once again, as the first opening sequence did, which is that a bunch of them are in the park talking about what's been going on. And I can't remember what the conversation is about, but Sydney's there, everyone's there, but so are Dewey and Courtney Cox.
I think they're just talking about like the situation they're in.
Yeah, they're just,
And,
it's sort of like it's a
they're
mid-movie
waiting for a
recap.
call from, yeah,
They're basically like listing everything that's happened so far and like what they're going to do next.
which is unnecessary. Like, I just want to say, from a movie making standpoint, you don't need to have a mid-movie
I
recap.
think though, you know, some movies will have flashbacks of things that happened like 30 seconds ago. So like this I'm okay with this. Where
You're
at
right.
least it's
You're
also
right.
just letting everybody vent. Like have everybody who hasn't said something in a while say something to justify.
I
the
think what's
cost.
incredible
Fair.
about this sequence is that like Randy goes into full Randy mode on the phone with Ghostface, and he's actually taunting him and calling all his spots, which I think is
Yeah.
great.
But also,
Well,
you
I
know,
think-
like you paid $500,000 for Courtney Cox to be in this movie. Let Courtney Cox have a moment here where she can have like a freak out run around the quad scene, you know, and like, yeah, we need it.
Yeah.
And I
think
like
this
this
was-
sequence. I think it's got a good balance of comedy and tension, but like the tension is not necessarily working that way because it is mostly comedic, right? Like they're running around grabbing people's cell phones and being like, "Who is this?" It's like, this
Yeah,
is
Randy's
Victoria?
favorite horror movie is Showgirls, which we covered on this very program.
Yeah. And he says, very scary. very, very scary. Very
I think this is a real horrible misuse of the Randy character, because he was such a coward in the first film, and after surviving that ordeal, he's starting to become like more confident. He's overcoming his insecurities, and as soon as he goes into full like, I'm gonna mock you, you're not gonna do anything to me, he's done.
He's
Yeah.
done.
And like, well, what was the point of any of this for this character? His character arc is a complete waste.
I think that his character arc should have been more than 2 movies, considering
Yeah.
how everything that he says is sort of the linchpin for what Scream is,
Exactly.
right? And also, I think it's
Yeah.
hilarious that there's that scene where they're over, they grab a phone from a guy, and then fucking Dewey comes flying in, jumps down on the
Mhm.
guy, which was also like, it's funny, and that's what I like about Wes Craven and all the things I've seen that he's done. It's like he adds this element of comedy. But that said, I think there's moments that need to be played more seriously, and I think that this element of Randy looking around and taunting Ghostface, while Ghostface ends up being in a van over there, I think that the slapstick element and the him taunting him should have been toned down a little bit, considering he fucking gets stabbed to death in a very like unceremonious death scene.
It's very insulting
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
the character.
I think there's
But
also like a very subversive way you could shoot this whole sequence. And unfortunately, I think it involves him being alone. Like you can't have Gail and
Right,
Dewey there as
yeah.
well. But I don't think that was the goal, right? Like I
Yeah.
don't think this was supposed to be. Everything about it is comedic. Everything is comedically timed. Everything is comedically shot for the most part. And like I said before, a convenient boombox. Like as soon as he gets ripped into that thing, like there's these guys that come around the corner, like it's like, how did what the fuck? Like how did that?
You want to say convenient? What if he didn't walk next to the van?
Mhm.
He survives.
Well, yeah, but I mean, exactly. So everything about this whole sequence is
Yeah.
convenient. He
But
could
did
have
anyone
maybe.
notice the whole Dewey thing? Dewey
I
can't
noticed the
walk
whole-
upstairs or downstairs properly, but he can like vault himself over.
Well, I wanted to
6-foot brick
ask you
wall.
guys from a movie making standpoint too, like from a stuntman standpoint, how many times did David Arquette have to jump down onto that guy
Yeah,
for that scene? And that's
I mean,
what they
We don't
what the
know.
capture.
Maybe once. Maybe he did a perfect first go, and Wes was like, "You
And
got
I
it."
always think about that. I think there are some scenes in movies that they got it on the first, and I think this is one of them. Or you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, famously, Clint Eastwood doesn't do more than like 2 takes. He's just like, unless
Yeah.
you really fuck your lineup, he's like, got it. We're moving on.
Well, I'm
that's how I would
looking
be if
at
I was an actor.
this scene right now, and there is no mark on the ground. So
Right.
it had to have been staged perfectly for Arquette to hit that guy. So I'm guessing it took multiple takes.
And then when he's talking to his
50
mom,
takes.
I mean,
Yes.
this is what I mean to say is like it's all comedic, right? Like when they keep picking up the phones and it's like, who is this? It's like, who the fuck is this? And it's like clearly
Yeah,
woman's voice, and she's like, this, and she's like, this is Gail Weathers, the famous author. Like when she's like yelling at the person on the phone, Dewey's like, it's fine. If it's not the right guy, let's move on. And then when they tackle that guy, they give the phone back, and he's like, no, I'm fine, mom. It's just some crazy
Yeah.
people. Like, he
Loved it.
walks away. Meanwhile, our best friend Randy is getting stabbed to death in the van. I really did. This is like the one death that I felt like, but also I think it's because like I knew Gail was coming back. I knew that Dewey was coming back because I've seen the other movies. I know they don't die. But when I saw him, I'm like, I don't recall him coming back. I think this might be his real death. And it is his real death. And like you say, it's shitty. Like it's like you're killing off a character that not only is like interesting and fun, but like could make future installations of the movie more interesting and more fun by just him being there.
But why kill Randy?
Because I mean, in terms of the story, Mickey hated him. He fucking hates him. He wants to kill him. There, like he's doing this because he wants to become famous via this court thing, but he does not like him. Out of all the characters in the movie, he hates Randy.
But yeah, I get that. But I remember looking into like when I found out that you can figure out who killed who in Scream. I remember when this came out, I read a similar thing. And it's like you can tell who killed who in Scream 2, and the consensus was that it was Debbie Salt. It was Mrs. Loomis who killed Randy. Not
For
Mickey.
what reason?
That's my question.
I can't see a reason why, or maybe because he was also part of the first like killing of her son. I guess that would be a reason for her to want to do it. But for me, like calling him specifically, that would be Mickey. Like, why would she call him specific? Like, she doesn't really have any reason to want to kill him.
Yeah, and I found the whole motive for this is like, let's kill Sydney. Why kill everybody else? Why kill Cece? Oh, because it's a nickname for Casey, who was killed in the first movie. It has nothing to do with Sydney
Right, and
whatsoever.
we glossed over that a little bit, but the whole the Westboro, I can't not Westboro, but the whole thing is like he's using
Woodsboro.
people Woodsboro with similar names to be the people that he targets to kill, which I thought was really interesting to do.
Well, I
I mean,
think
they
that
only focus in on it for like a minute, and they don't really elaborate. But
They are trying to they're trying to establish, or I mean, at least Mickey is. He's trying to establish this sort of like reasonable base of like how a movie made him go crazy or whatever, right? So he has these strategic ideas of how to kill, whereas mom is just financing it all, right? And as they say, we met on the internet in this a psycho chat room, which is like, again, this movie is like, it's almost like doing more for its like detriment than it's good, where it's like the internet is also crazy. That's where everybody's wild.
We have Call Display and Star 69 and the internet now. You can go to Usenet group. Guys,
I went to a website last night called Star 69 Grandmas, and I was pleasantly surprised.
Can I just need a brief interlude here. Our friend of the show, pal of the show, Jameel Robinson, he's been going through some family stuff right now, and he did get the answer right this week. And I wanted to read off something that he posted for us to say. He was going to post a video, but he couldn't. So I just want to say this. I love Scream 2. And it is a movie I absolutely was obsessed with. When the movie was first making its rounds, I printed out the script, 1 page at a time while in high school. It was one of the fake scripts, but it was always precious to me. When the movie released, I tried for hours trying to sneak in to see it. Being just 1 year underage seemed like the worst luck in the world. And after multiple attempts, I got stuck watching Flubber instead. Still, I appreciate the film, and it is my second favorite of the series. Good luck tonight. You all always crush it. So thanks, Jamil.
Thanks, Jamil. We love you a lot. And you
That's
know what?
wonderful.
Maybe we should do Flubber on the show and bring him on just to torture him. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe he loves Flubber. Maybe he had like some sort of weird awakening. He was like, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me. Watching Flubber. I like Flubber, actually. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember that movie being fine.
I remember seeing that movie in theaters. Not this movie. I would have been way too young. I was so young when I saw Flubber. I was also obsessed with Flubber for a while. Remember that part where where he eats the flubber, comes out his butt?
He bounces out. It bounces all over the place. He gets big and fat and bounces.
Remember when like he's got the flubber in the gun and he's squirting Robin Williams in the face and he's like, no, give it to him. Give it to him. Or he's like shooting him in the hand. He's like, no, give it to him in his face. And he like shoots him in the face.
What if instead of Flubber, Eddie Murphy played Flubber? Or Robin Williams played the Nutty Professor? Think about it. Anyway.
As the Shaggy DA.
Yeah, as the Shaggy DA.
I don't understand.
I wrote down, I guess that's it for Randy. I thought he lasted.
Wait, hold on. Is the joke like that? It's like the flubby professor? Like, what is the joke? I don't understand the joke.
No real
I
joke.
love that
Just
title.
Just Robin Williams doing the Nutty Professor, I think, would have been great. It wasn't a joke. It was just an observation.
I thought that there was some sort of underlying joke I didn't understand. But I think the flubby professor is a good title.
Yeah. I thought he lasted longer in the series. Okay, we see some shoes. What does that mean?
Oh, that's just to show that he took his, because he comes out and you can see the robe or like the robe. It's just to show that he's taking off the costume. Which he should have done before he got out, right? At least one or two people would have seen him take that fucking costume off. Convenient boombox. Cotton is a straight up idiot. Okay, so this is the library sequence.
They're in the library. My note for that is, oh shit, a DM death threat. 1997 exclamation point. This movie looks so good in HD. I keep forgetting it's nearly 30. And when you guys were talking earlier about having the gate, having the like bits of like dust on it and looking like an old movie, I didn't have that.
You did.
It does. Well, the print that I was watching was in 1080p, and it didn't have. It looked.
Jason, I watched the same one you watched. I downloaded it from your fucking file.
Well, I'm telling you, I legitimately thought this movie. I kept forgetting that this movie was from 1997 because of how high definition it was. Thank you for enlightening me.
I don't know how many times I got to tell you. I don't know how many times I got to tell you on this podcast that when things are filmed on film, it is always going to look good.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes,
fair enough.
When things are filmed on video, it's shit. It looks like shit, and they cannot upscale it. When things are filmed on film, they can, if they have the original film print, as long as it was like a big enough film print, they can just keep upscaling that forever. And because it's like a line, it's like drawing a line versus making a line with pixels. You zoom in on the line, it'll pixelate. Film versus video doesn't have that same quality, right?
That's the problem with 28 Days Later.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll never look good.
It's funny you say that because 28 Days Later and Party Monster have that same thing where the scan lines are almost like ingrained in it because of.
But it was also filmed at like the highest low grade at the time, right? And like that's what it was, and it can never become better than that. They have to go back and reshoot it. But stuff that was filmed on film, if they have the original film prints, they can always make it look better.
Also, did your ex-boyfriend ever murder anybody the way that Michael Eng murdered that guy because that actor reminds me of your ex-boyfriend. I won't say any names.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
It's not talking to me.
Yeah. I don't know, but as far as I know, he hasn't murdered anybody. But
Because Macaulay Culkin and your ex-boyfriend remind me of each other. Of them.
I wouldn't be surprised if it came out at some point that he had. I wouldn't be surprised if I realized I was a ghost and I was murdered by him.
Yeah, if you accidentally killed a guy because you were also wasted.
Oh, listen, I live between two mental health facilities, and sometimes I think that maybe I'm in a third one in between. And I'm like, am I just locked up in here and I don't realize it?
Yeah, this is a good point too. TNG has the, if you watch it on the wrong cut, it has that fucking scan lines, man.
Well, yeah, that's filmed on video, right? That's the 90s, baby.
Yeah, the original
There we
series
go.
was filmed on film. Yeah,
That's why. Yeah, that's why
let's
when you
for the
watch.
win.
Yeah, when you watch.
that's why it looks incredible when you watch
Captain
old.
Kirk's like,
old
hello,
transcripts.
and you're like, whoa, look how handsome he was.
Yeah,
What
unbeknownst to
all-
all of us, the original Ghostface mask was actually a William Shatner mask.
Yeah, what a deep cut. That's not even that deep a cut.
No, it was a
Slightly
Leonard.
melted.
Yeah, it was
melted and
it was a
stretched.
Leonard Nimoy mask that they left in the sun. They're like, oh fuck, our whole concept is fucked.
Our whole concept is fucked.
We were gonna make a
Live
Leonard-
long and what's your favorite scary movie?
fuck off and prosper.
Live long in Haddonfield. Which you won't, because you'll die.
Anyway, the library sequence shows us that the internet exists, but also she's not hooked up to the internet. So what's going on? And then there's a helpful man next to her, and he's like, oh, that's the library server, so anybody in the library can just message you. And I'm like, what a handy little
Closed
service.
network.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Talking to me?
Jesus.
Of course not.
Oh my god,
Talking
Jason called
to
me an
the-
idiot. That's rude.
I would never call you an idiot unless you called me an idiot first. In which case,
No, he's talking to me and my
I've
murderer.
never called you an idiot, but I do insinuate that you're an idiot all the
every
fucking
day, constantly. Finally, I get some revenge.
It's a revenge. What's your favorite scary revenge? Mine is when you spook somebody in a library.
I love the library scene too because we did Star Wars month last month, and there's a great library sequence in that. And that for some reason I was like, this is like when Anakin was looking up all those old Jedis.
Yeah,
That's
the
why I said
librarian comes up
Jedis.
next to Sydney, and she's like, if a book on the Ghostface Killer doesn't exist in the archives, then it does not exist.
Yeah.
You stupid bitch, now get out of here. And then she looks around and she's like, oh, when she's about to accept it. And like everybody she looks at is suspicious, like, why are you looking at me? But it's good though. Like it's one of those things where obviously it's in her own head, right? Like she doesn't understand and she's scared. And then immediately the messages are threatening. It's like, you're gonna die tonight, or like, have you ever been stabbed by a knife? I can't remember what.
No, the line was,
when it
"We're going to die
cuts-
tonight."
when it cuts around and like she's looking at different people, there's that one guy who looks way too much like Will Forte. like it could probably be that.
There's
guy.
also like
I
a
could see
woman
that.
or like a girl who looks like she could be like Wes Craven's like estranged daughter at one point. Where I'm like, that looks like a young Wes Craven, but
Yeah,
like
Jess
a lady.
Craven.
Jess Craven. Does Wes stand for Wesica? His name's Wesica.
Actually, it's
right?
funny you say that because I think I think his name stands for Wesley Cravenopoulos.
No, it's Wesica and his daughter's Jessley.
Jessley Craven, yeah. Also, Craven means coward. Let's move on. So we know that Cotton is a psycho,
Yeah,
but
Cotton
how
shows
much
up.
of a psycho is he? He's
This
enough,
is-
but also we also know that one of these cops is maybe gay. Remember when she's like, one of them is gay, and we're like, what? And then when this part happens, immediately I'm like, oh, that's the gay one. The way he's like,
Why is he so handsome?
Yeah.
No, it's not that he's handsome. It's the way he's handling her and the way he keeps moving around, like he's like he's striking a pose, like he's in a Madonna video.
I
Like that.
have to bring this up very, very briefly, but did you notice during the "I Think I Love You" scene where everyone's clapping along? You can see in the background the two cops, and like the younger one's clapping along, and the older one just kind of looks at him like,
Oh, okay. So the younger one is the gay one. Yeah. Well, so you know what? Fine, because it wasn't like an offensive gay joke. They were all just kind of like, really? You think that he's gay? Like, they didn't get weirded out by it. It was just like a fact, and they're like, oh, gossip. But then he makes her
a lot.
Yeah,
I
like
really
that-
wish they were in it more.
I do too. But there's one moment where I'm like, this seems like it would be okay if we had seen interactions with them for the entire movie, but like because we have so
Yeah.
little of them, it's like such a weird joke to make, which is when he's like, if we told you, we'd have to kill you. I'm like, not a good thing to say to somebody if someone is literally trying to kill them. Like,
And
and
then
has
moments
been
later,
the
he
whole
gets
movie.
his head crushed by a pipe and a windshield.
Not even 10 minutes later, like 5 seconds.
Moments
from
later.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you said moments? Okay, yeah, you're right. So the young guy takes her and puts her in a corner, and he's like, "Stay here in the corner," and then immediately she gets ripped around the corner by known psychopath Liev Schreiber. I think it's proven. That
Do you know
he
what's
is.
crazy? In my notes, remember how earlier we talked about how he's a good actor? I wrote in my notes here, Liev Schreiber is a good actor. I forgot that I had written that.
He is. He's fucking good. He's an actor that has had leading man potential his entire life, but I think his curly hair kind of fucked him.
Well, he has that show. What's the show that he did for years?
Ray Donovan.
Ray Donovan. Do you know what's funny about that? My wife watched like most of that.
And when did that
series,
show come out?
like 2012, like that era.
Which
And-
is 15 years after this movie.
I know, but I would walk into the room while she was watching it, and I kept being like, I thought he was Irish the whole time. So this guy was so good at playing a guy called
The wrong ish.
yeah,
He's clearly super
He's a-
Jewish.
Jewish.
Oh my god, Jason.
What?
Here we
He's
go.
Jewish, is what you just said.
No, I said he's Jewish.
Yeah,
Not
he's clearly very Jewish. But like also like he's kind of unabashedly Jewish, I'm pretty sure. And
I
like
also like his
kind of one of the
like,
things I like about him, to be honest.
I like the way he talks. Like I like
Yeah,
his-
he has a very interesting
flow,
way
yeah.
of speaking.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's
it's almost like a Jack Nicholson, maybe a little bit.
It does have a bit
more
of that, too.
subdued, but and he always kind of ends down here when he speaks. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
he's got a cool fucking voice for sure.
It's
He's,
his enunciation and
It's
intonation, actually.
and the intonation, yeah. The enunciation and the intonation of his voice, of course, but the enunciation that he does in this movie specific. I'm talking. Stop
I
laughing.
know, but you can't say intonation association of what? What are we trying to donate?
I'm
to?
rapping. I'm a rapper now.
Intonation association. This meeting has come
Intonation
to a close.
association. I really enjoy his performance in this movie, and I think that he's a great actor.
He also
Yeah,
has
but
this thing
you're
that he
right.
does in the back of like when he's speaking, he also
Yeah.
in the back of his throat when he talks. It's like
Yeah.
he's got a cool, interesting voice. He plays the Kingpin in the Spider-Verse movies. This is
Yeah,
this is the
exactly.
level of like
And
good,
al-
bad. Yeah.
He
Also,
he approaches things in a very Nicholson way, like you said, Jason. Because like when he should be acting differently in the scenarios he's in. Because when he confronts Gale, it's like, Gale, I thought we had a deal here,
that's a
Yeah.
really good impression.
and like he'd be like, you'd think he'd be freaking out. But he's like, but what's going on? I thought we had discussed this, but he's like, I thought we had a deal here.
Yeah,
Because he's worried about the money. Yeah.
it's what I
Exactly.
call a quiet intensity.
Is
I
that
like
what
it.
that's what you call it? Did
That's
you
what I
coin that
call it.
phrase? Yeah.
I coined it. I came up with it. It was the first thing I thought of
I
when I
just
was a
wanted to make
baby.
sure.
So, In 1985, I said quiet intensity inside of my mind.
Like, some of these people, they got some real quiet intensity.
They're
I
big
don't
words,
know.
beautiful words.
Also,
Yeah.
a 1-to-1 impression of me as a
Yeah. Also, mommy. I
Mommy,
put
mommy,
my
mommy.
diaper and I
Quiet
made a big,
intensity, mommy.
yeah, mommy.
my
I made a
goddamn
big,
son.
beautiful poo poo in my boom boom holder.
If my goddamn son says big beautiful poo poo in my boom boom, I'm going to. Well, I can't say what I'm going to do, but
Don't know. What if he says that? You can't say
really.
that. I
he
think
lives
that would be
inside
funny.
my wife, right? Like there's a man just inside my wife hanging out.
Jason, when you go to bed, sometimes you lie next to your wife. Do you hear like knock, 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 and you see like a little hand like
I do.
in the belly?
I
Knock,
do.
knock.
Mommy,
I have weird dreams now that I'm going to be a father. So
I had a very weird dream the other night about you, Jason. I want to tell you about it, but I don't think I should say it on the stream. 'Cause it involves
yeah,
like weird stuff that people are gonna be like, "What the heck?"
Ben left. So
Nothing.
Oh, he's
Nothing.
back.
Also, you know who else was in it? Andy Serkis. It was like a weird. Yeah.
I hope Andy Serkis plays my baby.
Oh my! Imagine he came in and he's like,
Father, father.
"Oh God, what the fuck?"
Yo,
It's a full-grown
Andy
Andy
Ringling
Serkis
Serkis.
in like a green screen suit with ping pong balls on it.
If my baby does not come out of the womb in
In
a
a green
green
screen
screen suit with ping pong balls on it, well, what have I failed as a father immediately.
This is Jason's happiest moment alive. He's watching his wife give birth, and then a bunch of ping pong balls get shot at him first. What the fuck?
And then it's a lot
right
like
out of Scary Movie 6.
yeah, it's a lot like yeah.
If that's not in the new scary movie, then what the fuck are we even doing here? Why do we live on this earth? A bunch of ping pong
Quiet
balls get shot out
intensity.
of a pregnant woman, and then a baby comes out wearing a green screen suit. Like that's funny. That's a funny Hollywood.
I feel like you almost
insider
said
joke.
Predator, and I thought of Predator giving birth to my son, and I was like, yeah, that translates.
I think they give birth through
Probably
their
through
mouth.
its mouth.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I-
Is that how predators give birth?
I mean, it looks like it.
We
Because
have
of the
gone
face
so far off
vaginas?
the rails.
Yeah.
Here's the next note I have. Gail feels bad, but Dewey sees through it. She might be legit though. The relationship though.
Well, because she
through this
finally
whole
gets somebody
thing is
killed for
interesting.
real. That is
Yeah.
undisputably her fault, right?
Yeah.
Which
I love the swell of the score in this movie. It's a great score.
one of the issues with
Apropos
Gail
of nothing.
is that, but it's also like a human issue, and it's like a thing that I like about her character in this movie, which elevates her from her role in the first one. Is that in the first one she cannot be she can't be injured by the facts around her, but in this movie she cannot logic her way out of the fact that she caused some damage here, and that's why she's like, I feel bad because I have never felt bad about anything because I've never been able to pull myself away in the way that I cannot do right now. Like I fucked up so badly that I got somebody killed. And that's good. That's a good thing. And that's one of the reasons that she exists throughout these movies as a foil, but also as like an ally, right? At the end of the movie, Sydney still doesn't like her. And like when she pops out of the door at the end, she's like, I knew it was you, Gail. And Gail's like, no, it wasn't me. What was not me.
I think the most apt description of Gail is foil. She's like the sub boss for most of the things that happen to Sydney through the whole series, especially in
But
the first.
she's a
segment of the movie.
sub boss for Sydney. But if you look
Yeah.
at her,
That's what I'm saying.
if you look at her as herself, she is her own sort of unique character, right? Like she doesn't
Yeah.
see Sydney as a sub boss, right? She sees Sydney as a tool almost, or like a weapon that she can use.
Well, right around this point is the point where like her and Dewey go and have their side quest, and she realizes that like I can't use this story anymore. I want to actually find the truth, and she actually ends up sort of finding the truth. But before that, and especially in the first movie, she literally is doing everything for herself. But we're at the point in her character arc where she is actually legitimately wants to like find out who is doing this and wants to help her like her friends, as tangential as they kind of are.
I think that's also one of the reasons that I get excited about the intro of this movie is that like she gets a movie credit being like based.
This
on
is
the
my
book
favorite intro in the whole series.
based on the book by Gail Weathers is like,
Yeah.
oh, so Gail is still kind of a villain, right? Like she's not she didn't make up with Sydney. Like Sydney's not getting residuals for this movie, right? Even though
Absolutely
it's based
not.
on her life. But Gail definitely is.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Does anyone ask about Sydney's father in this movie?
No, but I
No.
was because I was like, what happens to him again? Did he die? I can't remember.
Yeah. Because
They go
feel
into
like
it in
someone said
depth
he
in the
was
third
away
movie.
on business, which was the whole thing from the first movie. But I honestly would have been okay if he showed up as a killer, having not been in any of the film up until a
Yeah.
reveal.
No, that's accurate, and that's what should have happened.
So this is
that film.
I had my version of Jason's kaleidoscopic brain was that I accidentally included scary movie plot points into my remembrance of the first Scream movie. Because remember how they have him all tied up with a ball gag in his mouth? Like, "Oh," like doesn't his dad show up with and then I remember ball gag. I'm like, that's not the right movie. That cannot be.
No,
the
that's
right
from this movie.
Yeah.
It's a cut scene.
It's a cutscene.
Yeah.
It was the first leaked script.
Yeah. Which honestly could have been what may have happened with the alleged multitude of scripts that were leaked online. Like there could have very well been a thing where Sydney's father plays a giant part in this movie, but what we got doesn't even touch on it. Or
there's got to
play
be a
into it at all.
version of the script it's all that, right? Like
Yeah.
she's so fucked up from what happened in the first movie that her and her dad have to like reconcile and like work on it or whatever and like figure out what actually happened.
Can you imagine though if the whole like the motivation for the killings in the first movie is that Sydney's mother slept with Billy's father? So
Right.
wouldn't it be amazing if in Scream 2 it was Sydney's father with Billy's mother?
Yes. That would be
Seems
amazing.
like a logical progression of the story for sure, right?
Yeah.
Like, but the thing is
But
that
no.
that's very familiar though. Like, you know, she would know the killers like right away, and like, I don't know. Yeah, it is. No, it's
We
not a
broke
bad.
Steven.
Well, I'm like, it's bad, but at the same time, like my brain is going towards. I'm like, but that would be stupid. Like that would be dumb. Like watching a 2.5 hour movie about that would be like, I can't handle that. That would be too much to try and trick me the whole time to not believe that they're the killers. That's probably the
No,
reason
maybe-
they didn't do it. Is they're like, how
maybe
do we
the
make it not be them, but be them by the end? You know,
Maybe the dad didn't do it though.
they
also.
can't
Like,
they can't justify the characters leaving for 45 minutes like they can with Timothy Oliphant for that to be a believable point. Like it's
Yeah, but Debbie could just be as present as Debbie is, and the father doesn't have to be in it at all.
absolutely.
That's
I'm
what it
okay.
is.
So I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that that shouldn't be an option. But what I'm saying is that it's the same thing that you're talking about, where this movie is so preoccupied with not allowing you understand or try to figure out who it is appropriately with the information you're given. Whereas if they did that, it would be so obvious right away, or you'd be so suspicious right away that it'd be so difficult to throw you off of that trail throughout the movie that it would be
Sure.
almost impossible to do. And that seems like that's what their goal was, right? So if that's the goal, then that's out the window right away, right? Like unless they don't care and they just want to tell an interesting story and then be like, hey, yeah, you were right. Which is, there's nothing wrong with that either, right? Like there's nothing wrong with going into a movie and you suspecting somebody right away, and then at the end you being right. You know, maybe the journey is the fun part.
I think that's what happened to you in this movie, though.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
It is.
you
That is.
figured it out at the top, and then you were right at the end. Where I was confused the whole time because I'm stupid. But
You're not stupid. This movie does try to trick you over and over again, and you just
I
got
knew
tricked.
that Cotton
You
wasn't
stupid fucking
the guy,
idiot. Just kidding.
but I was like, they're really just trying to push the idea that we're trying to recreate Stu and Billy, that it muddled my perception of the film.
But even the end of the movie is doing that too, being like, there has to be another one. And he's doing like a weird. This is the thing is like when he stops using the voice thing and it's Oliphant's
he goes
voice.
like this and drops
He's also doing a voice to be like, it's not me. And I'm like, that's Oliphant. And then he pulls it off. I'm like, yeah, no shock. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, so there's going to be a second one probably, right? But who is it? And then my mind is going through the Rolodex. I'm like, and then when he's like, he's my partner, you can kill him now, Sid, or whatever. I'm like, it's clearly not him. And then that's where I landed. I'm like, oh, it's going to be the mom. Like, there's no one else. There's literally no one else that it can be. Everyone else is either dead or so unimportant. Like, imagine Ellen's wife showed up.
Before we get to that, though,
we've been fucking the whole time. I was trying to fuck the
Before we get to that, though, there's a very important sequence that is the Gale trying to escape from Ghostface.
I like this a lot, actually. This is
I like this a lot. Like, this is my spoilers, Home Alone of it all, but this is my favorite, like, running from Ghostface.
But it's also my most
a lot of the
problematic
Ghostface
sequence, which we talked about this a little bit in the preamble before the body of the episode, where I think that this is the most interesting and cool chase sequence with kills, but also has the most like elm coated. Is that what we called it? Elm coated or
elm coated,
Kruger crusted or whatever you said.
I'm gonna write down Kruger crusted because that's also funny.
That seems like you could go to an ice cream store and you'd be like, I'd like some elm coated, please. And they're like, here you go. And you're like, and I'd like a Kruger crusted. You get it. It's got like weird chips on it.
Could I get a blood ice cream with a Kruger crust, please?
Yeah. But it also it breaks the rules of the movie internally. So like you're watching the rules being broken of certain things, which ruins stuff for people who allow those things to ruin them, right? You're not in a Freddy Krueger movie, so you can't just suspend your disbelief beyond what reality is supposed to be. And there's so many moments of that within this sequence, even though I really like it because it's two of the characters that I care about the most in the movie fighting an unknown murderer in an interesting setting. They're running through a university, so they're going through all these different set pieces of a stage, through the stands of the stage into the sound booth, and they go all the way back to like a recording studio, and you're like, oh, this is like an arts building of a university. This is kind of cool. But as interesting as it is and as visually appealing as it is, like the whole time you're just like, I don't think any of this is realistic, and like that's fine, I guess. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it?
The only problem I really have with that scene is what distracts Dewey so that Ghostface can sneak up and stab him is that he steps on pizza.
Which
that's the only problem you have?
No, I kind of agree with Ben on this because the pizza looks comically 80s, comically pizza like from the 80s, like a Ninja Turtle pizza. And he looks down at it and gets confused, and then he gets pushed up against the glass and then stabbed repeatedly, and he doesn't die. But this is all the stuff we were talking about earlier too.
This is so strange to me because like I watched the movie as well, just like you guys.
You watched it?
I did.
I thought we were supposed to make our best guesses.
And so far I have been making my best guesses, but like I saw that and I was like, ew, weird. That was like the extent of my thought.
It looked like a Freddy Krueger pizza.
It also looked like a Freshy Krueger pizza. Why is that cheese so melty and hot?
Exactly.
How long's it been in there?
But
why is it sticking to his shoe like a fucking commercial?
The scene would have been so much more intense and brutal if you got rid of that little bit of comedy. And like when he like knocks on the glass and Gale isn't here and he looks confused, and then it cuts to Ghostface running up behind him and like slamming him against the glass and just stabbing him repeatedly.
Yeah.
That would be horrific. That would be scary. But we don't need that moment of levity because we're already building tension. So why break everything that we've built to this point for that one sight gag to then have Dewey killed or stabbed repeatedly? Because you're like, well, it cheapens the entire scene. Like it is
weird. I don't know why I didn't like latch onto it in the same way that you guys did, because it is fucking weird.
Yeah.
I think my brain maybe
It
just like
might-
deleted it. Like my brain was like, what is this?
it might be because
Don't
we wanted
care.
to have the next couple minutes of Gale trying to escape, throws the the bookcase over the door and witnesses all of this. Like,
I really, I
it might
truly
be a
believe that.
juxtaposition thing where we want to there like that. This is the Wes Craven of it all, where we get a little bit of comedy almost.
It's not
but
funny though.
also,
That's the thing.
Gail-
Like,
But Gail
Yeah,
is
I
in
agree.
pure distress this whole time. She's fleeing. She's, like, and also I wanted to point out that like the portrayal of Ghostface in this movie is that he's so fucking wild. He's flailing and he's just so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I think to see Dewey get stabbed, meanwhile Gail has to like get small in a ball in the room that she's in because she's so afraid. I don't think that necessarily it is scary, meant to be played comedy at all. I think the intention of the scene was the tension. I think it just, for us watching it, it seems funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's funny. I don't think anything is
No.
about it is funny. I think it's
Or seems comedic, like seems
Yeah.
to be played comedic.
Well, I mean, outside the pizza, which I've just realized my brain actually did delete the pizza. Like I didn't remember the
Yeah.
pizza until you guys brought it up.
Yeah,
I was
there's
like,
a
oh yeah,
foot
he does step
the
in like
pizza.
you know who put that there? Baxter Stockman. He's like secretly ooze. It's one of those Ninja Turtle pizzas. But I don't remember that because my brain was so focused on when he's hitting the window, and every time
Yeah.
it cuts to him, it's like boom, 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 and then it cuts back to her, and he's like, and I'm like, unless that glass is like 12 inches thick, that's not how that works. She would hear
but
it.
at the end of the day,
Wait.
the whole
Wait,
okay, sorry.
you already talked for so long about this. The reason that this scene doesn't work in terms of comedy or tension is because of the two of them trying to be bred together. And my brain likes this sequence because I think that it's an interesting setting and it's an interesting setup, but I don't think that it works because the fact that they're clonking on a window that is making noise on one side but not the other,
Mhm.
and the pizza was deleted from my brain. I didn't remember the pizza, and it's because my pizza doesn't want to remember the brain.
pizza.
My brain doesn't want to remember the pizza. I think that it only needs the horror, as Ben is saying. Remove the pizza completely, it's fine. But the laws of what's happening in the sequence are broken over and over again, which is
Yeah,
he
I
bangs
agree.
in the window, there's no sound on the other side, which is the frightening part of it. That's the Freddy Krueger. That's the elm coated nature of the scene, is that one person is witnessing something or nothing while another horrific thing is happening behind them. And you don't get to see that until what is the noise that brings her around? He grabs the microphone, right? He's like, "Oh, girl," which is frightening. That's a scary thing to do when you're dying and you fall on a microphone, and then finally it wakes her up from her dream, or another Freddy, an elm-coated thing. That's frightening. The sequence is effective, but its own laws within that whole room, just not even outside of the whole movie itself, just that room, like there's no laws there, and nothing really makes sense. So you're kind
But
of like,
also,
well,
hear
that's
me out.
happened, I guess. Okay,
Hear me
go
out.
ahead.
The tension was built differently because of the era that the tension was built in. Okay. So we're now in 2026 viewing it as there being comedic elements. When the movie came out,
Just the pizza,
nobody-
though. That's
nobody-
that's the only thing.
I know, but I think there's comedic elements in all of what's happening if you look at it
like
through
the
a
boob
particular
grab and
lens.
stuff. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
took
like
up
they
towards that,
literally start with like almost a sex scene that gets interrupted by Ghostface, and the whole thing has this element of a bit of comedy. But I think in that time, in that era, I don't think any of this is played as comedy. Even the stepping on the pizza is the only comedic part of all of it. I think all of it is played serious as a gunshot to the head.
Can we also
And
just
only just let me finish. Only in us.
I just want to make an
revisiting it-
agreement between the three of us.
Okay, I want to be agreed with.
We will never ever mention the pizza again. It doesn't
We
exist.
never have to agree with the pizza.
Everybody
I've
just
been waiting. I've been waiting to talk about it until you two are done.
everybody just agree to be Steve and just let your brain remove it.
I
from
want
the
to be
movie.
Steve.
It's just better when that pizza doesn't exist. The scene is much better.
But my point still stands. I think that we're only seeing any comedic elements of this whole sequence at all because of the lens through which we're seeing it. I think this is a pivotal point in the whole movie, in that Gail, at her base level, is trying to flee. She witnesses her boyfriend get fucking killed against a pane of glass, and forgetting the idea that like we as the viewers can hear through the glass, they can't. So forget about it. I think that this is legitimately scary when you really boil it down to Gail, when she goes like this and just succumbs to her situation and goes into that little corner. You have to recognize that Ghostface never tried again to push through that door. So we don't know if he can even get through. He only disappears because there's like a clatter. Like he only disappears because like there's another element happening to the sequence, and that is like
So what is your point exactly? I just want to know, what is the point you're trying to make?
my point is that it ultimately comes down to the fear that they're feeling is just Gail centric. She is the one that we're seeing all this through the eyes of, and that's why it's scary. That's my point. The comedy of the alleged pizza that doesn't exist was just
There's no pizza in this scene, guys.
I know, but that pizza was just for the people at home to see something funny.
I think that just
else
much
in the sequence is actually pretty scary.
Much like Randy, our friend Randy, who was disrespected, Dewey is also disrespected in this sequence as well because he's treated like comic relief. It takes him a long time to get up the stairs. He goes into the booth, and then there's no one in there. And then when he's coming down to try and rescue her, he trips over the stairs and falls down. And then when she's trapped in a room, he comes into the room and he steps in pizza. Like he is treated like a goof. But the fear elements in this stuff is pretty good. Like when they're watching her footage, it's all being played on the screens, and then all of a sudden the footage switches, and she's like, "This isn't my footage," and it's Tara or Jada Pinkett Smith at the theater, and it's all the other the victims. Again, this is another point.
Literally footage from the point of view.
Yeah, this is another thing where I'm like, the only person that we've seen with a fucking camera is Mickey. Like, so you're like, okay, Mickey got a camera, but he fuck, I had another thing that I was going to say. Anyway, that's all adds to the level of fright as well, right? Where you're like, oh, so and then it cuts to them in the room. I didn't like that it was a live feed. I think it would have been more interesting if it was like them kissing like 5 seconds ago. But like, whatever. Who gives a shit?
But the rest of it was like pre-recorded.
Yeah, it's freaky. Yeah, it's freaky.
I think when she first looks up and sees like the little, like it looks like this, like I think that's crazy to see through like this tiny little pinhole almost, that a bunch of the murders have been videotaped, and then they start to put together. And when they look up and see Ghostface, my favorite Ghostface things in these movies is what we were talking about earlier, where I want to see them in the background where we don't know they're there. Yeah. But when they look up and see them for like a second, that's my favorite Ghostface shit. That's my that's my Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees moment where you finally see the killer. But they always see Ghostface almost out of the corner of their eye, which I think is part of his mythos.
I need to go back 1 second.
I would love
because like I've been waiting to talk about this. Like you guys have been going back and forth with each other, and I love this. But I think I have the one idea that would have made that whole sound booth scene so much better.
Okay.
Reverse the roles.
Oh, like Gail gets stabbed and
yes, because the whole time we've been watching this is Dewey trying to be mad at Gail, critiquing her, making digs at her, nice streaks. Oh, is this for your next book? so on and so forth. So when
Always the
she
opportunist.
yeah, exactly. So when she would get stabbed in the back and the blood's going all over like the glass and like running down, and she just slides down, instead of her cowering in the back, it's Dewey finally like showing the audience that like he's been putting on a front the entire time. He's been in love with her the whole time. He's just trying to like prove to everybody else that he's a strong character. He's not a coward. He's not a softie, but we know he is. We know he's pretending the entire time, and we never get to see him admit that. It's the perfect opportunity to stab Gale, have her removed for a little while for the film, and actually have, like, as we get to the end, instead of Gale, it's Dewey and Sydney, like it always should have been.
That's cool.
So-
That's so cool because also like he has like this physical disability that it would you know, you could utilize that to have him have this incapability to save her when he needs to, right? He can't utilize his arm or his leg or something, like when he could save her, he
Right.
can't.
And at the same time, while he has that disability and can't save her, it didn't matter. Even if he was completely healthy and never got stabbed in the back, he wouldn't have been able to save her in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
So it doubles down on his, not weakness, but his helplessness in trying to save the person he loves. And I thought that would have been a lot more moving and would have added a lot of weight to the scene instead of Dewey getting stabbed again.
Again, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. That does
I
seem
like
like
that
a
a
wasted
lot.
opportunity. I guess like the
Yeah.
main reason is that they wanted, because Gale still had the target on her, right? It's like
Yeah.
if Dewey popped out of that door at the end instead of Gale, it's like no one would ever believe that. But no, I think you're right, man. That seems like a wasted opportunity for at least for those two characters in terms
Maybe
of like,
even just the scene. It might not have worked out towards the end of the movie, but that's what I always wanted that scene to be.
yeah. That's a good point, man. You know, this is not my most watched Scream movie. I haven't really overanalyzed it in the way that maybe you have, but like that's actually very, because like it is like one of my favorite moments in the movie, and I'm like, oh yeah, that
Yeah.
could have been 10 times better, and I already like it. Like what the heck?
So
Also,
it just shows that it was gold. Like it is one of the best scenes in the film, like undeniably.
the only thing I would change about what you said is like when she comes into the room, she would step into 2 full pizza boxes, one on each foot.
Calzone.
And like, yeah, it's a calzone. She steps into 2, and they're on her feet. And she's like, oh, fuck.
That's why she would fall down the stairs.
It's too greasy. Yeah.
No, it's good though. Like I think we can agree that like that is probably one of the most effective scenes in the film.
I agree. And then we move to the cops are taking away Sydney from
Yep.
the other sequence. Yeah. And her friend, whose name I can't remember, but Hallie, she's like, I'm her therapist, so I'm coming too. And they both get into the back of the cop car, even though those cops definitely know that she's her roommate, right? They've been following her for like a week at this point. They know. But they're not assholes as well. Like they seem to be, you know, pretty nice and jovial and care about her at least. But this is the moment where they brush off Sliders. They're like, get the fuck out of here. Go to another dimension, asshole. Isn't that what you do? And he's like, God damn it. I got to get back to the Slider portal. It's closing in 15 minutes. And then they drive away. And as they're driving away, I think there is like a cut back and forth between this and the other sequence, but whatever. She's like, where are you taking us? And he says, if I told you, I'd have to kill you, is what he says, right? And like my main reaction to that is like, why the fuck would you say that to somebody who actually has people trying to kill them? And then
the cop just like slaps him.
Yeah, exactly. He should have slapped him, but then they both get slapped in the throat with a knife and die, like right away. Apparently, he's got fist powers that are so intense. You know, he should have had brass knuckles or something. You know, when he takes off the costume, like he should have had brass knuckles or something.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck did he punch the windows open? I don't know, but I guess who gives a shit. he kills one of the cops, and then the other cop gets just stabbed a bunch of times, and then he gets in the car. He can't get through the window grate thing or whatever, the cage that keeps the back and front separated. They can't get out. And then the other cop stands up and he's like, "Freeze, asshole!" And then he's like, "I guess I'm gonna drive the car now." Hits him, and I'm like, "Ooh, exciting! A car part. It's not a car chase. It's just a car part. You know, like what's happening? I don't know." He's trying to get the cop off the front of the car, but he's driving crazy, like he's never driven a car before or something. Which, you know, think about this: they're locked in the back. They can't fuck with him driving. The guy's on the hood of the car. He can't fuck with him driving. He's just driving crazy for no reason.
For no reason.
There's no reason that he's driving crazy. And starts hitting, like, I can understand why he's hitting stuff to try and knock the guy off the front. But then his go-to move is to just drive head first into a construction site and see what happens.
Not hit the brakes.
No, just drive into it. Yeah.
Yeah. We need to stop this car.
How do I stop this
Only
car?
option.
You know, have you ever
Slam
been
into
on the
something.
car that's moving on the outside of it?
Only after I was hit, yeah.
I've done it for sport once, and it's very hard to stay on.
Oh yeah.
And it is. But we did it in like a safety environment. But when I say safety environment, I mean it was a bunch of us being like, we're in a parking lot and we'll see what happens. And if you fall over, and I was wearing a helmet. So like I wasn't like super stupid. But it was dumb. Like I could have ran over my own legs or whatever. But yeah, we did it, and it's really hard to stay on. I think if I had enough adrenaline and I was trying to murder somebody, maybe it would like jack me up to a level of like finger grip that I could do it. But like I don't know.
I guess if you're prepped for it. No, for me, like I got hit from behind and like rolled up onto the hood and tried to grab on, but kept going up over the windshield onto the roof and then down the side. Being prepared, like there's not a whole lot to grab onto, like the inside of the hood under, like right next to the windshield. Other than that, I don't know what you're holding on to. But you're not gonna
it's
last
got to be
for
like an
long.
old car where there's a lot of like weird like open hinges and shit that you can just like.
Well, I feel like is her name Zoe Bell? The stunt.
Oh
performer?
yeah. She knows where to grab.
In Death Proof. I feel like she must have had like lashes at some point to like hold on to.
I think there was actual like little like things you could loop your hands into so that
I hope so.
Yeah.
What an amazing performer.
Yeah. Anyway, they zip around and then they crash into the construction site, and the cop on the hood dies. He has the most tragic death because he clearly he's just a guy doing his job, and he gets like a Final Destination level head impalement. Where you're like, oh yeah, fuck.
I'd say it's probably the most brutal death in the franchise.
I think so too. Like there's a couple that you're like, holy fuck, but this is the level in the first one that the person in the garage door, like that's the level of like, oh fuck, yeah, like it's worse in the first movie because there's that waiting moment where you're like, no, this is not happening, is it? Whereas this is just like, holy fuck, that happened.
I would say this is number one then in Scream 5, where Randy's nephew gets stabbed like 17 times, and then Tatum in the doggy door garage door thing.
Yeah,
just brutal.
That's the one where they're like going across the two apartments.
No, it's when it's the house party, and
no,
and then
I'm not talking about the doggy door. I'm talking about like there's a part in one of the
Scream 4 is the one where they climb. They have to. No, it's Scream 5 where they climb across. Yeah, because
there's a part, and there's a guy who just gets absolutely.
But Scream 4,
and he's left behind.
Doesn't Scream 4 have the one where they see somebody getting murdered from the building across the street?
No, that Sydney sees the house across, or somebody sees their friend being murdered in the house across like the driveway. But when you're talking the apartment buildings, that's the New York one. That's 6,
right? Yeah,
and they like try and climb across the ladder.
That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, that one's pretty brutal because like somebody gets left behind, and then they just Anyway, we're talking about Scream 2, And this cop gets Final Destination level killed, where you're like, oh god, somebody saw that in a Final Destination dream. And his hands are gripping for that gun, right? Where it's like, and I'm like, that gun's coming back. That's immediately I'm like, where's the gun gonna go? And that gun's coming back. Where's it coming back? That's like the literal definition of Chekhov's smoking gun. You're like, okay, they're really showing us that gun. And then
Chekhov smoking cum, if I'm being serious.
That's a different.
why would he do that? Why would Chekhov do that?
It was a whole thing in literary trife.
He's like, listen, I've tried smoking everything else, and cum is the best one. It hits me harder in the lungs. So this part I actually really, really.
And it's like when you have like some cum in a box and you don't know if like it exists in reality or not reality. Oh wait, no, I think that's
Schrodinger's cum.
cum.
I may or may not have cum in this box. Press the button to find out.
Press the button to find out.
So
was like, nope.
In this moment here, I'm gonna say that this is one of the more tense moments that I've seen in a horror movie, like in general. Which not all of it, some of it, and it's a little bit frustrating at points, but I like it, and I think the idea is really solid. I don't know if the execution is great, which is them having to crawl over an unconscious ghost face.
I think that this sequence is the greatest thing in Scream because of the fact they have to crawl over him. Because I also forgot, like I've seen this movie, but when Sidney crawls over, I was like, oh, he's clearly awake. The ghost face doesn't want to kill Sidney immediately because it's part of it. But when what's her name? Hattie? What's the roommate's name? Hallie. When Hallie climbs over, I had forgotten. I was like, oh, she's gonna get grabbed and stabbed.
Yeah.
But he was legit knocked out. But the thing is like they do sort of subvert that by having in the next moment Sidney walking away with Hallie, then turning and facing back, like I have to see who he is. Mm-hmm. And then when she walks back to the car, Ghostface pops out from behind a parked vehicle or a whatever.
It's like a construction site.
Yeah, and stabs her repeatedly. Like this scene is kind of my Home Alone of it all because it's the most memorable scene in the movie, I think.
I disagree because I didn't remember it until when I watched it today. And
I disagree as well.
Okay, that's
fair. There are other scenes that I've remembered from this movie, and I did not remember this. But I won't disagree with you in the fact that it is really, really good. Like I like it a lot because it amps tension in a way that you see it coming, you know what's going to happen, but you don't, and you're like, there's two of them. They're both going to probably have to get out. But if one of them gets out, the other one can open the door. And if the other one gets there and can't open the door, then they're both going to have to crawl out. And then like your brain is doing all this sort of horror movie mathematics. And you're like, okay. But your brain is also thinking about that fucking gun on the hood. Do they know about the gun? I don't think that they do because they can't really see it because they're in the back through a cage behind Ghostface, behind a shattered glass window. And when Sidney is like going to pull the mask up and she's like, don't fucking just get out. What are you doing? Go. And then she can't open the door. And then she's like, go through the window. The window's down for some reason. And then, I mean, maybe it's shattered. Who knows? She gets out. They can't open the door. The other person has to go. And that's when
I think they should have kicked the window out instead of trying to do this maneuver.
Kick the back window out?
No, like when she goes around to like the back door and tries to open it. I think that Haley should have tried to at least kick that back window.
I mean, I don't know a lot about cop cars, but I assume that the back window of a fucking prison car is probably hard.
True, but an attempt even.
It's also a Hollywood cop car.
It's true. Yeah. Which means it's impenetrable by rocks or feet.
The reason why this doesn't stand out to me is, like I said earlier, I confused this being in I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yeah.
it feels like
Right, it could be
a
anything,
scene
yeah.
that doesn't really necessarily belong in a Scream film. It doesn't feel like Scream. It feels like just a scene from a slasher film.
Yeah, and I think that for me, I agree because you would never associate a ghost face being unconscious and someone crawling over. That's not a thing. That's like a Hills Have Eyes or something, or like
Yes,
a sleeping troll or
exactly.
something.
Exactly.
And but I don't mind it though because it's tense. It's fucking tense, and I'm like, this is doing the appropriate job of making my tummy tighten while I'm watching it, and it's not bad. Like I like what they're doing,
and it is relatively realistic.
Yeah.
So like it's not bad. It just doesn't fit with the rest of the movie for me. So I think that's why I don't really appreciate it as much. That being said, it is very well done. Every element is very well done.
Yeah,
so.
it's well shot. And then also at my dumb gun brain, when they run back, my whole focus was on the rubber hand of the dead guy, just being like, and there's no gun there. I'm like, the gun's gone. Where's the gun? The gun's not there. And then she's like, he's gone. I'm like, yeah, he's gone, but where's the gun gone? And I'm expecting him to be like shooting. I thought he was gonna just show up and shoot them both or something.
And then it just pops up later where I was like, where the hell did the gun come from? And I'm like,
no, not me. I was like, there's the gun. I knew it. I knew he took the gun. And they do mention it later because like I think that's there specifically for me, like a moron who's like, they focus too much on that gun. The gun is not there now. You can see in the background the gun is missing, and after he's missing, the gun is missing. He took the gun, but they didn't show him grab the gun, which I like. I like that they didn't show him like a hand grab the gun or anything.
Dave Mader says Scream 1 is still the best, but this is a close second.
Jason, what are you doing? A fucking Buffalo Bill impression? What the hell was that?
Look, I had a bubble in the back of my throat. It happens to all of us. You know what?
All right. Sorry, Ben.
Squeaking.
Ben, we didn't mean to kick you off this early, but we have Ted Levine on the show tonight.
Yeah. It puts the lotion on its skin.
Yeah.
Or else it gets the hose again.
Anyway, so she goes back, he's not in there, and then her friend gets murdered, and this is one of the deaths where you're like, nah. But also, like, her character wasn't really anything, right? She was just there to be like, come to our sorority, Sydney, where we harmonica blowjob our friends or whatever. Yeah.
Classic harmonica moves.
The last note I wrote was, where's the gun? Where'd the gun go? Where's the gun? And my next note is, there's the gun, which means I didn't take notes in between the gun missing and when he pulls the gun out and shoots.
It's insane how many guns are involved in the Scream franchise, and usually it's not used until the very last act, considering it's always knives. It's always Ghostface cleaning a knife off. But I really love how it transitions from this into a full-on party, a guy getting sexually assaulted. I know that's not what happens, but being tied up to a lightning bolt and people pouring beer down your crotch and your
we
mouth.
forgot to talk about this. I didn't really feel like we needed.
Well, this is where we're going. This is the.
I know, but
that's already happened.
This has already happened. Yeah, the reason I didn't bring it up is because like I didn't really care. Because it's dumb. Like they establish early that they're gonna punish you, and like I guess the punishment is
you're right.
You have to spend the night tied to like a fake cross in the theater department, which is on par with what we were talking about those cops being like, so who's the house father or whatever, and they're like, he's not here right now. I'm like, why do these children get to do this? Like 22-year-olds like torturing each other is fucking crazy.
So Cotton is shown with Gale. Once again, he did it, says the movie, but also Billy's mom is just around. And this is when she pops up from the dark to be like, hey, Gale, I'm your biggest fan again. What are you saying right now? And I wrote, that's weird, right?
Yes, it's also weird that Cotton is, he decides to come out like he comes out like like Dracula being like, I didn't know that I touched the body. No, I was trying to help you. I swear. Like he's not doing a good job of like downplaying the fact that he's covered in blood.
Yeah.
Like,
Did nobody find it weird earlier when he showed up at the library that he's wearing like a sweater with the Windsor College logo on it? Like he stopped by.
I think
like,
that the first
he's
time I
crazy,
watched
yeah.
it, I suspected him, but the second time I watch it, obviously I know what happens at the end.
Where is he staying? Why is he still on campus?
he's trying to get an interview with Sydney.
I have a question for you guys. How old is Cotton compared to these college age? Like I placed him
I
at
would say
around like
mid-30s.
26, 27, mid 30s.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's like a fully adult man.
He's a full adult man. Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
that's
well-
how I track him that age as well. Like he was imprisoned for the murder of her mother, right?
Yeah,
Right,
who
but I asked
he
that
was-
because he looks like visibly the same age as this crew, and I guess that's like
I don't
because of
agree with that.
casting. Really? Okay.
No, I mean, I think that they specifically cast him as like a big, tall, giant man to make him look more imposing and older than the tiny little boys like David Arquette
Okay.
and stuff that exist in this movie. Like he is like a huge force, right? Like, and he doesn't like he's got one of those faces that you could cast between the ages of 25 and 45 if you really need to.
I just looked it up, and when this movie was released, he was 30 years old.
Okay. I think 30 I think 30 is the place where I would land at the low
Yeah.
point or at the high point. I thought 25. If Sydney's supposed to be college, she's 20 maximum.
I don't know what the point of this discussion is though. Like what does it
The
matter?
point is, I am confused about how he looks like the rest of his peers, even though he's supposed to be 10 years older. And the reason I bring it up is because
But we don't know how old he's
I
supposed to be.
know he's projected, he's supposed to be much older than them, but I guess he is.
Is he?
Well, if he banged Sydney's mom and ruined the whole family.
Yeah,
Right?
but anyone could do that. A teenager could do that.
That's true.
Like,
I guess
I don't know.
Billy has a daughter, which also is a fucking mind blow for me.
Yeah.
going
Sydney's
forward in
like,
the series.
is it mine? And they're like, Sydney, do you remember giving birth? And she's
Yeah,
like,
that's not how
"No."
that works.
Yeah. Anyway,
Look,
I don't think it really matters. I think that what matters is that Cotton seems like he's also crazy. Like he
Yeah,
right.
and nothing about this movie makes him seem not crazy. Like he is there.
I don't like
He's-
it that he's ever present.
I think that so I don't like it either, like about him, but I do like that it exists within the Scream world.
Okay.
That there's this guy that's there, or I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like every time he pops up, I'm like, Cotton, you madman! Don't you want to
Exactly,
prove
yeah.
you're in it? You were in jail for a year, and you're coming up here being like, Sydney, I need to, can we just talk for like 5 minutes? And she's like,
I want to
no.
hear you develop your Liev Schreiber impression like for the rest of the night, because
I'm
you're
working
almost
on it.
like you're almost there. It's so close.
Steven, I thought we had a deal here.
That's pretty close too, Ben.
We had a deal here. Listen, I and me and you, we can have a conversation together. Come on now. Come on, Sydney. Come on.
Sydney.
Sydney.
I mean,
We both
Come
want to
on.
be famous.
Why aren't you looking at me? Let me just touch your face a little bit more
Let me
pervertedly.
eat your face skin.
I love that he was in prison for a year, but he was in prison during the first movie, and this takes place 2 years later, and he just got out.
Yeah.
You don't know what
I
they
love
made
it.
me do in prison with skin.
I love his character so much too, and I love the fact that it's very rare that you get a character who shows up as a full character that it only appears in the previous movie as somebody on camera. That Liev Schreiber, I think we obviously talked about it in the first episode of Scream, but he wasn't really anybody at this point.
Yeah.
I know that he was in stuff,
but he wasn't really anybody. That's the crazy thing about Timothy Oliphant. Like he like applied for this movie. He auditioned for this movie as
we had this
relative
same
nobody.
conversation in Scream 1. Let's just
Right, and I'm talking about Timothy Oliphant in a similar respect. I'm scrolling down so far on Leave, and he was in Mixed Nuts with
Steve Martin, Adam Sandler,
Steve
Julia
Martin.
Lewis, yeah.
Yeah, but only 2 years before this. So I guess he did have a bit of a bit of a career. But it's insane to me that Jerry O'Connell was like a known actor going into this.
The problem with the Cotton Weary character that I have is like in the first movie we barely saw him. He was an interesting character, but we never really got into any of it. And then in Scream 2, minimal screen time. But we all kind of grew to love him. And then there was the break, and after that he did Phantoms, where I fell in love with Liev Schreiber even more.
My guy, I watched Phantoms like 3 weeks ago, and Phantoms lives within me, but it's a bad movie.
It is a bad movie.
Talk about
it's a
Phantoms.
great book, though.
We'll talk about Phantoms when we get to Phantoms.
There's an alternate reality where Jason Mewes lives. Liev Schreiber, you were the bomb in Phantoms.
But
I like
then
that.
we
I like
get
that joke.
Scream 3, and they do the same mistake that they made with Randy. Like,
Right.
why mess with the characters that the audience falls in love with? It's like, oh, you really like this character? Forget about them. We're moving on.
That's like a
Well,
George R.
I
Martin.
don't want to
thing.
move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's like when you really, a lot of it, I mean, for him at least, that particular writer is he puts a lot of himself into these characters and he makes you love them. And then he's like, the only thing I can do now is either kill them or ruin them. Like I'll make you hate them, or I'll kill them off and you'll love them in your memory and you'll be really upset that they're gone.
Mm.
So what do? Do I make you hate this character, or do I make you hate that I killed the character?
Yeah. So
And like, but I think there is another option. You know, there is another option. You can just keep the character around
a
until
skilled writer allows you to appreciate the character, and they will maintain what you love about them
and explore that character and make them more complicated.
And I fucking love Cotton.
Exactly.
I
Who
think
doesn't?
every time Cotton's on screen, I'm captivated, because not only is he presented to us like a misdirect, but also like Steven was talking about earlier, like he's got so much charisma, and also like he's just good at playing this role. And also on top of all of that, what the fuck kind of name is Cotton? That's so old school. That's such a fun name to say inside your mind.
What? My father was named Cotton. That's my Hank Hill. My dad was named Cotton. Anyway, what I was gonna actually say was that another interesting thing about Cotton is that like he didn't kill Sydney's mother. He hasn't killed anyone. He doesn't kill anyone in this movie either. So he hasn't killed anybody. At the end of this movie, he witnesses Gail and Sydney blast away one of the killers and then execute another one who's already maybe dead.
He's Boo Radley from To Kill a Mockingbird.
Okay.
Yeah. And so to have him around and not have him kill someone is interesting, but also to have him around and have him die. Does he kill someone in the third one? I can't remember.
No, he's rushing home to rescue his wife.
Right. Isn't he stuck in traffic for like half the movie being like, oh, I gotta get home.
He's the Casey Becker for
Right.
Scream 3. He's only the intro character.
Right. What the fuck?
I
You guys
know.
really fucked up Cotton, man. Cotton's a good character. What the heck did you do?
Should we go
He could
into
have
the
been
big
so
finale?
interesting. Yeah, I mean, we've already kind of talked about it. Yeah, let's go into it.
Here's what I wrote down. The big theater finale. Derek is hanging on a bolt of lightning from the party still. Because
It's a
there's that
cross.
moment. There's that moment. Yeah. Well, it's not a cross.
It's
like
a sun.
Yeah, it's like a sun.
I've got it
but
up right
it's
here.
interesting because they just
It's
hit
funny
us with-
because like the three of us just said something like we're from 3 different religions and we all interpreted it differently. It's a cross.
the
No, it's a
sun
lightning bolt. No, it's a sun.
Mephistopheles. But it's crazy because they hit us with like a party.
It's all 3, guys.
And this is how I misremembered this ending too. They hit us with the party of them having like a frat party, and they're pouring, like I already said this, they're pouring beer down his crotch or whatever. And then when Sydney comes in, there's nobody around. Like it just the party dissipates. And then
My
Mickey
assumption is
reveals
that
himself.
the main torture of that event was that they leave him there overnight, right? And they would come back in the morning and get him.
Right.
And so he has to sleep on the cross, like not enough time to actually injure somebody permanently, but like be like you never can cross us again as your fraternity or whatever.
Well, I feel bad whoever has to clean up that stage in the morning.
Oh my god, it's so sticky.
With his dick
Well,
beard
plus-
puddles and like his
Yeah.
piss and
Whatever
shit.
else evacuated his system.
But as they come in, it becomes this situation where like Mickey shows up and starts to reveal, like Ghostface comes in, reveals that it's Mickey, and then they have like a back and forth. And excuse me if I'm wrong about this, but they have a fist fight where Sydney is always going to be the final girl that is the best fighter. She's basically the Buffy the Vampire Slayer of Scream. But then they come back to a standpoint. They stand square at each other. And then it's like, hey, I am the killer, but I had somebody working with me. You'll never guess who it is. And then Jackie from Roseanne shows up as Dexter. Dexter.
Is it weird
mom.
that I never watched Roseanne as a kid, but now as we've had this conversation, I'm like, oh, that is the lady from Roseanne. Like the whole movie, I was like, this lady looks familiar, but I don't remember from what. And then in the back of my brain, it's like,
which is insane because I did watch Roseanne as a kid, and she's never really, she's been a sitcom woman her whole career. And for her to show up,
Jason, when I first met you, I was like,
hear
this
her
guy seems like a
swearing.
character from Roseanne.
me,
Yeah.
well, I don't
Then
really
he went on
have
to the Big Bang
say
Theory.
Yeah.
towards that.
The
But
big Bloom theory. Bloomberg. Anyway, Jason.
anyway, my point
You're like,
is,
what do I
it's
think
like-
about this?
no, I got it very introspective about that. I had to think about it for a minute, but having her show up as like the friend of the killer was a huge moment. And then also to recognize that these people have been working together behind the scenes, it makes my my imagination run wild, because we talked about this movie for the last 3 hours or so, and we're all focusing in on the fact that that Timothy Oliphant did it the whole time. I'm wondering how much she actually had in to play into the like being actually in the costume. And I think Ben said it early on, or maybe Steven said it early on. It could be that she literally just orchestrated and did not wear the costume.
That's
and
how
the
I
thing
feel
that's
about it.
crazy about that is the whole series of movies going forward from here is that it usually is when there's two killers, they're both shown, much like the first movie where you have to guess who is the killer in the costume. And I think that legitimately this is the first and only and last Scream movie that has a killer that is one killer, but has a not Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees style mom being the
Yeah, and
being
she's a
the
literal mom, man.
orchestrator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Being the puppet
Mommy.
master,
Yeah.
mommy, being the puppet master from the sideline. I think this
Also, if you
I
listen
think-
really carefully during this movie, you can hear
Mommy, 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 poopy, 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 mommy.
I
mommy,
think
poopy,
I think if the first Scream is Halloween, I think the second Scream is Friday the 13th.
Yep.
That's my kind of
Yeah.
final prediction or theory.
No, I can see
Sound-
that easily.
Sounds like that should have been your Home Alone of it all, Jason.
Theory.
No, that was my theory.
Oh, okay, good theory. That's a good theory. I like that theory. I was thinking the same thing, but my brain was going towards Norman Bates, not Jason.
Okay.
But also, like, Jason is probably more apt because that's slasher, and like, you know, they were probably leaning more into that. But we all know.
If we're comparing it to slasher series, I'm gonna have to say you're going more along the lines of Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers. Because it's the whole Cult of Thorn thing. Because when you get the reveal at the end, Mickey, who has a gun, is just standing, waiting, and you can see him like swaying, waiting to do something, waiting to be told what to do. Like,
Imagine
he could have
at that
ended
point.
everything.
Imagine that point from up in the rafters. You hear Derek going like, "Mickey's got a gun." He starts singing again.
Yeah.
I do have to say, when you bring up Derek, like that gunshot to his chest is probably the most disgusting, like gut churning gunshot
so
I've ever
brutal.
seen.
It's so real, and also I think that's why I knew that he was dead. But also the fact that he goes up into the rafters, honestly, wants us all to like wonder.
It's
if
one
he's
of those
still
moments where
alive,
you like
but-
you remember that like CGI not there yet. That's
Yeah.
a practical squib, practical
squibbed
blood,
out.
and you're like, but like they had to put like a whole body thing over his chest, and it looked very convincing and real. And you're like, I didn't realize that was his body.
But he is, I would say he is probably the most wholesome character in the entire film. So as soon as he gets shot and you just see the blood pour out of his chest and his head like slumps, and then he ascends, I'm like,
yeah.
But there's an element we haven't talked about that is incredible to me that I love about this movie.
Is
Where
it that Sydney grabs his bullet wound with her hand and goes,
well, no, but that's
you're
good,
like, holy fuck!
but the
Don't
fact
put your
that
hand on that.
Mickey says like, you were supposed to be here. What are you doing up on that cross? You're the one that was supposed to distract Sydney while we were all doing this. And Derek is like, what are you fucking talking about? And the first time I watched this movie, I was even still like, oh, are they doing a Stu and Billy? But then we immediately find out that he isn't.
Well, I mean, even he is saying that. Don't you remember Billy? And like he's like literally trying to fuck her brain out. But that,
which is so fucking good. That's why this movie,
much
I
more
think, is
twisted than
my.
first.
I think this solidifies this movie as my second favorite Scream movie. I think Scream 2 did everything that it was supposed to do in this finale by just making it seem like to Sydney that they were working together the whole time because of this moment. Even though, stop laughing at me.
No, I laughed because you said to Sydney, and then I thought Scream 2, two Sydneys.
To Sydney, two
That's
Furious.
where my brain went to Sydneys. I was like, what does that even mean?
It just blows my mind that the ending of this movie is it. Imagine if Stu did nothing wrong and Billy was just trying to be like, you were supposed to be at the meeting point, and why are you tied up on this cross right now? That's so good. I think that's very good.
Yeah, I mean,
And then it goes downhill from there.
It
does kind of go downhill from there.
I mean, outside of the vindication of like having her show up and be like, I didn't really like the Bates Hotel level revelation where it's like I was here the whole time and I've been watching the murders. Like, I didn't love it, but I'm also like, okay, I knew she was weird, so like this is the person that we're dealing with.
They do another interesting thing where like Gail gets shot, falls off the stage, and then they show where she should be, but the fucking ghost face mask is where she should have been. I thought that was really interesting too, because I thought Gail is the hero in the first movie, I think, but then in this movie, once they all get,
what the fuck?
Doesn't she fire the final shots?
No, Sydney.
No, Sydney
or is
does.
that this movie where she fires the final?
Sydney and her fire the shots together, and then
Yeah.
Sydney fires the
Right.
last.
But my point still stands. Like when they look down into it's called
Basically the pit.
orchestra. Yeah, the orchestra pit.
You're thinking that they look down, but it's a sequence where the mom runs and she pulls back, and then it's just a shot that goes down, and she's not there. And the mask is there.
Yeah,
but they're not looking over it to find
which is
her.
but that's cool though. Like
it is cool, yeah, because she got out of danger.
She's
like,
is when she does fall down there after getting shot, she trips and rips up one of the light boards. And that board comes with her top of her. Like that, even if that was accidental, it looked fantastic.
And it also, like, I don't know if it was meant to be this way, but it lights the whole bottom area. Like,
that's tight.
Light fell down there. Now there's light down there. We can light it however the fuck we want. Like, that's the lighting department being like, sick. We can just put any lights anywhere.
I do like how hardcore this last bit goes, because after all of that happens, Sydney literally fist fights a woman who is older and smaller than her, and basically just takes her out pretty well. And then
no, she's getting the shit kicked out of her. She has to trick her. She has to trick her by being like, isn't Mikey supposed to be alive? And she turns around, but she smashes her in the head with a beer bottle.
She utilizes all of the special effects on this from the stage.
Yeah. This is after she gets the shit kicked. She's about to get killed, and then she smashes her with a beer bottle, which is a real beer bottle, because there was a frat party here earlier, which is now that I'm thinking about it, good setup. Like there's beer bottles left over.
This reminds me
also why isn't Mickey still alive when she shot him 3 times to kill him?
But this reminds me of
a video she's alive at the very end, but she says, isn't Mickey supposed to be dead as a trick, right? Like she does, because she thinks that he's dead too. And then she goes to the background or the back stage and locks with a big like medieval times level like she locks things.
No,
I'm like, wait, why is that
she utilizes a thing that was already established, which was like that weird electricity like lever, but she also uses the thunder fucking
she's trying to freak her out,
and then also starts using an axe. That scene where she walks over and it's framed almost like a Wes Anderson, if we're talking about it, and she walks into frame and smashes out the axe, grabs the axe and starts hitting the things that release the weights, and then things start falling, and then she starts doing that on purpose, but also on top of that using like Mysterio style special effects to like freak her out. I love this ending to this movie. I think it's one of the coolest in all of horror ways to take out a villain. Imagine if one of the
this is how I feel like Vincent Price would fuck with his enemies.
Absolutely.
All right.
The problem here.
Ben is literally shaking his head. No, I want to hear what he has to say about this.
But it's because the main problem with that is, I like what she's doing. I like what they're trying to portray in this. But the original thing that takes out Laurie Metcalf's character are a bunch of foam bricks.
I did recognize that, and I was wondering if anybody would bring that up. Because
it's bad, it's unrealistic.
But she's been dodging lights, she's been dodging pillars, she's been like, it's not like she gets hit and she's knocked out. It's like she's exhausted from dodging all this shit that Sydney's dropping on her.
Do
you know where my head went for that though?
Block isn't gonna knock you over and then bury you and you can't move.
A styrofoam 2x4 block dropped from fucking 70 feet is gonna hurt no matter what.
It didn't fall from 70. I just watched it. It fell from like
it
2
wouldn't.
feet.
It wouldn't hurt you at all. Do you know where my head went? They use real bricks.
Those are real pillars from actual Romania.
That's where my head went, because of how unrealistic it would be to be hit. Like, I would be able to take 1,000 of those and be fine. And I thought, even watching it the second time,
you're not an elderly old woman who just had fucking plastic surgery.
It's true, but I thought that she was gonna put her hand up like Shredder at the end of Ghost Ninja Turtles 2. I thought that was gonna be
what was even the second time
That would
watched
be
it.
so fucking great if it like
Wouldn't it be
at the
funny?
end she's like, "Ugh," and it's
Yeah.
like she's Super Shredder, but she's just using
Or it's
theater.
just
My
the
head
T2
went-
thumbs up that like slowly goes
Yeah.
down and back.
My
into
head
the-
went, that's stupid, but then my head went, what if these bricks are legit, like maybe not as heavy
Listen, guys,
as
she does drop real lights like
actual
right at
bricks.
her, like a couple times, and like
Yes, but those are lights. That makes sense.
No, but,
this is
like,
not like this. The
Ben is-
insurance for this.
Ben is
alone
fully
would be
correct.
insane.
I had a very big problem with the fact that like a bunch of foam bricks fell.
I
on it.
remember watching
started
this.
theory
I
crafting.
remember watching the secret sequence, and I was like, I
the sequence
that-
of the ooze.
like that, you know, she's dropping shit with the axes because she doesn't know what she's dropping, right? She's just like, like, how would the fuck would she know
Yeah.
what she's dropping, right? So it's just
Yeah.
random stuff. And I'm like, oh, cool. Maybe she's gonna hit one that'll be like a sandbag that'll like, ooh, like hit her in the head or something, right?
It
And
just-
like that.
It would have made so much more sense to me if like she hit the wire and a bunch of the bricks fell, and we know it's foam, but it would have spooked Debbie Salt, and she like stumbled back, and then Sydney hit another cable, and that's when like the lights fell on her or something.
Right.
Or
That
she
would
comes
make-
with an
that
actual
would be
axe and
better.
axes her right in the. She's like, I gotta axe you something, and like hits her.
She
in
jumped
the
out of the way of so
back.
many lights.
Yeah.
But I
I'm
think
not
that we should-
disagreeing with you guys, but I do like the set piece of it all. I think the
Visually,
I do like
it
the set
looks
piece of it all as
amazing,
well.
Yeah.
but it doesn't like logistically and realistically, it does not make sense. But,
But
it
I
looks
mean,
fantastic.
logistically and realistically, the entire scene up until this point is absolutely fucking dildo ridiculous.
It's a lot
Yeah,
more
it's
believable than
bonkers.
that scene. Or that shot, I should say.
Well, Steven, why don't you take us?
You know, it would have
all
been
the way
great
home?
if she chopped one and fucking Derek fell on her. Like they
He-
both, like she gets crushed by the other.
I
dead guy.
agree that would be amazing too, because he disappears into the rafters, never to be seen again. We don't know if he's alive or dead. I mean,
That's
he's
where the
dead.
slider portal was. John Reese
Yeah.
Davies was on the inside. He's like, "Oh my god, Jerry, are you all right?"
What if she like cut one cable and then the fucking director Gus fell suspended from a cable like by his feet, just upside down
Right.
hanging, because like that would have been even better.
She's
with
like, I had to
hands
take
and
that
body.
asshole out too.
I
and
just
then-
I want to read this chat right quick because this guy gave us $10 last week. Hey guys, missed most of your stream. I'm surprised of all the characters who have come back in various ways that they haven't figured out a way to bring Cotton back.
I
That's
love
actually
that.
a good point.
we were talking about that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all
Yeah,
love
what
Cotton
a
here.
waste
because-
of an amazing character.
Yeah.
I think that that Liev Schreiber should have just continued to play Sabretooth.
I mean, we
Sabretooth
know
portrayal
because
and-
Liev Schreiber was like also kind of after Scream 3 was like, people are calling me now. I don't really
Yeah.
go back to the Scream well.
well, he leaves
was
after
the
Scream
Manchurian
3, but he
Candidate.
doesn't die. So
After that, he's like, now they call me Liev Schreiber. Gotta go.
I'm going to leave. Steven, why don't you take us all the way to the end of this movie so we can go into our final thoughts and stuff?
Well, all the way to the end of this movie, they fucking win. They blast Billy not Billy. Billy 2 shows up and he comes back and he's like,
Billy Two Shoes.
and he gets blown away. Timmy Oliphant goes back into the bricks, and then that's when Liev is like, "Oh my god, you guys are pretty badass, both of you." And then
So my theory about this, about him she's, Blair's holding the mother.
yeah, I forgot about this part. Sorry,
I think
I've got a lot of urine inside me. I have to go get rid of it. Hold
all
on.
right, I'll tell Ben all about it. I
Please
think
do.
exactly what happened in this sequence was that Cotton is an asshole douchebag piece of shit.
Yeah.
I think that he went from I can end Sydney's life and I'm such a good shot, which I don't know why this was never brought back up. I can end Billy Loomis's mom's life when
Mhm.
she's holding her. The reason why I think that he was going to kill Sydney before she said, okay, fine, we can have the interview, is because he holds his gun on her the whole time. He never goes like this. And I think
Never.
this is my
never
theory.
sways.
my theory is that I think he would have shot her. I think that afterwards, when he's like, I wouldn't have shot you, and she looks at him like, I think Cotton has the capacity to be the killer in one of these movies. And if Sydney had made the wrong choice, if Sydney had made if Sydney had made the wrong choice and said, no, you're not going to, I'm not going to let you be on the podium. Shoot me if you want to. He would still have killed Mama Loomis.
That's what I think too. Yeah,
But I think what would have happened is maybe not the next movie, but a movie in the future, he would absolutely just be the villain. Like, I think this was a
I would have loved
hero
that.
villain moment. And I do honestly think that if there was no more Scream movies if they were not planning on making any more, like if they truly were never planning on making any more and we're going to see what's going to happen movie to movie, he shoots Sydney and he's just he's characterized as a non-slasher who kills the final girl. Obviously that doesn't work, but I think that he fully intended on killing her if she didn't just agree to it. That's my ultimate theory about all of this.
I don't think that he's a bad guy. I think that he's a desperate weirdo and he blames her for a lot of his problems. But if he kills her, then he becomes a villain. And I don't think he is a villain at that point. And I don't think that he sees himself as a villain. And I think in that moment, he sees an opportunity, right? He sees like this doorway opening where he's like, if I do this, I have all these things that I want beyond it. But then he realizes it. And he's like, he even says like, let me think about this. And it's like, no, don't, Liam, no, Cotton, what are you doing?
That's part of like what I'm saying. Also, Travis Mitchell has some more things to say about this particular movie, and I'd like to hear what he has to say. Would you as well?
Yes.
Scream 4 has a guy walk around with a knife plunged in his skull. Scream 4. Cotton can survive a quickly edited slash across the face. Him in hiding with the name One Eye Weary would be fun, which I agree with. That would be sick. I like the idea of Cotton Weary taking battle damage. Great point. I see it as if Sydney is Peter Parker, Cotton Weary is Eddie Brock. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is.
I agree. Cotton having the capability of being a killer is the reason I want him to come back and be an anti-ghost face. Puts on the costume and massacres the killers. That's fucking. It's Travis. Do you want to just come on like as a guest?
That's pretty cool.
Because that's
imagine
really
they keep
cool.
finding dead Ghostface everywhere, and he's been traveling like a Batman style. That's pretty cool.
Or like a Dexter.
His name's Dexface.
He
call me
just does
Dexter.
Dexedrine.
Yeah.
He just rails Dexedrine and he calls himself Dexface. Thank you, Travis.
I think that's a cool idea as well.
Also, I just want to point out, I looked into Travis. He's cool as shit. He's a skateboarder and he does skateboard moves I've never seen before.
Oh man.
He's like a street
because he kills the moves he's inventing.
He's like a city style skateboarder. Like he does like the small tricks that you do like at a park.
Trick skating.
Yeah.
The way you moved your hand, it made me think the way you moved your hand, it made me think he was doing the hand boarding.
No. That's what I do. I want one of those. But he's fucking good, and he's not a little kid. Also, he's just a little kid looking guy who is an adult man.
I mean, that's okay with. I mean, sometimes people think that I'm a little kid looking man who's just a full.
Fair enough. Shout out to Travis Mitchell.
I think Travis, we love you, and also you have really good Scream ideas. You need to get the Scream men on the phone.
To Travis.
Yeah. Call up Scream man Travis.
I also thought that there's an option of this movie where like he just doesn't even hesitate when Sydney's there, and he shoots her in the head right away, and then we cut to like Scream 25 in the year 2025, and Cotton and Sydney are just married and happy, and they got married after that, like
Right.
what we could Harry Potter it, like who gives a fuck?
That's why I'm
Or
so
really,
stoked
or
about.
just you want to take it dark. Cotton shoots both of them, claims that they were in
Right.
it together.
Yeah,
She teamed up
and takes
with
all the
Billy's
glory
mother,
because
and
that's what he
takes all
wanted in the
glory.
first place.
Exactly.
But that's what I'm excited for. I know Lee Schreiber's not in Scream 7 that I know, but that's why I'm excited for Sydney coming back in Scream 7, because even though the movie is rated like shit, like it seems like it's a bad movie, it's at least seems like a new reboot. And I also am curious to see what the I want to see what the seventh
Well, isn't
movie in a
Liev Schreiber,
franchise means.
Liev Schreiber is a
You
pretty
know-
staunch free Palestine guy, isn't he?
Well, I hope so.
Do you
Well,
know?
That's the reason
one
that
thing
people don't want to go see the new Scream.
I'm hearing about Scream
A little
7 is that-
kid-looking guy who is an adult man. That made my night. And thank you for the compliment on my skateboarding. That means a lot, dude. After last week, you were here for all of Star Wars month. Like, you were here in the trenches with us. I wanted to know who the fuck you were. The picture in your profile picture is not who you are. You're an adult, but you fucking have the youthful glow of a youthful man.
The youthful glow of a youthful
Of a
man.
youthful man.
Jason just keeps digging deeper into the
Gotta
youth
keep-
hole.
You got a youth on that youth until you can't youth no more.
I've been youthing again.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You know what?
I've been youthing again.
Jason, we brought you here because we need to advocate for euthanasia for you, me and Ben.
I knew you were going to make a
This has actually
euthanasia
been
joke, you
intervention.
fucking psychopath.
All right. Anyway, so everyone gets shot in the head at the end, right? All of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they all
And-
turn their gun to the left and pull the
I
trigger.
think it's so fucking funny that we get the classic slasher finish of Mickey jumping up, being like, blah, 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 and getting shot, and then they walk over and shoot Mrs. Loomis in the head.
Just Sydney does, yeah.
But if you look at it from a law point of view, don't shoot somebody who's already dead. Don't do that, because that's bad for your case.
Listen,
But they
I'm
also
gonna go
back-
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and say, Jason, in this case, I feel like the jury would be like, absolutely do it. like if they know the previous history of her being like her whole family and friends being murdered, like, yeah, maybe we don't call this an execution. We call
You
this.
guys see what I'm saying, though, right? Like, you understand what I mean.
Yeah,
by
but
that,
you see
right?
what I'm saying, right? Like that she has had a situation
True.
that no one would ever go through ever. And
At the
maybe-
very beginning of this movie, I was like, "Oh, Sydney got away with like killing two guys, and she's just out in the world." So,
Do you know what I
because
was yelling when they were crawling over that guy in the car? Kill him, strangle him, stick your every thumb you have in his eyes and shit. Kill his ass.
Stick your
I
nut.
was
also
yelling,
unmask
kill
him. Don't do any tension and just unmask him.
He's unconscious. You could kill him easily.
I would
Someone's
gladly
unconscious,
come
you
on
could
at
kill
some point, though I'm probably in the minority. Scream 2 and 4 are at the bottom of my list, and my Star
Well,
Wars
Travis,
ranking
you used to be cool.
would likely piss people off. So you know what? You're still welcome.
him. I'd like
Maybe
to
we
see
have
his Star Wars ranking for absolute
Yeah.
because I have like a weird one too, but also mine
It'd
is
be a
not
fun
that
conversation, that's for sure.
yeah.
Yeah. Travis Mitchell is one of my favorite.
Well, maybe
guests.
we have him
One of
on.
my favorite
Did he say
bands.
that 2 and 4 are at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we have him on for 3.
Well, if you want to come on for 3 next week, and
Wait,
or
he's not-
next-
no.
in October. If you want to come on for 3 in October, keep coming back and talking to us on this show, and also subscribe. I don't need to tell you to subscribe. He literally
You better-
followed me on my personal Instagram, so I know that he's legitimate.
If you don't bring me and Travis on for 3, I'm going to be furious.
Well, that's what it's going to be. So
All
talk
right.
to you guys in October. Do you want to go into our final thoughts and our theories and all that?
Yeah, I'm glad we all agree about Cotton and how he's a cool character. But
Yeah, Cotton
Oh,
rules.
yeah.
I
If
love
you had to
Josh.
pick one,
But what do you think the Home
when
Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I
of it
really
all
gotta
happens?
know.
The Home Alone
When
of it all?
is the Home Alone of
What
it all?
is the Home Alone of it all?
Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
So this is the Home
Explain
Alone
it.
of it all.
Explain it.
This is the part of the show where we talk about the moment in the movie that reminds us the most of how we felt when we first watched the movie Home Alone, when Kevin McAllister slapped down the blueprints on how to defeat his enemies. Probably the most exciting moment of that movie, Home Alone. So every movie we would ask all of you has an exciting moment such as that, doesn't it? I think it does. And tonight we're going to ask you, Ben, what moment in this movie reminded you the most of the moment when Kevin McAllister put the blueprints down on the table?
And then Steve, in addition to that,
Your final thoughts.
and then in addition to that,
Send me pictures of your penis.
no, you're the rating.
I already did that.
Oh, and your rating. Sorry.
Oh shit, sorry.
Thank you.
For me, the Home Alone of it all, with any Scream movie.
Oh my God, Ben! I didn't mean it. Just kidding.
No,
I already did.
yeah, check your email. The Home Alone of it all for any Scream movie for me is the reveal of the killers, and that's why we're watching it. We're not watching it for the kills. I don't think we're watching it for the story. It's we need to know who did it and why they did it, and it failed miserably for me in this movie. And we got into it early on because it's two red herrings that shouldn't work, and they know you're going to think that. And when you get that reveal, you're like, well, I feel like I got cheated because I thought it was this person and he has no motive. Oh, he's crazy. And I thought it was this person, but they have no motive. Oh, there's somebody that had a motive that you could never have figured out. So you could have guessed both people, but their motivations are a complete blank. And when they're told to you, it's insulting. So it's a really fun slasher film with a really disappointing ending. But I think the problem there is that what worked the most for me in Scream is that it's small town America where everybody knows everybody, but there's a killer. So everyone's second guessing their friends, their family, their teachers, and nobody feels safe. So what do they do in a sequel, like they do with any sequel in Hollywood? Let's do that, but make it bigger. But bigger isn't better here because, and well, Stephen, you said that it works because you feel like you're safe because you're in a bunch of people, but then it could be anybody who could be a killer.
Yeah.
Nobody witnesses any of the murders, even though they're surrounded by people. They see the aftermath and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And that really made me angry. And then you get Scream 3 where they're like, let's make it even bigger. We're going from small town to university or college to Hollywood. And it killed the franchise for 10 years until they decided, let's go back to small town. Let's go back to Woodsboro. So while I love this movie, I really, really do. I think it's great, but I think it fails in trying to be better than the first movie. So for that, I love it, but I also feel slightly jilted, slightly insulted by it. So I'm going to give Scream 2 3 out of 5 stabs.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to interject with one big issue I have with this movie is that it isn't an issue in the first, is the geography and proximity of everyone. It's a campus, but Cotton and Billy's mom are just hanging out between scenes.
And that's what I was saying.
If you don't bring the guy who kind of looks like Sabretooth into Scream 3, that would be a mistake. Haha. People don't like the Scream 6 ending which is basically the Scream 2 ending, which that's true. I like Scream 6. But I feel Scream 2, it's so exposition heavy, while 6 makes it the actual and fun to watch. Listen, look, are you a genius, my guy?
Can I interject on that?
Absolutely, you can.
I appreciate that statement, but I disagree completely, because the way Scream 6 works out, especially with bringing back all of the masks from the previous films, who has access to that if it's all police property?
I believed it full hook, line, and sinker that this idiot, this weird, obsessive nightmare man would make a fucking weird museum of all these things. If we can suspend our disbelief for a lot of the things we talked about in this movie, I think that a weirdo New Yorker cop was able to collect all of the
cop. Exactly.
Yeah.
Who's the cop in the movie?
Doobie came back to life. He's got 2 robotic legs and a tank.
Doobie ain't doobin no more. There's
Listen.
only one police officer in Scream 6, and it's the only person who can get a hold of any of
Do you know
them.
how much I've had to suspend my disbelief for all of the Grimoire familiar killers? Every single goddamn one of them. I think it's likely that somebody was able to use their influence to get all of the Scream outfits.
Well, that's the thing. Who else could do it, though? Like, you can't tell me you didn't guess this from the very beginning.
I didn't, because I'm a stupid dummy. Like, I'm stupid and I have blinders up. I don't watch trailers. I let movies happen to me. I think is my biggest point out of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The first time I met Jason, he's like, I need to tell you something. I let all of those movies happen to me. And I was like, Jason, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You just gotta let trailers in your life.
So many movies have happened to me.
The cop who was the guy who gave Rachel a green scarf in Friends, he has all the authority. Yeah,
Okay.
Dermot Mulroney.
Sorry,
Brian Mulroney.
No, Jason, you can keep going because you've already started talking, so keep going.
Okay, thank you. My Home Alone of it all for this film is I think after Randy dies is when this movie sort of becomes the the Scream of it all. I think that it's very important to kill off the person who's describing what's going to happen so everybody's confused. In the first movie, up till Randy dies in the second movie, you have a basic self-insert nerd describing what it means to be the first movie in the franchise and the sequel. When he dies, then it's just Ghostface's playground. And I think that's my Home Alone of it all for this. If I want to dial down further, I think that the Home Alone of it all might more closely be related to that final stretch, like when they go into the theater at the end. But I've been thinking about this all day, and what I've learned from doing some research is if the Home Alone of it all is the sequence of a movie that is the thing that sticks with people, the most important part of the movie, I actually learned that this movie's most important sequence is when they crash the car and they're trying to sneak out over Ghostface. But that doesn't jive with me because of how ridiculous it is.
Yeah,
I think,
and also because me and Ben both couldn't remember it happened in this movie.
Yeah,
well, that's my favorite
also
part
because
of it. What we did last summer.
I was exactly, and I was sure that he was awake the whole time. I thought he was just gonna grab Sydney and stab. I thought he was gonna let Sydney get out and then stab Haley or Harley or whatever her name is. Anyway, my final thoughts on this movie, and it took some time to get here because when I watched this movie originally, did not like it. I didn't like all the theater stuff, weirdly, because I'm very flamboyant. I'm very theater adjacent. My name is Jason, so I'm always adjacent.
Accent on the gay-cent. Am I right?
But no, a lot of my history is stage acting and musical theater, and I hated all of that. So I'm right there.
Yeah, but I think
I liked it.
I think what the problem is I focused in too hard on that one sequence where she's getting stabbed by somebody that she thinks is her friend while she's on stage and she doesn't know who her friend is. And that is my favorite part about this whole movie is from the very beginning in the theater at the beginning, which also ties into the theater elements later in the movie. You don't know who the killer could be because in this movie versus the first, anybody could be the killer. So I think outside of that, cinematography wise, great movie. The score, excellent. What do you laugh? What did you find funny about that, Steven?
I don't know. You went on a huge rant, and then at the end, you're like, cinematography wise, great. Like,
Yeah.
you
I don't know if you ever
anything.
read my reviews, but they're
I do, and they're bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. The non-Beltrami score definitely not taken
Yeah.
for Broken Arrow.
Listen, I'm stupid. But what I'm saying about it is this movie is a good Scream movie, and I think in the
It is.
pantheon, and I know I keep saying pantheon, of all of the Scream movies, I think it literally is the second best Scream movie outside of the first.
I think that.
But
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just going to say I think the third best is the fourth one, and I think the fifth best one is the sixth one, or whatever. The third movie just is
Convincing.
the
Which
third
is
movie,
the sixth best one, though? Is
the
it the
third
seventh one?
Scream movie. In my final thoughts, I'm going to say the third, and we're going to talk about this in October. But the third Scream movie is just so like lore heavy with no murders because of Columbine that I fucking. And also, it's Gale and Dewey going on a side quest. I just don't fucking like it.
Well,
Anyway,
Jason, what if next time we watch Scream 3, you're like, wait a minute, this movie fucking rules? Like, what if
I'm
you did
fully
that?
ready for that to happen because
might.
that always happens.
But you
That
just
is
said
not
that
going to
you. But at the beginning of this conversation, Ben, he said that he hated this movie, and now he loves
Yeah.
it. So, like, here we are.
Yeah.
You know, could happen. Could happen. Jay and Silent Bob show up in it, Jason. You might
Well,
like be like, well,
Scream
like-
2 is 33% better than the
Jay and
Scream
Silent
1,
Bob
and then
Scream
it's
back.
72% less better than Scream 3.
Did you say Jay and Silent Bob scream back?
I did.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I also love Travis, so I want to. My final rating for this movie, I think I gave it a 4.5 out of 5, and that's
What?
like, yes. I looked at my letterbox today, and I was like, really? I felt that strongly about it. I still gave it almost a 5. I gave Scream 1 a 5, but this is a 4.5 because I need some room to fall.
All right, Jason.
I
I'm
wasn't even
gonna
supposed to scream
remember
here
that you
today.
gave Scream 2 a 4.5, and just keep in mind that we are doing the first Alien movie this month. If you give it anything less than a
That's a 5
4.5,
out of 5.
I might actually have to stop
Obviously.
doing this podcast.
But I am going to read some Travis Mitchell quotes. Did I read the people who
Never
don't
heard of him.
like Scream 6 ending, which is okay, we already read that. The cop is okay, we read that. I agree with the logistics of the Scream 6 ending are stupid.
Thank you.
Just think it's more entertaining to watch than the Scream 2 reveal, which I think we kind of covered.
Well, I mean,
I
haven't
would
done-
agree with that, actually. Yeah, definitely.
But all of the Ghostface outfits and memorabilia being there is equivalent to 1/4 of the Death Star being on the moon of the Rise of Skywalker. Jesus Christ, that's more of a Steven answer. I weirdly relate to Dewey in one morbid way. We were both attacked in the back by a guy with a knife. True story. Haha.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's dark.
Person, a
Well,
superhero?
my very own co-host was also attacked with a rusty knife on New Year's Eve one time. So
emphasis on rusty. I thought it was a piece of bark. I was like, what are you doing with that? And he's like, you need to get out of here. And I'm like, okay, what? And then I realized he was holding a knife that was so rusted that it looked like he broke it off a tree branch. Like we're living in some sort of like world where knives grow on trees.
yeah.
And it was very frightening. And I punched him as hard as I could in the face and ran away. And he didn't catch me. It was good.
So I also give this movie 10 knives in a homeless man who is trying to kill Steven out of a possible 11 knives.
and he didn't get him with that last one, but
Didn't get him with that last one. That's why he's here.
so I worry to this day that my home alone of it all in this movie is the part when Gail says, "Sydney, can I get a moment of your time?" And then she's like, "What?" And then Sydney's like, "What the fuck, Gail? What are you doing here?" And then she's like, "I just need to ask you a few questions. And she moves out of the way, and Cotton shows up, and he's like, "Hey, Sydney." And I was like, "Oh!" I remember seeing that as a kid and being like, "Oh, so this is going to be dealing with this guy." And I thought the whole movie was going to be about this. And it really isn't about that. But that is where I thought the movie was going to pick up and take steam and go. And then after that, when he's like, "Wait, you didn't ask her for an interview? You told me that we had an interview together. Gail, what the hell is Gail? Sydney, sit." And I'm like, "Oh my God, who's this guy's being thrown into the mix of the Scream world? And he doesn't know what to do. He's been locked up for a year." I'm like, this is cool. I really like that. And that's where the movie kind of like really stirred my interests. But the interests didn't go anywhere, and like he really got thrown into nothing world, and he shows up wearing all the sweatpants that he stole from the kiosks and shit, being like, "I go to this university.
I believe I am a Windsor College student."
He's been sleeping in like the vents and shit. Like he's like, "I just need to go study in the top quietest part of the library for a few hours."
Is he from like Washington? Like he's kind of got a bit of a JFK sort of vibe to his accent.
Did not kill your mother.
You should not stab me. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
I invaded her Bay of Pigs.
Is that what people from Washington sound like?
I thought, or maybe Connecticut.
No, that's Boston.
I was gonna say, or is that just you just think that because the president had that? You think that must be what they sound like there.
He was born in San Francisco.
You saw right through it.
Okay, so that's where I thought the movie was gonna begin, and you know what? It didn't really end for me because I do like Cotton. I think he's a cool character, and I liked every time he showed up because I was like, "Cotton, you dummy! What are you doing? You're clearly not the bad guy. You just need to cool the fuck off." In totality, I think this movie is way worse than the first movie, but it has so much stuff that I really enjoy about it. It takes the first one and elevates it way past what the first one was. I think that if you were to look at this as something like Empire Strikes Back versus A New Hope, you can look at it as an Empire Strikes Back because it takes everything that's really good and works about the first one and makes it better and more interesting. But without the first one, it doesn't work. And I think that's really what you guys kind of ran into. Your issues with this movie seem to be like, it cannot stand alone. And I agree it can't stand alone, but because of its counterpart, the movie that came before it, it's great. Like it's really good if you watch it as an appendage to the first one.
I love it.
And I think that's how this movie should be viewed. And I think that's how every Scream movie has to be viewed after it. Like it's very rare that you can find one that doesn't in some way have like a little spaghetti noodle that attaches to another Scream movie.
Scream 3 isn't inherently bad. It's just they do too much. Like they're building story, and it's devoid of what these two first movies represent. So
I think that throughout this conversation, we have talked about how this movie could be better. We've talked about how movies after it could be better, springboarding from what was established here. We've talked about how individual characters could be better within this particular movie, and how characters that came before this movie could pass through it and use this as a way to make their character better. I don't think it's bad. I think it's good and charming, and like it's part of a series, and we have to look at it as that. And I like it. I like this movie, and I'm not going to say it's the worst Scream movie. I don't think I would ever do that. And both of you said it was the second best Scream movie, but I don't know if I can do that yet because I really have to go through all of them again. And I'm always going to probably stick to the first one being the best one because it reinvented the slasher franchise as we know it. But I do really like this movie a lot. If I had to give it a If I had to give it a rating, I would feel extremely safe watching this movie in a theater full of people.
Nice. And there is one thing we really need to address a second time, and that is they were writing this movie as they were filming it.
Yes, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And they did
So-
such a good job through that.
I don't think it could have been any better as they're creating it on the fly and filming the same day that they're writing. So
You wanna
while
know-
I do love the first film the most, like we cannot discredit the amount of work that went into this and how.
Do you want to know
well
how I
it was.
see this movie? We're all within about 5 to 7 years of each other age wise.
No.
We have the unique experience of watching all of the pantheon. I know I keep using the word pantheon of horror through the lens of their old movies, right?
Yeah.
But Scream existed congruently with our lives. So these movies are the most updated sort of like movies that slashers that we got to experience through our life, right? So when we look back at these movies, we're only looking back as far as the 90s. So I think that these hold a special place. I know that I'm different. I know, and Steven's a little bit different too, when it comes to horror. But when we look back, we only look back 20 years to see these movies. So I think that these are our Friday the 13th. These are our Nightmare on Elm Streets. If we had all existed as our age in the 90s and we were going back and watching the Chucky for the first time, I think we might have had a similar reaction to those movies that we do to Scream. But the thing about Scream is it condenses all of the ideas of a slasher or just a horror movie in general to the point that us watching them as adults now, we're getting the same outcome that people watching those movies back then would have gotten. And none of us have the same exact experience, right? Like we all have different experiences with horror. We all have different experiences with movies. Like I said, I watched The Talented Mr. Ripley today and I got a lot out of it.
Classic
You
horror
know?
movie.
Classic horror movie. But my point is, I think that the Scream franchise is so congruent with our age that it almost represents a milestone in filmmaking and horror filmmaking that we actually get to enjoy in a unique way.
Yes.
Whether or not you watched it back in the 90s, whether or not you watched it for the first time in the 2020s, it represents millennial horror culture. And I think that's why this being added to the grimoire of Familiar Killers is so important to me. And I love you, Stephen, for bringing this up. And I think Alien,
Jason, you that I love to disagree with you, but I agree with you here, man.
the Xenomorphs
In every way.
being brought up next week too. I think we're gonna have a similar pass through those. I think that Scream is a very important part of filmmaking history that we can only understand and really recognize because of how prominent it was with how
It was also a thing that I don't know about you guys, but I was too young for Scream 1. I was too young for Scream 2. Scream 3, I was old enough. But my dad and my mom were they watched Scream and they were like, that's too scary. That's too freaky. They were unhinged by the idea of teenagers actually. They were like, it's not a monster, not a freaky mutant or something, or a dream demon. My parents were like, it has to be some kind of crazy supernatural thing. But when it's just people psychotically killing each other, they were scared by it.
Also, think about this. Friday the 13th started 1980, stopped 2009.
Yeah.
It's 29 years.
Mhm.
Nightmare on Elm Street went from 1984 to 2010,
Mhm.
26 years. Scream now has gone for 30 years, longer than Elm Street or Friday the 13th. And it deserves the respect. Elm Street and Friday have had bad chapters in the story. Scream has as well. But this has outlasted both of those already. And I really think it's going to go further. Is it as good? I don't know. Do I enjoy it more? Yeah. It's a personal opinion. But like, who expected this little movie that no one thought was going to make it?
It is also though, like, you have to admit that it is like it's like a soap opera that's been turned into, like, it's not like Friday. In Friday it's Jason, and in Elm Street it's Freddy. Like, those are the things we care about. In the Scream, the ghost faced killer is a different person every single time. Like, that's what's fun about it, right? Like, that's
true, but it
one of the
also represents culturally, like, all of the eras we lived through too.
Yes.
Like, the backgrounds of all these movies compared to the 70s and 80s, we go back and watch those 70s and 80s and early 90s movies. Like, I don't remember that. When I watch a Scream movie, I remember exactly like those scenes in my own life. Like, I remember being there, and I think that adds to this.
And
I don't disagree with you, but what I will say is that, like, Jason went to space. Ghostface is never ever going to go to space unless there's like the equivalent would be like Billy from the first movie's head shows up in a jar, and they'll be like, "I've got Billy's head on ice," like that would be.
We have to take him to the moon.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, you do have some continuity in Friday the 13th with Tommy Jarvis, right? It
absolutely,
doesn't last
absolutely.
all, like, from the beginning
same
to the
with
end. But like,
with the Elm
Sydney's not
Street.
supposed to be in this movie, except for the fact that they fired the lead,
right?
And then agreed to pay her what she wanted to appear.
Which
so,
was,
like,
I want my children and my children's children to never be able to have to not work again or whatever. Yeah,
exactly.
But
Okay,
I'm talking about the legacy, not the characters. Not
that's what I'm. I think.
No, I mean that exists in Friday as well, right? Like they. Sorry, not Friday. Nightmare or Elm Coded, or what do we call that? Elm Code, the Elm Code Street. Yeah.
I just can't believe Scream has gone longer than both of those franchises, and I know
think it's because
those are
they
going to continue, but
it's because they convinced every single actor who was in it to continue being in it forever. That's the difference
in perpetuity.
The biggest thing about Scream to me too is that they were able to evolve the franchise in a way that was so unique, with 5 and 6 going into a city and still being able to do the same thing. Like, the New York element of those two movies is so cool to me, and it really feels like a backdrop to a life that I exist in, where, like I was saying, when I go back and watch old horror movies from the 80s, they feel like a song lost to history, but it's a song I understand. It's a song oh my god, Travis, you don't have to do that. Okay, so Travis just gave us $5. I'm going to read off his messages. People say this about a lot of movies, but the OG Scream, I think, holds up better than Exorcist, Friday the 13th, and Halloween. Nightmare on Elm Street is still effective, I think, but Scream is unique. Okay. He also says Halloween maintains the same continuity for a large part of it, but suffered a lot of the tonal change from 80s slasher to grunge 90s slasher to MTV slasher.
Yeah. I think the last
Scream
one there,
maintains
MTV slasher is the
MTV slasher is such a fucking good term. Scream, and that's Scream. The MTV,
but also the MTV slasher was the end of MTV. By the way, it almost they killed themselves with those slashers.
And I just want to say, Travis, please let us know if by MTV slasher you mean Halloween 6.
I think he's talking about the ones with Rob Zombie in the director's chair.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think the MTV slasher was when it became like the really grunge slasher, which was like the Cult of Thorn, where it really crested with Paul Rudd.
Well, that's where we're going.
No,
Well,
no, because
after
that was 90s. No,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it's the I think it's the Rob Zombie. Those movies suck, man. Those Rob Zombie movies both suck.
It's the reason
That was
it's
post
the-
MTV though.
It's the reason why Halloween
Exactly. That was the
and
last of their
Jason-
dollars. MTV was like, "What do we do with these? Let's make a see if Rob
the
Zombie
reason
wants
why
to make
Michael
a
Myers
Halloween."
and Freddie Jason Voorhees are going to stay on the docket for the next couple of years is because
Yeah.
we have to go into these continuity rich versions. Like we're not going to
Well,
do
No, we have to go into the continuity stuff with Jamie Lee Curtis. We're gonna skip the Rob Zombie stuff because those are the remakes.
Well, there's 3
world.
timelines with
I know.
Jamie.
We've already we know.
H6
We
was
know.
more grunge. H2O and Resurrection feel like MTV and Gilmore Girls. That's the thing.
Agreed. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Travis, I
fine,
agree
fine, fine,
completely.
Yeah.
Okay, so what does he call the so H6 is grunge. So that's what is that?
That's like Gen
The
X.
Curse of Michael Myers.
Yeah.
Okay. So what
That's
about
all
what
right.
about what does he consider the Rob Zombie stuff?
I don't think
That's just shit. He's like that's
Post
shit.
MTV. Yeah.
But we're also doing Halloween 2018, which isn't the Rob Zombie one, but it is. Like,
No, what
one
we're
of-
gonna do is so all of the movies that we did when we opened the Grimoire to begin with, all of them have a remake, right? Every single one.
Yeah.
There's the Mark Hamill Chucky. There's the Rorschach fucking Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nightmare on Elm
There's-
Street, which is
there's
garbage.
the Michael Bay produced Jason Voorhees, which is actually pretty good. And then there's the zombie H2O
Yeah.
stuff. So
2018 and Kills are freaking awesome. I don't care. So
Kills.
I'm excited.
2018 is great.
I'm
Kills is
excited
rough.
for the
Ends is
trilogy.
awful.
I'm excited for
well,
the
that's
trilogy
part of the
Halloween.
Michael Myers that we're gonna have to keep going
Yeah.
forever with.
Yeah.
because they're canonical to one another, whether you
All of the
realize them or not.
all of the grimoire is gonna fall away. The pages are falling away, and then we're just reading ding 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 ding. We're just reading the Halloween book for a long time. But we've replaced, here we are. Scream is
Yeah.
in there.
We
Scream's gonna be there for
honestly though, we
8
have to
pages.
get out of here. Travis Mitchell, I love you and thank you. You come through here and it's always a great time. And I would like to actually have you on this show. So hit me up. I think we've done everything, but I think we just have to do plugs at this point.
Oh, shall we do the
Shall we?
plugs? Do we want to do the plugs? Can someone remember where the plug is? Oh, here it is.
Let me just plug this in right here and.
Thanks, Justin Wise. Honestly, if Travis Mitchell just hung out in our chat all night, we would be derailed the whole time, and it would be perfect. Ben on Letterbox. Ben, do you got Letterboxed?
No, but I really should start that up.
You should. I've reviewed
seen
940
thousands of
movies on Letterbox before you've reviewed one movie on Letterbox. That's crazy just to hear. I can see everybody's soul leave their bodies when you stop to read the chats. Great stream, guys. Haha. Take care. Thank you. We don't. Our soul
it.
doesn't leave. We love reading the chat.
Mine's gone a long time ago.
Steve, sorry, I didn't mean to take over.
Yeah, this is where we all tell each other a little story about what we're doing next week, the week after, and everything that we've got going on today and yesterday. So if you have anything to tell the people about, Ben, why don't you tell them about it right now?
Yeah, sure. No, I'm one of the co-hosts of the BS Bargain Bin with my buddy Sandro. Cover a lot of genre and like action and basically shit movies or great movies that people haven't heard about or we think haven't and need to hear about. You can find us all over the place, any podcatcher, on YouTube, everything like that. Our most recent episode is Raw Deal with Schwarzenegger. And next up,
I watched that like 2 days ago. I'd never seen it before. It's pretty
something.
wild. it's good.
It was
I
a
like it.
lost film for him because like he really didn't know where he was or where he was going. And we had a lot of fun with that.
I do
But
wonder
next
if it's
up is
one where
The
he's like,
Wraith with
nobody
Charlie
talked
Sheen.
about it. That was a weird one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play. I'm just a worn-out backwoods country sheriff.
Yeah. Now let me get inside this giant
fun.
construction device and destroy your building.
I'll drive
What
through
you guys
your
are saying is
bar.
I should watch this movie. Like,
It's pretty.
Oh,
It's all right.
definitely.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
all right.
But honestly, we just have fun. We have fun talking about the movies that we know everyone has seen or should see, and either forgot about or doesn't think anyone wants to talk about, and that's not true. It's just a fun place to hang out and shoot the shit and talk about great movies. Like we called The Perfect Weapon Karate Dad because it's exactly what it is. But yeah, so we have a new episode coming out soon. We try to do every week, but life's been getting in the way, so we're trying to put them out as fast as we can. But like, swing on by, check it out, leave a comment, request a movie. We love that. If you can request something that neither of us have seen, all the best, because I would love to tackle that. But that's where we are right now, and we're having fun. We're just doing that, and I love just being able to come on here and shoot the shit with these two doofs. One doof, two doof,
One doof, two doof. Speaking
Two
of number
doof.
two doof, doof. Why don't you tell them what you got going on this week?
Is that me?
Yeah, doof.
Yeah, doof.
Okay. Well, I gotta read a little bit of the chat because there's so much chat coming in. Everybody's so okay. So Justin Wise 420 says, I have some crazy source material about Scream 8, and I've got to say it's amazing. If y'all would like to know, I will provide. Well, DM me about that. Travis says, speaking of action movies, no one talks about it.
Oh,
There are
yeah.
many parts of Scream
Yeah.
6 that remind me of Judgment Night with Emilio Estevez, underrated movie. Also, Judgment Night is a movie that we should do on this show because that's the epitome of hey, did you see this one style movie?
Get some
And
Dennis Leary in
Maniac
there.
Cop 1 and 2 would be
Maniac Cop 1 and 2 are both
Yeah.
really good. They're
Yeah.
both really good. Yeah.
So
Are
thank you.
killing
I would like to promote Travis Mitchell this week, first and foremost. In addition to that, my name is Jason Phillips. I'm the announcer here in Toronto for Super Kicked Wrestling. We have a show coming up March 20th. You can find this show, hey, did you see this one, each and every week right here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Our resident illustrator, who is also my favorite co-host I've ever had, sorry, Ben. I don't think
It
that
happens.
Podcastaway was ever going to work because of, I want to explain why, but
KFC.
we put things up our nose to do it. But we have Corporal Tunnel. Look,
Yeah.
Travis, if you want to help us and you want to also get some swag, buy these t-shirts
Don't
from
buy that one. Don't buy that one.
Redbubble. I'm going to get to that. Redbubble and TeePublic, you can get Corporal Tunnel Syndrome. You can get the Howie Mandela Effect. You can get this very month that we're doing right now, the Grimoire Familiar Killers. 2 of these Familiar Killers we've actually finally buried underneath the ground. We also have the Eldritch Millennial. We have Kill Aid, and we have Twinkerbell, fan favorite.
Love Twinkerbell.
So we have Chef's Fingers. Chef's Fingers is one of the greatest references you can ever see, and also these are some fireworks. In addition to all that, I don't think there's much more that I have to say. Steven.
Oh, I get to plug my stuff too?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Well, apart from being a part of this wonderful podcast, hey, did you see this one where I co-host with one of my best friends, Jason R. Phillips, the greatest guy who kind of likes Scream 2, but we don't really know what he really feels about it. We didn't just talk about it for 4 hours, did we? Who knows? But I'm also the voice of Darth Theorist, the Three-Eyed Theorist, and the Half-Blood Theorist, a bunch of YouTube channels where you can watch me talk about all your favorite fan fiction baloney, where I do all the character voices and I also narrate. Please come like, share, and subscribe because it's fun and it's good and it's all good. It's very good and fun and nice, and I like doing it.
It's fun, good.
It is.
It's
It's
all
good.
good.
I like doing
It's
it, and
nice.
I do a good job. I'm pretty sure I do. But apart from that, I'm working on a video game. My friend Nate just told me that I'm allowed to tell you guys about it. Tinyverse, it's coming soon. I do a ton of voices in it. It's gonna be so fucking cool, and I can't wait for you guys all to experience that.
I can't wait to play it.
And otherwise, I think that this, as we all are sad to say, it is the end of this episode of Hey, Did You See This One?
Well, one moment, Steven. We have to see what Justin Wise 420 has to say. Mickey is my favorite. He is the most experienced killer. He's a killer before Ghostface almost won, but Ma Loomis kind of ruined that. And Travis responds with, was just talking about how Howie Mandel peed in the kids' apple juice. Maybe I will get that shirt.
The way you're reading it sounds
Is
like
that Little Monsters reference?
the way that Jason is reading it, though, it sounds like he's reading it like Bill Cosby. Can you bring up that last P one again? Was just talking about how okay.
Randall
Peed in the kids' apple juice, baby. Okay, sorry. Okay. So we've all come to this
Pudding
conclusion
pops.
that Scream 2 is just as good as Scream 1, except worse. Am I right?
Yeah.
Quite.
Well, if there was only one other thing that we had to say to each other, it would be this. Benjamin, is that your name? Or is it Bennett?
It's Ben
Bennett.
Face.
Okay, Ben Face. I have a question for you to ask
Yes.
to everyone, and I need you to ask it right now. And I'm going to count down from 3, 2, 1.
Hey! Did you see this one?
Man,
How'd you like that?
Sometimes
Ben,
I
did
hear
you ever-
that- Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just gonna ask Ben if he ever heard the outro theme before.
No, I haven't.
Did you like it?
I loved it.
I was gonna say, like, I imagine like all of our guests being like fighting like a bunch of robots, and we're just like, and like everyone there, like Ben's there with his cool hair and beard, and he's like, he kills a guy, and then like Noel just comes down with a fist, like destroys a bunch of
Who
robots.
has the laser hook?
I mean, that's gotta be fuck. I mean, maybe it's me in disguise.
Okay. So you're
Is
the
that
villain.
wrong? That I'm hooked?
Yeah,
That
yeah,
laser
yeah.
hook in disguise? Who's got the
Steven's
laser hook?
killer.
Who do you think has the laser hook?
Me, obviously.
Oh, gay.
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, Did You See This One? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise, Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mario Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
Let's write a dubstep song.